Yo, let's start it off proper.
I'm Irish, but I'm not a leprechaun. You wanna fight, then step up and we'll get it on. You get a right to the grill, I'm white and not ill. A descendant of Dublin with Titanic skill. I ducked and I swing, next thing your jaw's broken. Punk, I ain't joking, you can bet you be choking on a fistful of nothing. Meanwhile I'll be puffing on a fat blunt. What punk, you don't know the hat. Trying to talk, man, please don't make me laugh. These Irish eyes are smiling, I'm buck wildin'. In the house of pain is pumping, start jumping. Freak it, funk it, backseat trunk it. If you can't get with it, you end up sweating it. Then you get a beating just like an egg. It's so hard to run when you got a broken leg. But we can never run off, the house of pain will come off. We got the cake that you're trying to get a crumb off. The Irish styling, the Celtic jazz. No one has it, just us stacks it. If you try to take it, I got a big shillelagh. I don't have dreads cause I shave my head daily. You call me a skinhead, I call you a pinhead. Yo, where you been, man? Just like the Tin Man, you got no heart. Here comes the good part, I pick 'em, fuck 'em, cut 'em up and buck 'em down. Look around, homeboy, you get clown like Krusty. Trust me, you shouldn't play. And by the way, top of the morning to you. 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 Greetings, salutations, peace to the nations of Zulu and Islam. Crack the bottle, rip the throttle, put the gear in. Now you're steering like Mario Andretti. So let me kick it, cause I can make a wicked noise like a cricket, rubbing his legs. My rhymes are like eggs.
Yo, what's cracking? All right, let me get this special little showing. Yo, Zeralath. Geez, I want to say we're friends on Facebook in recent times. Samuel, I want to say. But yeah, definitely appreciate you checking out that other one regarding Thoth and all that. But we got to go over so many things regarding all these inversions and perversions throughout history, whether it be facilitated through religious dogmas and all this crap or otherwise. And yeah, so top of the morning to you. And I had to throw that in there just because, yeah, it's very cliche, and it's not necessarily something that they say around the way in Ireland. I've been there before, and I got kind of get that weird look from someone like, "What are you talking about? What does that even mean?" Top of the morning. But apparently they don't use that. I thought it was just a cool way to say, like, "Hey, like bonjour," and for me, like bonjour in French, like good day, is the literal translation. A good way to. I find that better than saying hell, because it's got that word hell in it. But at the same time, if you study certain mythologies, you would understand that hell also means healing in a sense. So yeah, we're all trying to heal to whatever degree. But anyways, trying to find this video. Oh yeah, I got this real quick. Yo, it's cracking illuminated consciousness. Good morning to you. So, welcome. Just a quick little slide thing. Just going to show you guys how this is going to run down today. It's not the typical live stream. I'm going to put in a music mix towards the end. But first and foremost, I'm going to be broadcasting latest podcast that I've done, co-hosting with Leslie Powers for over a year now. Talking about the spring equinox, the vernal, if you will. Yeah, it's time to spring forward, bring that, that positive fire energy, that Aries busting out of the first gate, the first house, whatever, right? So that's going to run for about an hour and a half. Hour and 20, probably. But and then I'm gonna throw in a little mix. I'm gonna switch it up and make some variety type of thing going on. Yeah. Cheers. Yes. Happy or good awakening to you too. Like instead of saying like good morning, y'all know the phonetics with that. Like, what are we mourning about? It's another day. Oh, you gotta like, hey, hello, good awakening to you too. So, anyways, so yeah, music intervention. I'm gonna show pretty cool, and it's like one of the first radio interviews this man Seth Exposa has ever had. And when I listened to this, my ears like perked up like a fucking elf regarding the ancient druidic tribes like the Tuatha. Or I'm gonna mention this in the first podcast, but yes, that's gonna run for about an hour, and then a little more music in between. I got a little slideshow thing, and I'm literally going to be working on this while I let this shit play. So, yeah, we're going to be going on for at least like 5 fucking hours. Because after a little slideshow, I'll be popping in saying certain things. I'll make some comments and, respond to questions and all that. And maybe at the end, I might open up the floor if anyone wants to call in and say what's up. So yeah, after the slideshow then at the bottom, yeah, the music mix. I might run back that the unholiest hip hop mix, whatever I broadcasted that 2 days ago. It runs for like 2.5 hours. It goes deep into all this religious dogma and false doctrine bullshit. So yeah, grab a seat, buckle up. Try not to knuckle up and be so defensive because, oh, we're treading on certain traditions. Well, guess what? These traditions are sometimes satanic and have been perverted inversions of ancient traditions. And through occult mockery, they're having us celebrate people that were responsible for murdering our kin and that kind of shit. So, things to consider. So I'm going to play that religious mix. So, we'll go over this real quick before I start the show. Because, yeah, St. Patrick, for many pagans, and we're talking about like ancient pagans, like the original pagans before the Catholic Inquisition and all this, inversion perversion shit. They saw St. Patrick as the Jewish people see Hitler due to similar they didn't call it a fucking Holocaust back then or whatever, but it's like there were no gas chambers, whatever the fuck. Anyway, so yeah, there were no stinks in Ireland. You check the latitude, longitude. It's too cold for them to be up in there. What St. Patrick, and it's not just one man that was responsible for all this. He had fucking groups of people behind him, with religious fervor, mind controlled into, believing all this fucking shit. So, anyways, I can't even read this, but I'll let y'all read this. All right, I'm skipping a little bit. Many pagans see this day as a mournful day. Speaking of top of the fucking morning, right? Shit, where many of their ancestors were either drove from the Emerald Isles, or slaughtered. A lot of pagans wore a snake emblem, and yes, it goes back to like serpents of wisdom, in a sense. So yeah, I'm gonna hide my ass. Let's
Millions of people around the world don their best green attire every March 17th to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. But there is a lot we bet you didn't know about Ireland's patron saint. To start with, St. Patrick wasn't even Irish. He was born around the 5th century in Britain, then part of the Roman Empire. We bet you didn't know the tradition of celebrating March 17th with parades actually started in America.
Going into the parade tomorrow?
I wouldn't be, you know what, I'll stay in the back garden with me dog. I think it's the greatest load of pants and wants. All the Americans are over here. Oh my God, I love this, I love Ireland. They doing my I'm telling you, I hate it.
All right. Hello, everyone. This is another episode of Dissolving the Divide. I'm Leslie Powers. I'm here with my co-host Derek Bartolicelli. Hey, Derek, take it away.
Leslie, hey, how's it going? And we can almost consider Rodney a co-host as well at this point. You know, it's fourth time around, brother. And
I know, right?
We got him back. Yeah, we like having you here, Rodney. Welcome.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm just glad to be here, man. Been busy, but
cooking at the bistro. Yeah,
it's good to feel tired. Actually, I like that feeling of working hard and then feeling that kind of tiredness on, and then you come in. Now you're talking about esoteric stuff. Now it's kind of re-energizing you. You know, it's kind of like there. So I do like that feeling.
Awesome. Well, we want to hear your insights and wisdom here.
Yeah, it's going to be. It ought to be interesting because honestly, I haven't really prepared for this, but we'll just let it roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're pretty automatic, systematic, and the things we're going to cover, you're pretty well knowledgeable about as well. You know, so
yeah, sure.
Folks listening, we're going to lay it down on the line as far as, you know, coming up to the Equinox, and this weekend is St. Patrick's Day, and how there's been inversions and perversions of the whole history behind that and that character and all that jazz. But to start, in recent times, you and I had a great reading of my astrological chart.
That was good. Yeah,
fascinating. If folks want to check that out, it's on my channel. And I highly recommend Rodney for, you know, a plethora of services that he provides. So what's been new as far as your observations? Not necessarily just, you know, like the astrological, but speaking with Logan Hart recently, and
there's been a lot of consternation. A lot of people tapping into that. You know, I guess for lack of a better word, the antagonistic core of things. There's been a lot of antagonism and a lot of Mars energy, it seems like, lately. And we did have that square with Mars and Uranus that's been going on. That's really been causing a lot of tension because that Mars energy is sitting there and it's, you know, it's antagonizing with that, you know, with that freedom, with that Uranus energy, that ignition, right? That lightning strike. And so when you're dealing with the Uranus energy, you know, it's all about, you know, breaking open the layers, seeing them dissolve, seeing them, breaking through them veils, breaking through all that crap, and then getting to the root, to the ignition of things, you know, and then taking that to the Neptune energy, which is where the healing takes place. But when you're looking at that Uranus energy, it's squaring off with Mars. Well, Mars is naturally, you know, has that, you know, very powerful, almost, you know, anger energy right now. And so when you're looking at it like that, you're seeing how that's affecting everybody around you. I mean, literally road rage, people just losing their shit over really stupid shit that doesn't matter at all. I went through a major test, man, the last couple of days with this, you know, and so it's been intense. And how you got to do that is, you got to work through that is that you got to learn how to observe and pull back. Mm-hmm. You can't just go with the fire of the head when it comes, you know, you can't let that take you. You got to have enough awareness to realize what's trying to take you. you know, and then be able to actually pull back from that and not allow that, you know, come back, find your center, and then be able to actually make a logical, sensible, reasonable decision
Mm-hmm.
about how you're going to confront someone or how you're going to work through the situation or how you're going to mediate it. There's all different ways, levels to look at it. Look at it from a multidimensional point of view. Don't just get caught in one point of view of something, you know, and that's a tendency with that Aries energy to do that when you're talking Mars, you know. And so when Mars is in, you know, in those antagonistic spaces with the outer planets, then we're looking at a collective, you know, basically a collective, you know, effect that, you know, that has not only moral implications, but also implications of, you know, doing things and then going, oh, why did I do that? Oh, what the hell was I thinking? You know, all of these cliches that come up with, you know, with the bullshit, you know.
Heat of the
So
moment type of
that's
stuff.
what we're dealing with. And then, of course, on top of that, then we've got that that North Node Chiron conjunction, you know, which is really dealing with the betrayal and the wound of betrayal and the militancy of that, you know. And I know that Passio's been kind of hitting on this inverted feminine stuff, you know, and that really ignites that too, in context to that, having that type of overtone with the feminine of being militant, you know, being combative, you know, not having that softness that the feminine's supposed to have, but, you know, trying to, you know, bring it into more of a masculine type of energy with the feminine, where it tries to drive the narrative to, you know, to that inverted feminine bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that militant aspect masking the wound, you know.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what we're dealing with as well, you know, when it comes to that Aries, you know, conjunction with that North Node, man.
Yeah. It's like
With,
the
I mean, with
militant
Chiron, excuse me.
the militant parts that are jumping in to protect the wounded
Yes,
interior,
right.
right?
Yes.
And it helps from, you know, to have the perspective. When you're talking about perspective, I think kind of following what's going on astrologically and like just getting this information is good to know about when you're starting to have certain moods, right, rise up. Like if I'm
Yeah.
getting impatient and then I realize, the Mars energy, you know, then I'm going to be have a better perspective about what's going on with me.
Yeah, because you can then go to your chart if you have some understanding and knowledge of astrology. Then you can go to your personal chart and look at what's transiting and how it's actually affecting certain energies in your own system.
Yeah.
And then that gives you the awareness then to be able to make that pullback and then see it for what it is, realizing that, oh, that's those shadow aspects, you know, in context to the reversals that are running on the solar spiral are you know, this is how I'm gonna have to deal with them. So this is how you transmute. You know, a lot of people don't understand that transmutation is a process, and without awareness, you're not going to transmute shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy for people to kind of just virtue signal and say, like, you know, transmutation and alchemy and all this stuff, but it's
yeah, man, give me some buzzwords, man.
But it's a grueling process, yeah, like you said, and you got to really I totally lost my train of thought, but yeah.
But that's how it works, man. They you know, they take something that actually is like a very powerful modality, a very powerful type of gnosis, and they take it and they spiritualize it, or try to put it into a label or a category so that it has a box around it.
Yeah.
See? So then that box then becomes the alchemy. That box then becomes the transmutation, when in fact that's just a very small sliver of how it actually is on a multidimensional level when you're looking at from the Piscean energy and the big picture.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem with this fucking new age shit. Because that drives the narrative to, oh yeah, man, we're out here, we're doing our thing, man, we're doing our drum circle, we're smoking a little weed, you know, kind of trying to, you know, groove with the earth energies, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That all that shit is just is driving you into more escapism, more not actually doing alchemical work, biospiritual regenesis, and taking yourself to the transformation process.
So what is it?
You're actually working against your own system
Right.
mechanics by doing that.
So what it might actually look like is, looking up the transits and looking up your chart and studying it, and thinking and writing and reflecting, right? I mean, it's a totally different kind of activity.
Yeah, because you're actually doing work.
Yeah.
You're actually gazing into your inner universe.
Yeah.
That's the difference. And once you start to understand your inner universe, how you work, how everything works within you, what you're creating with your thought forms, what you're broadcasting, how your vibrational correspondence works, what choices you're making to your mindset, then that's when you can actually forge something magical in your life. When you start to understand who you are. And that's what the word gnosis means.
Yes.
To know thyself.
Boom. As above, so below, don't you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
exactly. And then that's, and what does that actually mean, as above, so below? What does that actually mean? I mean, if you were to ask somebody, well, what is vibrational correspondence? What does that actually mean? Most people couldn't tell you because they don't understand how actual things are reversed in this world. Everything is running. Everything that is running literally like on a reversal is running like on the correct timeline. It's just that we are pulled into this phantom aspect here that's running on the reversals. See? And so that's pulled us off on that 23.4 axis, created the cosmic winters on the poles, taken us out of our true north alignment, and then hijacked the 23.4, which is the 9, which is the actual energy force of humanity. And
Can
then
you give an example, Rodney, of that?
anything that's any type of aspect when you're dealing with morality, objective morality, natural law type of aspects, when you're dealing with black sun technology, you're dealing with inverted Saturnian energy. And that Saturnian energy is actually there to bring us into a space where we are, forging something. Saturn is about forging something. It's earth magic. So what are you forging? Are you forging ignorance, willful ignorance? Are you forging karmic aspects in your life because you haven't cultivated any awareness, right? So this is the reversals in context to the black sun and the Saturnian energy and cube technology that's being used to that lockdown. Hence the example I gave you about alchemy, transmutation, putting things in a box. That is the inverted Saturnian energy.
Yeah.
When you're looking at it, see? That's how that works.
And how do we break out of that box?
The Tesseract is...
Yeah, the Tesseract. Fuck yeah.
The Tesseract is the key to the Tesseract is understanding your own personal transformation and your own personal arts of gnosis.
Yeah.
That's how you get out of it. And then you get the ignition, see, by stepping into objective morality and being that person, creating that awareness and making those choices to truth is how you ignite your sun.
Yeah. Well
That's
said.
how your core gets ignited. Because now you're no longer feeding into the distortions and the overlays. See? And so they get weak. And the weaker they get, the easier they are to transmute. It's energy. Look, everything's energy. It's energy that's sitting there blocking your hardcore intelligence from coming online. You've got to transmute that energy. You can't just wish it away. Give me a genie, give me a djinn. Let's just wish it away. Give me that magic pill. I just want to take a pill. I don't want to actually forge any health. Just give me the pill so I can feel better. See? And that's the
Pressing
same
the
thing.
easy button on life.
Give me the spiritual pill. Give me the guru. Give me the whatever. I'll follow him. Cult. I'll follow that. Give me the new age stuff. That'll be my magic pill. And that's what people want, and that's why we're in the shit we're in.
Yeah.
Yeah, real quick, and one of these pills come in forms that are actually good practices, but yet they're still including some of these inversions. Kind of like take it to alchemy. And how are people doing breath work? And have you seen these memes floating around? Like you inhale all the good positivity and then you exhale the negativity. That's not how alchemy works. We're not supposed to be exhaling negativity out into the reality field. And I wanted to touch on,
Yeah,
going.
where is that going? Where are you taking it to?
Mhm.
If you're going to release something that is, that is shadow aspect, where are you going
Gotcha.
to put that energy? See?
I'll just share. Maybe it's a little devil's advocate on this. My studies of the Andean cosmology
Mhm.
and mysticism from the mountains of Peru, Andes Mountains
Probably
of
what I was
Peru,
getting ready to get into, but yeah, go
they
ahead.
t-
Oh,
they do a lot of basically they do energy medicine,
Mhm.
and so their basic energy practices is about bringing in the high vibratory energy from nature through your kind of over your system, over your energy bubbles, and speeding up your vibration and pushing through blockages and
Mhm.
stagnation. But it is about sort of seeing it exit out like your tailbone into the earth, and that they see
Yeah.
that the earth as the absorber, and that it's like compost, where the Pachamama sort of transforms and does that alchemy and turns our hucha, our sort of stagnant energy, into new growth, right? So there are
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to get into. Where are you
okay, cool.
sending
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
And where are you transmuting the energy to? And just like with alchemy, you start with the calcination process. It burns it to ashes, and then you're rebuilding something out of those ashes. Well, during that distillation process, the water is washing and mixing with the ashes, and it's washing away the impurities. Or where are those going? You send those into the earth,
mm,
just like Needhog in Yggdrasil. He's eating at the roots, but what is actually happening on the White Dragon there is that he's eating at all of the cosmic junk that is built up on the tree, so that the tree can grow. See, it's not necessarily, you can
mhm.
look at the mythos a lot of different ways, and a lot of people look at Needhog as, oh, he's eating at the roots of Yggdrasil. But in fact, I think a lot of times we have to look at the other side of that, which is no, he's actually eating up the cosmic garbage.
Yeah, that matches. It's and in
Yeah.
the Andean, the Quechua language, it's hucha. And
Yes.
then the high vibratory energy is the sami. And
Right. Which is the
yeah,
eagle at the top of Yggdrasil.
oh,
Bam.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Hell yeah.
cool.
So you got the dragon and the eagle, or the phoenix, on the tree
Mhm.
of Yggdrasil, and then those energies are as above, so below. See, and that's what the alchemical, looking at the alchemical aspect of the phoenix and the dragon, they're both actually the same when like and dislike. When you're looking at the law of polarity of balance, they're both the same in context, but one is the dragon is on a transmutation process, and the eagle is on that space where it is seeing the big picture, being able then to take things to that Piscean energy, that 12th gate, and then being able to navigate the waters of Neptune, the healing waters of Neptune. And that's how that
Mm,
works. And that's why, when we look at the cosmos, with the cosmology of mythologies, we can really come into a space where we can weave those together like threads. And, you're looking at, indigenous cosmologies, Norse, Egyptian, taking it back to different types of Greek, different types of, how these all our archetypes all play out. There are a lot of threads that weave
mhm.
in context to how to even the Norns, that
Yeah.
aspect of weaving. And
Mhm.
and so when we're looking at certain um, archetypes that are linked with these cosmologies, it's just like the pyramids, man. The
Mhm.
pyramids are linked all over the continent. And just because the continent has been divided, and at one point it wasn't, doesn't mean that all those pyramids aren't linked together, and they still are. There's still a network there.
Right. And probably linked to something above that we're,
Yeah,
um,
or in the ground.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Interesting. Huh. Very cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot there when you're dealing with alchemy, when you're dealing with regenesis type of stuff.
Mhm.
It's not always easy. because you do. I mean, there comes a point when you do cross the threshold where you're like, oh man, I'll never, I'm not looking back. And there is a point of no return with this stuff where you really are solidified in it, and you can't get pulled back into the church realm. You can't get pulled back into the religious aspects. You can't get pulled back into the bullshit, because you've already cultivated and created enough awareness now of your own gnosis that the difference.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's what people have to really get.
Yeah. That is in a way a subjective experience, right?
Yeah, because it's different for everybody, because everybody's system's different.
Yep.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So what's going on with this equinox? What do we got happening here?
Well, the equinox is, that's, we're looking at grand, cardinal energy. So when you're looking at cardinal energy, it's initiatory, just like spring is initiatory. And so when we're dealing with Aries, we're dealing with, cardinal fire. And that's what we're coming into. That's why and I'm not downgrading any other system of astrology. But this is one of the reasons why I like the tropical, because it does line up with the Grand Cross, lines up with the Axis Mundi, and it really gives us a space where we can gauge the seasons in context to cardinal energy. And so it becomes a very powerful art of gnosis to work with, that helps you to, define your own cardinal energy, and how that is working with the seasons, how it's working with the solstices, how it's working with the equinoxes. When we're talking equinox, we're talking equal parts of light and dark. So we're looking at what? We're looking at a balance, and so that equinox energy is the 1-7 axis when you're looking at self, and then you're looking at relationships. So how are you working with vibrational correspondence, as within as without, not only to your own self? Do you like yourself? Do you love yourself? Are you bringing yourself into a space where you are having a great rapport with yourself, with you, and then you take that to relationships, and that's how you wield out the correspondence to your partner, to your brother, to your sister, to your siblings, to your business partners, on down the line, when we're looking at Venus energy. So we're looking at Aries and the Venus energy, and then it really drives the narrative then to the cardinal aspect of fire, which is Aries, and air, which is Libra. That 1-7 axis. So what happens when fire and air to get together?
We get a bigger fire, don't
we get accelerants.
Yeah. So that could be good.
It could be good as long as the Aries energy is in alignment with Scorpio. Yeah. If the Mars or Aries energy gets out of alignment, and then the tyrant begins to come out, the making choices and decisions without thinking, not using your right brain at all, left brain, you're not using any of your brain, you're just being stupid.
Yeah, with all that Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like going on the battlefield with your sword against, and you're by yourself, and there's 100 warriors in front of you. I'm gonna get them. Well, yeah, right.
You have known people.
Good luck.
Yeah, so that's something for people to watch out for then.
It is, especially during this time, because it's initiatory. I mean, you see it in the earth energies as well, with everything's blooming, everything's coming to life again. And you start to see how things are actually also manipulated in context to the seasons. I mean, we can go all the way down the seasons, how are things manipulated with these holy days, with the holidays, right? How are things manipulated? Okay, well, you've got 2 holidays or holy days, quote unquote holy days, that are set in the midst of the equinox. You've got St. Patrick's Day and Easter. So both of these are set in between the energies of the equinox to run the reversals in context to the actual energy of the equinox, and finding that balance. And I think that happens with all of our major cross, when we're looking at the Grand Cross or the Axis Mundi. Capricorn energy, it's Christmas, on the 25th, So when you're looking at these type of energies, with the Cancer energy, it's the 4th of July.
Yeah.
So you're looking at, it's just the patriot programming. So all of when you're looking at the wheel, all of these energies are being psyoped in context to the holy days, holidays, right? That's how that's been working.
Well, and then the season of sacrifice is this time.
Yeah, because you've had all this time now during the winter solstice to regenerate. That's what the winter solstice is all about. It's the water element.
Yeah.
So you're there to regenerate. You're there to transform. You're there to pull back. You're there to, regenerate your emotional, spiritual, and mental, physical aspects. And then when the spring comes, those, all of that inner reflection and inner pullback now, formulating your choices, what you're going to step into. Now is time to initiate that with the Aries energy. And so then you initiate that on that 1-7 axis point, with other people. This is how we do it. We're not just doing it alone. Well, there's, like, you're having this podcast, you two are having a relationship. You have a relationship with this podcast. That's Venus. That's the 7th gate. That's that's understanding the Libra energy, and so you can try to keep balance with that relationship so that you can continue to put out content. That's how it works.
So there is, if we're going to talk about like the season of sacrifice and see that as an intentional opportunity, like to utilize this energy, to put in like cause. I lost my articulation on this, but it's like, how does this particular season magnify, like how does the astrology magnify the violence? Like St. Patty's Day is an act of violence originally, and we'll get to that. But how does this season, how are people taking advantage of this season to do dastardly deeds, I guess?
Well, this is when they threw out in 2020, when they threw out the needlecraft, man.
Exactly.
When they threw out the virus, this is what they used. They used the Aries energy. And so this is how they work with it, because it's cardinal fire. So you'll find that during this time, there is a lot of 322. It is the sacrifice of the satanic, rulers that have set up their kingdom here. Yeah. And so we're looking at 322. What are you, Skull and Bones? You're looking at all of that, and so we have to, like, just back it up here a little bit. Like last night, my dreams where I was not good. I was watching some really evil shit, and I woke up and I'm like, people don't know. They don't understand how evil this fucking shit is. They don't get it. And the reason why they don't get it is because they're wearing rose-colored glasses. They don't understand how absolute evil works.
Right.
Okay, that's what we're dealing with when we're looking at when we're looking at inverted Aries energy. We're looking at very tyrannical, very narcissistic aspects that are not only cultivating and sowing the seeds of evil, but performing the deeds of evil. And if people really understood how evil shit is, they would get on their shit like so fast. They would be like, oh my God, I don't have enough time. I've got to get my shit together. and you need to be getting your shit together, because this is not a game. We're not in some, this is my playground. I'm gonna have, we are up against high level dark mages. We're up against ancient shit. People don't understand it. We've dropped in here. We're trying to make a difference, but these motherfuckers have been doing this for a long time.
How do we protect ourselves from that energy?
By working your own learning who you are.
Yeah, it keeps coming back, right? That's always
you got to go back into your inner universe, and that's your protection. You got to learn how to draw boundaries. That's your protection. That's Capricorn energy. That seals off your auric field. When you actually learn how to draw boundaries, and you're allowing the emotional bullshit to hook into your auric field, not allowing yourself to be your energy to be siphoned into bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that energy gets siphoned off into the energy loosh harvest and all that jazz. Take it, you're talking about Saturn and the moon matrix and all that before, and to help protect us, psychic self-defense and drawing the circle of the magician, as Seth Exposa talks about it a lot. And man,
hyperdimensional warfare.
Boom. Yeah, I was going to say that too.
Is real. It is literally they, and I'm not kidding you, these dark fucks, when they feel like there is an intrusion upon their space, and there is actually someone that is a true mage, that has a true calling, that has the templating for that, let me tell you, the warfare can be very, very intense. I've come up against this type of dark sorcery, astral projecting in front of me, literally being able to physically choke someone that is in my room, in my space, come in and astral project to do that. Literally looking through the eyes of animals. I mean, this shit is real. People don't understand it, but this shit is real. I've seen it firsthand. I've had to come up against that type of sorcery before and shut it down.
Yeah.
We have the ability to do that, but the problem has been most of us aren't addressing the evil. We're not addressing how evil shit really is.
Yeah. Yeah. Not even admitting to ourselves how we
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this isn't, and I'm not trying to scare people. I'm just trying to say you need to take a look and be honest with this, I mean, the whole pedophile thing and the Jeffrey Epstein, that's all fucking smokescreen. The real evil's much deeper than that.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're talking really, and I'm not going to get into it, but we're talking really evil shit.
Yeah.
And
like the holidays that are coming up, are inversions of there's trickery going on around, like St. Patty's Day. Let's get into that.
Man.
Yeah.
I hope you're going to have me over for some corned beef and cabbage.
Yeah.
And green beer.
And green beer, man. Yeah.
The river's green and all that
beer.
Shit. We're not going to paint the town red. It's going green, man.
Give me some bangers and mash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no offense to folks that are, celebrating that out there. And hey, Rodney.
I like corned beef and cabbage.
How many bars can't wait to cash in on this day? Because, times are kind of slow around, we're getting into spring. St. Patty's Day. Yeah, they're going to fucking sell out. Imagine if that holiday didn't exist for them now, all of a sudden, because hey, we got to denounce the, some, fuckery type of shit.
Well, and then the Irish, people of Irish descent are celebrating this as, in a way, I think not recognizing the real corruptness of the actual.
Well, what happens is, we're looking at the papacy, right? I mean, that's what we're looking at. So when we're dealing with that, St. Patrick's, aspect, the word Patrick or St. Patrick is a title. That's not his fucking name. Okay. And then people got to understand that's a title. That is, his name wasn't Patrick. All right. So what are we looking at here? It's like the Duke of Ellington. I mean, we're looking at a title, you know, and so when we're dealing with that, that's Catholicism. That's what was, and that's what was brought into the 1400s into Ireland, and the quote unquote driving the snakes out, all that shit, right? They don't realize what that actually is. That's actually the serpents of wisdom from the Juratic tribes that were slaughtered by the Inquisitions of St. Patrick.
Yeah.
Supposedly, March 17th is the day he died. I don't think, I mean, this is what we're dealing with, So we're dealing with what? Another inversion that's siphoning the energy to the papacy in context, and cutting off the gate of the equinox and the balance and the initiatory energies of fire, the fire element and the air element, that when we're looking at the balance between the equinox's aspect and light and darkness, right? That's being cut off. That gate is closed because now your mindset, your mind, your thoughts have been taken towards the whole St. Patrick's Day. See? And so that's what they throw that in there, drive it to the reversal, cut the gate off, close the fucking access points, so that when the equinox comes, you're not celebrating anything. You're not stepping into a new version of yourself here. You're still hungover from St. Patrick's Day.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the 317? What do you think about those numbers? Is there anything significant about 317?
317 is it's 11.
That's a power number.
Yeah.
And
I haven't really studied that too much.
The 3 and the 7. Well, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean the 7. 7's a number of the mystic. It is the seventh dream. It is the dream world. The 3 is harmony, harmonious, and because things are in threes. Body, soul, spirit on down the line, and then the 1 is self. So it's actually a very positive number. But I think when you're running a holiday like St. Patrick's Day, and people don't realize that they're celebrating the slaughter of just like the indigenous tribes got slaughtered here in America, the Juratic tribes got slaughtered by the papacy in Ireland. And do we really want to? I mean, do people really? I mean, I know they don't think about it on a conscious level, but they are giving energy to those events.
Yeah.
That took place, that shed blood upon the earth.
Yeah. Just in my own little play of numbers, I'm thinking of the 1 is in between the 3 and the 7. So the 1, like the ego, maybe in between the harmony and the mystic, like
yeah,
like,
good point.
Like slicing through and blocking the dream, the power of the 7, and from being harmonious. I don't know, just
true. Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, thinking about gates getting closed off and all that. There was ancient druidic site at the top of a hill, and now it's called like Crow Patrick, aka Reek, which was once known as the Cruchon Egli, which is also in English Eagle Mountain. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that was more of like, I don't know if that was a place that had certain like a vortex, energy vortex.
Is this in Ireland?
Yes.
Yeah, so those high places were places of sacrifice for the fucking Baal worship, man.
Right.
It's been that way for a very, very long time. The Baal, Baal Lilith and the cult of the cult of Baal and Baal and all that. this is part of the, sacrificing and satanic ritual in those high places, that they inverted the energy. They're using that energy and then, with the inversions of it to drive the narrative to their agendas, and I think that that's been going on for a long time, man.
No. But
Are
before
those
that, apparently it was, more of a
Yeah.
sacred site ceremonial.
Yeah, but they take these sacred sites and they use them for those purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of
Overlays and shit. Yeah.
it's part of the agenda, satanic agenda, that's running. And let's face it. I mean, we're up against a very high level satanic communist agenda that's trying to run the narrative to to disempower the individual. That's been going on for a long time, but it's in our face right now.
Yeah, 100%. So, what would be a good approach to, talk to the common folk of like, the day's coming up and stuff. I want to share this video and be like, hey, check this out, because, St. Patrick's Day isn't necessarily what you think it is. Don't take it the wrong way, because we've all been duped type of thing. But, these things just really got to be considered if we're going to, I don't know, live in a more harmonious future type of thing. Like, why do we want to be living on all these falsehoods? We got to nip them in the bud one by one, in a sense. And there's so many of them. We got to start somewhere, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Too many, man. Fuck.
One thing you got to remember about a date, like the equinox, a conjunction, certain things in the sky, right? An eclipse, even, is that's signaling something. Okay, it's not necessarily that that energy is of that day. No, that energy is signaling something that is about to take place. Okay, and so it's giving us a heavenly signal in the heavens, and the heavens then are declaring or prophesying to us in context to the alignments and the conjunctions and squares and all on down the line, trines. It's signaling something to us on an individual level and a collective level. It's always both. And so when you're looking at the equinox and the solstices, it's signaling it's time to initiate. It's time to initiate.
Mhm.
And so this is all about how we create the newer versions of ourselves, the better versions of ourselves. We use cardinal energy to do it. That's how we work. That's how we work with the Grand Cross and the Axis Mundi in context to the actual sun energy, if you want to talk about it, which is the circle with the cross in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
You see that symbol all over the world in statues and monuments everywhere.
It's like each quarter marks like a turn of the spiral. In a way, we have an opportunity like to grow.
Yes, right. Yeah, because the spiral, what does it do? It spirals. It's moving, right?
Yeah.
And expanding. And that's what we need to be doing. We need to be working with the spirals, and bringing things up. We can spiral down into the earth energies. We can spiral up into the heavenly energies, and then that's how we work with our own Merkaba field and context. And this is why the Merkaba aspect has been on reversals with humanity for a long time, because things have been, instead of actually someone taking control of their own field, they're being siphoned off because their field is controlled and building someone else's kingdom. And that's what that's your sun energy. Your sun is your kingdom. So when you're looking at your sun and your sun placing and the house placing back behind it and what it's aspecting in context, then you can look at how the mechanics of how you're to build your kingdom.
I love that. Yeah. It seems like these inverted holidays are ways to keep us away from doing the true self work, right? That's going to keep us in this spiral, but it's like keeping us just in that low plane. We're going around in circles.
It's keeping us on the 8.
Okay, like the infinity.
Yeah.
Around and
feedback
around.
loops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's over the head of the magician card.
Yeah.
So the magic is being, it's being held on,
Like
the magic of the
recirculating.
human race being held on in a nexus point. So when you
Right.
look at the 8, what do you have in the middle? You have a nexus point. That's the point where where the choice could be made to break out of the 8 into the 9, or actually, or actually stay in that and then go another round. It's your choice.
Mm.
Humanity's at that precipice right now. We're at that nexus point with the 8, where
Ooh.
we're, are we going to stay on this loop, or are we going to break out of it?
The clash.
Look, the AI timeline is going to happen. There's no
Yeah.
stopping it now, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that people have to get pulled into it.
Mm.
And all this bullshit that they're going to try to run out. All the promises and all the great things. Well, if you get this chip, it can interface with your brain, and then you'll be like Neo. I mean, it's like all that shit you plug into the matrix, man. All the information is right at your thought. We can input all that information into your synapses and fire it from a satellite.
Well,
I
look,
mean,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? I mean, you can literally know how to do that over there. We can give you the codes and the information right to your chip, right to interface with your brain, and then you can know how to drive that fucking car over there, man.
Yeah, like Neuralink. And then, Apple just came out with a new product that's like you put the goggles on and it takes you into, another world. And people are like driving cars with them on and like walking across the street with them on. And they're like
with the glasses on?
with the glasses, like these
Virtual
3D
reality
virtual
glasses.
reality glasses. And I've talked to somebody who tried them, and she said it's like incredibly real.
Like interfacing with actual time, but in another reality?
Yeah.
So you're actually working with another person, but you have these glasses on?
That's how people, that's what people are doing, like silly people.
The wrong kind of glasses, not the ones like in They Live, the movie, right?
Those would be better glasses. We need those glasses.
Can you imagine everybody walking around with those fucking things on, man?
Seriously. Yeah.
Wow.
It's like merging, the fantasy with the reality in this bizarre way,
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get too hog-tied in the tech. It just seems like there's so much entanglement already, and then it's just going to get worse, and, the big brother is going to mutate into some cyborg type of crazy shit.
Well, that's why we need to know ourselves and to not really be hungry for getting outside of ourselves.
If you want to hook up your brain to a quantum computer, go the fuck ahead. I mean, it's on you.
Yes.
I'd rather want to hook up to my own codes in context to my incarnations and my soul's journey, and then being able to, remove those overlays. Well, I've got the information. I've got to do something because I've already done it. I've done it. I did that in my 143rd lifetime. So I already have the codes. I've got the genetic memory of that, how to do that already. I just have to tap into it on a quantum level.
Yeah. To me, that's more exciting than somebody else's, fake imagery, I guess.
Well, when you're dealing with the computer aspects, you're dealing with anything that's artificial, that's running your system. You are going to be, there's a point where everything shuts down here. You have your magnetic field shuts down, everything shuts down.
Yeah. And if you don't use it, you kind of lose it after a while, I think.
Yeah, you're going to burn yourself out.
Yeah.
And then your whole, do you really think that these these Atlantean programs that are running in context that they're trying to bring back around, do you really think that they give a shit about you? They give a flying fuck about you. Do you think they really care about you? Oh yeah, we're going to give you all this great stuff. No, they are there to genetically modify you to be their fucking slaves.
Yeah. As Mark Passio has been emphasizing lately, we need to learn the difference between the natural and the artificial.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then
And
really, go ahead, Ron.
And if you're not getting that, if you're not understanding that, you're not understanding that, you're not actively doing your own personal work, then you are missing out. You're missing out on this opportunity with these stellar activations, the things that are going on, the transits that are happening, all the energies that are coming this year. You're missing out on regenesis opportunities because you yourself are making choices to something else. And as long as you continue to do that, you're never going to grow. You're going to be moving backwards. You're not going to forge anything, and you're going to continue to be a slave. You're going to continue to give your power away.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of it. I'm not I'm not sitting here telling anybody anything they don't already fucking know. It's just all about, what is your choice? What are you actually forging? Are you actually working with your Saturnian energy in context to natural law, or are you not?
Yeah.
Where is your Saturn? Where's your limitations? Where's your delays? Where's your ignorance? Look at your chart. You'll find your ignorance, where your karmic aspects are.
Mm-hmm.
See? And that's where you go to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leslie, so you wanted to know more about that natty law, eh?
Well, that's kind of what you're getting into, right?
Yeah, totally. Would you be able to give like a general overarching correspondence to how natural law fits into the science of life, of alchemy,
Astrology,
alchemy too, but yeah, astrology, rather, but yeah, it's
Well,
all tied together somehow. All these, sciences of life.
well, so when you're
Beautiful, right?
when you're working with alchemy, when you're working with the hermetical principles, and you're working with them together, which is the cosmic law of alchemy. When you're looking at it, it's not just one part, but there's these other parts that have to be put together with that. So you're not only working with calcination, you're working with the law of mentalism. So this, when we're working with different aspects of how they're being weaved together and put together, then you can start to really work with, look at where your Saturn placing is, look at what house, look at what it's aspecting in context to your karmic ignorance, your karmic aspects that you need to work out, you need to have awareness with, so that literally Saturn will come with a checklist. I had a literal dream about this in succession during my Saturn return. Literally a checklist, and checking off and marking off the things that I've finished, that I did, that I've got done, all the way down the line. Literally, that's how it works. So you have bullet points, you have checklists, you have literal interface with Saturn, whether you understand it or not. You do have that. And so what happens is that the more you work with your Saturnian energy, the more awareness you're going to create to your karmic ignorance. That's how you reverse it, because then the karmic ignorance gets burned off in context to the sixth gate. With the sixth gate is Virgo. That's service to others. Okay. And then the eighth gate becomes the place where it burns off to transformation, because because of your transformative aspect, right? You're able then to move through that seventh gate of wisdom to that eighth gate of transformation, and then drop down into that sixth gate, learn how to take care of your physical body, learn how to take care of your mental and emotional aspects in context of Virgo and health, and then be able to move through that to that balance, get that transformative aspect, and then take all that karmic ignorance that you have cultivated over incarnations and burn it off in service to others.
It's like an operating manual of sorts, if you know how to read it, I guess.
It is because that's then your Saturnian energy in context to what you're actually manifesting in Earth magic shifts and changes. And this is how you reweave your weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for our audience who may not understand what weird is, could you define that?
The weird is your it's the choices that you've made over lifetimes that is determining your fate.
Yeah.
So the weird is your fate.
Yeah.
So it becomes, the place where you are making choices, whether they're ignorance, whether they're cosmic principle, and you're learning how to reweave it through the runic energies. Okay. So we're taking the runic energies now, we're working with them in context to correspondence with not only natural law, but also with astrology. And we're looking at the correspondence between the runes and astrology and realizing that, oh, wait a second here. Venus is holding Fehu, resources, money. See? So we look at, that. Oh, Uruz is strength. That's the bull. That's the ox. So we're looking at these correspondences on how to reweave our choices. And that starts with our state of mind, which takes it back to the law of mentalism.
Yes.
This is the state of mind in context. So the more you're able to dive into your gnosis in context to the runes and linking them with astrotheology, the more you're able then to bring a fuller picture, a bigger picture of how to reweave your weird, which has been your karmic aspects and your fate over the lifetimes that you're caught in.
Wow.
And then you can reweave that weird into the space of alignment. True North, Odin Ma. Bring it into that space where you are actually then driving the narrative to true alignment and truth. And
Awesome.
then the Norns don't weep any fucking more.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Real talk.
That's a good goal right there.
Yeah. Wow. You reminded me of something that I was writing something up to post on Facebook, and it was kind of just like preparing for our conversation and just like thinking about these things in correspondence with natural law and everything, and like my post had a picture of about the first cosmic law principle of mentalism, and just like going over certain things of how the moon corresponds to like mind and all that, or mind state, and in reference to moon being Maldek, and Maldek kind of representing shattered consciousness, or basically is, and what you mentioned before of just all this past life trauma and karma and stuff that's been accumulated up until our present incarnation or pro-incarnation, whatever people want to call it. How do you see this playing out, and how can we kind of heal these fragmented shards of consciousness?
Well, you got to get to your Jupiter. And that's difficult because the asteroid belt is between Mars and Jupiter.
Oh.
So when you're looking at the asteroid belt being between Mars and Jupiter, what's cut off? Your passion, your action, how you're moving towards igniting your ninth gate, which is the Jupiter energy, which is your sage. See, your inner sage, Sagittarius. So your inner sage is cut off because your heart's eclipsed, because and you've got all this debris that that's we've been cut off with in context to Maldek, and understanding that planetary aspect in consciousness, Tara, getting into Tiamat, understanding how these energies work. It's planet, but it's consciousness. And so when you're looking at consciousness, we're looking at learning how to navigate the asteroid belt. You ever see that movie where in Star Wars where they're trying to run their ship through all these asteroids, and that's kind of how it is. So then your moon gets jammed. Your moon energies is your navigation point, which is actually a piece of Maldek.
Jupiter is?
No, the moon.
The moon is. Yeah. That's what I've heard.
Yeah. So that's your navigation point to what? To the asteroid belt, which is Maldek in fragmented consciousness.
Oh.
That's how you get to your Jupiter.
Which is an emotional aspect, right? The moon?
Yeah, because you're emotionally jammed.
Yeah.
Context to your intelligence. You haven't developed any.
That is so interesting.
Yeah, so then your navigation then to thought and emotion, becomes, it becomes like you're bumping into asteroids, man. You're hitting ceilings. You're getting spun back, from the veils because you're not able to
Yeah.
actually break through things.
It's not the emotional ride, that is we all need, to work on to navigate and to master. Right?
Well, emotion is this frequency. It's powerful.
Yeah.
But if it's not navigated correctly, and your emotional triggers are driving the narrative to your woundedness, to your chiron aspect, then what are you doing? You're not healing.
Right. And that's what's being manipulated with, all of the false flags and all of these, the
Right.
pollution and everything is to jam up your emotional, right? Your nervous system, the functioning of your pure sort of technology. It's getting in the way, it's jamming it up, it's creating, blockades and
Yeah,
confusion.
poets, priests, and politicians,
Yeah.
have their words to bring your submission,
Yeah.
but no one's jamming their transmission.
There you go.
What
Sounds
song
like
is
a
that from?
song. Yeah, song, yeah.
That's your own poetry. But real quick, in regard going back to what you mentioned, Tiamat, Tara, there's and I don't think this is the same as that hilltop I mentioned, the mountaintop of a Reek or whatever. But there's also in Ireland Tara Hill. So that immediately made me think of what you were speaking about when looking this up earlier
Oh wow, I
the other
didn't
day.
know
Like,
that. Really, is that in
yeah,
Ireland?
yeah. So I was like, wow,
Oh, is that in Ireland as well?
yeah.
Oh wow.
And real quick, because there's different tribes and groups of. I mean, I don't want to say it all originates to paganism or whatever. We have tribes like the Tuwa and others, but from just looking into that in that word in the phonetics of that, I'm really curious as to if the derogatory term that the UK, it's more infamous than anywhere else in the world. They use the word twat as a derogatory term, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if that originated from the Tuwa, because it's pronounced, TWA is how that tribe is spelled, and I wonder if that's just something to kind of disgrace, that culture that was they already like kind of tried to wipe off the map already, so they're just rubbing it in their face, type of thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've never thought about that, but yeah, I mean, it is kind of along the same lines, isn't it?
And isn't there like a Tuatha and some a certain pagan god or druidic god?
I'm not that familiar with the Tuatha
Forget
De
the
Danann. I haven't really studied it too deeply, to be honest
neither
with
of
you.
yeah, it's just rings a bell and
So
just
it's
like
not necessarily something I could comment on because I don't know that much about it.
no worries, brother. Yeah. Just,
Yeah.
just
I should dive more into the Druidic stuff because I'm full Irish, so
oh,
I mean
word.
I should probably at some point dive into that.
Well, when you have, then let us know and you can come back on and
Yeah,
dive deeper.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
my father is from England and English heritage, and my mother is Irish, so it's all the Albion Codex that I have. So like on the crest, on our crest, our family crest is the griffin.
Yeah.
And that's up on the crest with the lions and the griffin on the head on top of it. So it's just like it's really interesting because all these energies and archetypes have certain they have certain characteristics to the lineage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be really interesting to study those family crests more, and
Oh
really,
yeah, totally.
yeah.
It is. It really is interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
I was looking at mine, on my mother's side, and it goes back to the Red Branch Knights at the turn, way back, even BC, And and so I was actually studying that in, and it's so weird. Had a friend of mine, they brought me like this thing. I think I've got it over here. Let me go get it. Hang on a second. This is so cool.
Yeah, sure. So, in the meantime, Leslie, what's your take of any kind of insights you thought about the how natural law ties into astrology?
Well,
Oh,
I think,
shit.
oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that is
Damn,
powerful.
man.
Yeah. So what is that?
So I'm studying about the Red Branch Knights, right? And I've been doing this breakdown in context of my mother's lineage side, right? And so she is one of my friends, and they they they're like, "Oh, hey, I found this, man, and I thought of you. I thought I'd bring it over to your house." Dropped it off at my house at the same time that I was studying this.
Wow.
You know,
Yeah.
Synchronicious, yo.
you know.
Seriously.
So it's such a cool.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, she got it at Goodwill. I mean, you know, and I'm just like, she goes, when I saw that, I just thought of you,
Yeah.
and
That's cool.
and literally the week that I was studying that, this showed up.
Wow, that's so cool. Yes,
Yeah,
that's something.
yeah, isn't
That's
that cool?
meaningful. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, it's the Two of Swords,
Right.
also,
Yep.
which is
Yeah.
and so it's it's being able to take that energy, the Two of Swords, it's like, okay, I don't want to make any choices. I just want to be blindfolded. But look, you have also here, which looks like to me, the Knight of Wands
Mm,
as well, energy.
right.
Yeah,
Well, and
he's
then there's the
charging up.
cross.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
This
e
guy.
the equinox is kind of
yeah, right,
his
exactly.
sign.
And then the swords are representing Gebo. See,
Right. Yeah,
yeah,
the X,
yeah,
reciprocity. I mean, that would really, the equinox must represent reciprocity in some way, right?
yeah,
Give and
right.
take.
Yes,
Yeah. Consideration of self and others,
that's right. Yes,
and what you can create from that harmonious alignment between yourself and others. It's like big thing.
exactly. And then
Yeah.
that creative flow of Venus thing kicks in, because
Mhm.
that's where the creativity is. And then the
Mhm.
octave of Venus is Neptune. That's
Mhm.
Venus 2.0. So you literally have then this creative aspect between the octaves of Venus and Neptune,
Mhm.
working with your imagination in context to connection with relationships, bringing something beautiful into the realm.
Yeah, beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful. So I think it's getting late for you there, Rodney, and I know you've had a busy time, so I want to let you get to sleep. But any final kind of thoughts or points that either of you want to make sure we touch before we set you
Yeah.
free?
Go ahead, Derek.
No, I'll let you go first. Nothing that came to mind, but yeah,
Well,
I did.
I think a lot of times during these shifts, when we're looking at major shifts and things that are taking place, you know, um, we we have to take an evaluation of of our lives and our mental state. And I think most people get too busy to evaluate their mental condition,
Yes.
and they don't take time to actually look at you know where their thoughts are going. Are they controlling their thoughts? Number one. Number two, are they taking responsibility for what they're thinking? And number three, what are they actually putting into action? And I think this particular time with the equinox, when we're looking at equal parts of light and dark, is a great time to find balance, to be able then to have a mental reflection. I would recommend for anyone to take a few hours during this period of time of the equinox when we're coming up to it. Take a half a day, take some time for yourself, and just shut everything down.
Yeah.
Close the doors, close the windows, turn the lights off, lay in the darkness, and observe. Listen to who you are. Listen to your thoughts. Don't engage in them. Just let them come up. Listen to them. See what you're keyed into.
Yeah.
It's a great meditative practice to do once in a while because you're just you. It's by yourself. There's nothing around.
Mhm.
There's no phone on. There's no computer on. There's no TV on. There's no, it's all shut down.
Yeah.
And the only thing that's on is you.
Yeah.
And
You
so
might be surprised to find out what's actually running in your mind.
exactly.
Yeah.
So then step into your observation aspect there and observe the thought forms that are coming up. It's a great practice to do. It really is it's a ritual practice actually that's been used for thousands of years.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's your Pisces energy. That's your isolation, and and really take an honest evaluation, and then that'll give you a cause point then, or a point of reference to how you can formulate a game plan to level up your mental health.
Yeah. I so concur with that as a recommendation. And I think we need to do it more frequently than on equinoxes for sure.
Yeah.
And
Can I mention something? Unless you
Yeah,
want to.
yeah. Go ahead.
But yeah, just to that before I lose my train of thought, and so much pun intended, because one of the things that I've done, in practice to, in those moments of solitude and just kind of wanting to, just clear my mind or just lay down and, let whatever thoughts wash over me and try to be, the objective observer as best I can. And one of the things that I found that is helpful is like, there's all these trains running through our mind and brain, right? These trains of thought. Can we just, sit back and chill at, on the bench at the K, whatever? What is it called again? The platform in English. And just, watch them go by, observe it, see what's going on in there, and, how many passengers, how many cars, or whatever, and just, all right, that's what it is, objective A to Z. What's on the next one? Oh, we got these transits going, correspondent, all this shit. So, just
yeah.
we can have
Yeah,
fun with it too, right?
your thoughts will betray you if you don't take control of them.
Ooh, like going back to Thoth.
Yeah, your thoughts, your betrayal. That is where we betray ourselves. And then when we act on those betrayal aspects and a core wound within the antagonistic core itself, then what happens is that we put all kinds of excuses, all kinds of stuff in front of it. Let's just mask it up, and then we're literally partaking in a mask ritual, which is what we just came out of in 2020.
Yeah.
And that's what they were doing. They were masking us up in context to a ritual so that we would not look at our own true magic mirror gate.
Yeah.
You got to look at your own true magic mirror. If you don't look at your own mirror, you're not and seeing that reflection. And I'm not talking about anyone else being your mirror. I'm talking about your mirror, you. You got to take a good look at what's reflecting back at you.
Yeah. And it seems especially important to look at the Mars Aries energy, the conflict, right?
Yes.
And how you handle conflict internally, how you're resolving conflicts internally and outwardly in relationships, and then how you're managing or thinking about the conflicts that are happening in the world, that may ramp up in different ways throughout the season. That seems super important. And with this, emphasis on how do you find the balance, how do you find your center and grounding and be in true reciprocity during this season.
We're literally talking about the science of grounding. I mean, there's a magnetic field to the earth that resonates with yours. And when we're cut off from that, we're not grounding, allowing that pulse, that grounding, magnetic field to hook up, then you get out of balance.
Yeah.
And so salt is a great grounder as well.
Mm-hmm. Take off your VR glasses, take off your shoes.
Shoes off, yep, right.
Go outside and watch the flowers that's blooming, right?
Yeah, or just go down to the river, man, and put your feet in the sand or in the dirt and listen to the water, man.
Yeah. And
It's
do your
alive. It's
meditations in
alive.
nature.
Yeah, it's alive. The water is
Yeah.
alive. It speaks. You just have to listen.
Yeah.
The trees speak. They have sound.
Mhm.
You just have to listen. They have a high level of intelligence.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
All right. Super cool. Very good convo.
Yeah, totally. And real quick,
Always visiting.
the Magic Mirror Gate, yeah, great segment you did with Seth the Exposa. You can check that out on Rodney's channel, Hardcore Productions. Or
Yeah, I've
Black
got
Earth Productions.
both of those up there with him. The
Yeah.
procession of the Magic Mirror Gate, and then the Secrets of the Higher Force.
Mm,
I was also there. So both of those are
Those are
really good
great.
segments.
totally.
Actually, when we did the Magic Mirror Gate, the first one, we were both kind of pulled back, like wow, because we were talking about some of the stuff that happened in 2020 in that,
Mm,
and one of the things that I said in that is that is that 2020 will be the year that everyone will have to either step into or deny the mirror.
I
Mm.
remember that.
Wow. Yeah. The big reflection.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well
so
said.
we were kind of prophetically looking at things. I mean, it's a very powerful segment.
Yeah. I'll check it out again.
And it's good because you're able then to gauge things that way. And man, some of the material that's out there, guys, with some of these teachers in schools, you need to be listening to that. You need to go back in and refresh your basics, your foundations. Don't deny your foundations. Get a refresher on those,
Who do you
because
recommend?
when you're having your refresher, when you're looking at those foundations, you're looking at some really good stuff. You know, and so go in and go back and listen to some of these older podcasts, and older teachings that have been going on. I mean, Jordan Maxwell has some amazing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Some of his stuff is just really, really great. And you're looking at some of these older occultists, that have really, really, good foundational material.
Manly P. Hall.
Exactly. So, we just have to go back and revisit some of this stuff from time to time.
Yeah, good idea. All right.
No
Well,
doubt.
Rodney.
The Cosmic Law of Alchemy,
Ethicus.
one.
Yeah.
And he has there's another one that is linked with that, and I think it's the 13 laws of alchemy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then getting into also found a good foundational video is the art of hyperdimensional warfare.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
so that's Seth the Exposa stuff on Black Earth Productionz with Z.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I recommend people to look at Mark Passio's basic
go back and look at some of the basic podcasts on natural law. Even the video that he did that kind of does an overview of the natural law itself.
Very good.
Yeah.
I think Logan actually did the music on that. So
yeah, and some of the
they were a documentary, right?
Yeah, it is a documentary, like 45 minutes. Yeah.
And then, or the 7-hour seminar presentation, which actually co-transcribed it in before AI and all that crap with another fellow.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Did it the hard way.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
I want to learn this shit though, but
there's a lot of really good stuff out there. You just have to go back and take the time to go back and refresh yourself a little bit.
Yeah, we keep on returning to these things because we see them with fresher eyes, and there's just so much more things that are revealed that speak profoundly to us on when we level up more and more. Right?
Oh,
Yeah, for
absolutely,
sure.
absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
it really is all about you know being making yourself a better human being, you know,
And an instrument
and
for truth, yo.
being the cause point of your own life.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
nothing like that type of freedom.
Yeah. And that is what will help us to step away out of that nexus point into the 9, into freedom.
Yeah, because we're breaking through. I mean,
Mhm.
it's like, okay, so it's like a while back I had this dream about the Ankh, right?
Mm.
So the Ankh, I was looking for the Ankh, and so I was in a Subway, and like a Subway restaurant, and there was this room in the basement, and so I went down in this room in the Subway, and there was the Ankh, and it was shining, right? And these motherfuckers came in this van, and they had this big huge bag, and they stole the Ankh in the Subway.
Whoa.
Damn.
That is an interesting dream. There's some symbolism there to work with.
Was it a foot long?
They stole the Ankh in the Subway, in the subrealms.
In the sub-realm of the subway.
Yeah.
And the secret tunnel underneath.
Right. And so then
Interesting.
I'm chasing them. I'm looking for it. I'm like, you better bring that Ankh back, man, right? So in the middle of that, I'm in a car and I'm chasing after these guys, right? And then who do I run into? Gordon Ramsay.
Whoa. Cooking up some.
And he's like, hey, man, he was smoking a cigarette at a red light, a green light, or stopped right there on the corner. He goes, hey, man, can I get in? So I said, yeah, man, get in, man. So he gets in, and now I'm chasing it with Gordon Ramsay. See?
He's looking for the true the recipe, the right recipe.
Right, and so I'm just like, it's like, what the fuck, right? Well, here I am now doing it. I'm chefing.
Right.
Yeah.
My dream is literally like coming full circle here.
That is so cool.
That's awesome.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, your bistro will be much better than the Subway. And maybe you should get an honorary Ankh for your wall.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's where it was taken. You got
Yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Rodney. Well, I think we should let you get into your own dream world for today.
Yeah, we're never good at goodbyes over here. So yeah.
I know. We could just talk.
Yeah, you're such an interesting human being. Such an honor every time to speak with you. We totally, respect your time that you offer to us, and try to just have other people listen in on this. And we're trying to get these out on other platforms and
Sure.
share with people online. And hey, anything that is relevant in a topic of conversation, like, oh, hey, here's something for you. But anyways.
Yeah. Thank you, Rodney.
Well, thanks for having me on. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. What you offer is very valuable.
Yeah, check out his services.
Yeah, check them out, man.
Your website again, my friend.
HardcoreProductions.com.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll have it in the link.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll soon have another one, BellaBistro.com.
Yeah.
BellaSoulBistro.com. That's my new project. So.
Bella Soul Bistro. I like that.
I was in the States, man. I'd be down to move over there and work with you. But, yeah.
Oh man, it's going to be a cool little place. I mean, if you want to like it on Facebook, we have a Facebook page up. So
I have already.
Yeah.
We'll leave a link for that for sure. Yeah. Good
it's going to be good. I'll be showcasing a lot of the dishes and stuff we're going to be doing there. A lot of shorts, doing a lot of social media with it. Doing a whole totally different concept of how to run a restaurant. Out of the box, querying energy.
Yes.
Excited to learn more about it as it comes.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Okay, guys. Much love.
Good night, and thank you everyone for listening. Much appreciated. Yeah.
Bon appetit.
Every 2,000 years, the constellations change shift. We are moving into the age of Aquarius. The sign of peace. Fill the book of life with knowledge of masters beyond the ages. The dawning of Aquarius phases. Dawning, I try. I try. Dawning of the age of Aquarius. Dawning of the age.
Looked at about 2 minutes of the parade and I had to look for the sick bucket. I mean to tell you honestly, pathetic. The sooner the government do away with this Paddy's Day mumbo jumbo, the better. Goodbye. Yeah, you got me into trouble.
Hey, Ma, I'm on TV.
Hey, where's that weather check?
This is some wicked Patty, huh?
Hey, have you seen Sully?
Get away from there. Hey, I need a pencil. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing is a total disregard for the things St. Patrick's Day stands for.
You sure look stupid in that green dress, Lise. That's funny. I don't feel stupid. Hey, everybody's wearing green. Oh, no. Happy St. Patrick's Day, loser! Ow! What are you looking at?
What are you looking at? The innocent words of a drunken child. Well, I'll tell you what we're looking at, young man. A town gone mad. A town whose very conscience was washed away in a tide of beer and green vomit.
I'm going down to Moe's for a couple of beers.
I'll come with you.
No!
Thank God you're here. We'd like to come in and drink, please.
We kicked down the back door, but then there was a metal door.
Yeah, all right. Listen up. This is the busiest drinking day of the year. Where are the designated drivers? Beat it. I got no room for cheapskates.
All this drinking, violence, destruction of property. Are these the things we think of when we think of the Irish?
Et voila. I hope y'all got some value out of that. And yeah, if you didn't notice, I ended the... I have a sense of humor, you know, and that's part of that edutainment, you know. It is what it is. And that's where the KRS-One. Hope y'all are having fun. I got a little music. Anything I wanted to say about that? I mean, yeah, Rodney is an incredible human being, you know. We've spoken with him for, like 7 hours. So, yeah, he's kind of like a normal fixture throughout the seasonal changes throughout the year. And yeah, it's really great. We had him on just like 2 months ago. And that one's really good. And like, if y'all followed this for at least like 10 minutes, you know, it's not just about astrology. It's really about, you know, that inner working within yourself, really understanding and doing the alchemical processes of, you know, it's like a daily fucking operation type of shit, you know? And, yeah, we mentioned Cedric Esposa a couple times. Got a video on deck in like 10 minutes. I'm going to throw in a little music after, you know, I mentioned some things real quick. But, yeah, Leslie and I have both done his initiation program where he kind of goes over not just our charts, but, you know, a lot more aspects, yeah, just about ourselves and what, you know, his, you know, mystery school is about, I guess, you know, the blue flame healing arts and occult sciences, you know, and yeah, foundational teachings go into cosmic law, natural law, and these things, you know, and yeah, really understanding all the planetary bodies within us, as above, so below, that true, you know, understanding of the principle of correspondence, you know. I am not good at planetary high magic, and I'm not going to throw these words out like a fucking buzzword, you know, but he speaks about these things, and there's just things that just resonate and just like draw me towards wanting to obviously learn more before, you know, you do certain practices and rituals. And rituals can have a bad stigma of a name to it, right? Or definition or interpretation. Because, yeah, there's like satanic dark rituals and blah fucking blah. But What about just taking it back to holding your life as sacred? Like, is your life a ritual in and of itself, in a sense? And how are you carrying yourself day in, day out, type of thing? Your interactions with the elements in this world and the people around it and the other life forms and all that stuff. How are we really just in good relations with that and having that proper mirror reflection to reality? You know, like what Rodney was talking about. That's a great segment. The Black Mirror Gate with Sethicus. That was around like 2020. Yeah, so voila. I'm going to continue talking a little bit while I try not to distract myself looking for the next video. Something about the next video. What is the something about the next video? Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. So this brother, Ka Zodiac, K-A Zodiac with a K at the end, and Ty Phoenix. And recently I did a cool remix from one of her tracks called Sleepwoke. And I shuffled in like at least 3-4 different instrumentals over. It was like a Mobb Deep beat. And I'm more like that, you know, old school boom bap, 90s type of shit. The like 2000s and all that stuff. Like, I don't know, lost resonance, I guess. Even though like the lyrics can be on point sometimes, but whatever, you know, I'm not gonna. So let's play this song real quick and I'll be back after. Because this one goes into astrology and oh man, just like it. Enough said.
Zodiac and Ty Phoenix representing polarity iller than ever before. Polarity, that's the universal law.
You know Phoenix set it off right. Haters mad they can't copy the archetype. Awesome light that's glowing out my avatar. MCs rather spark, get sabotage. Our destiny was written in the ethers. That's why we make shit look seamless. Gotta resurrect the people when they fall behind. Cancerian leader, I'm a cardinal sign. Two sides to the laws of attraction. There's an equal and an opposite reaction. We represent all signs, no slacking. From Leo love to Aquarius detachment. Top renegades, lyrical assassins. Y'all not made of the same type fabric. We here to ascend. God in human skin. In the game of life, baby, all we do is win.
Bullseye till I Scorpio, I'ma shoot again. Word killer, that's Gemini, getting the eighth verbal. Edibles that can get him high with a taste. We all satisfied, we really just getting by on the plate. Wow, that's a planet without an end. Getting my infinite plane, I spin around it again. Liquid fire is spilling out of my pen. We overturning this ending how it begins. Handcrafted Ouroboros, leather boots on the ground grass. Always feel audible meals, this made it sound grass. I drift off like the smoke from the barrel of shack. The principal with such class, I balance the staff. Too late to sip a rewind from the hourglass. I calculated each step even without math. Screw the lightning bolts in the sky. I rush the clouds crash. Thought wheels spin in the sky even without sun. Sun,
dark,
light,
dark,
high,
low,
day,
night,
sun,
left, right, flow,
as above,
so below. We on a mission to slay the enemy totally. Bars is deadly, weaponized poetry. I'm held up in high esteem with respect. Swords the pinnacles of every queen in the deck. What? You ain't never seen God in the flesh? Can't duplicate the qualities that we possess. We gon' make them all bow down and confess. You in 3D, we playing 5D chess.
You know the league's best, don't you see the finesse? The plan is planning everything, no needing to guess. We just kicking the door in, we don't need a request. Uranus, the one-man SWAT team, kaboomy rank. Spun the block, got it made, swiping all your clocks clean. It's our time, speaking crystals in the watch screen. The stars line, they admitted we the top team. We manifested every vision, these are not dreams.
Beams from the sun shine like a Leo. Aquarius, the opposite, that's the people. Capricorns on the rise straight through the ceiling. All my Cancer crabs in touch with their feelings.
Every season from the top when you elevate. And Libra keep the scales on me like I'm selling weight. Bid hip to the stars. stars, now that's a starship. Back-to-back hits, I ain't never seen the arms miss.
Go to war like an Aries if you bring beef, or like a Libra, we can negotiate peace.
For my Sag archers, Gemini thinkers, Leo on the stage, Aquarian change bringers.
Gemini, that's the twins, yeah, cause it's two. Sag hopping on flights, then schooling you.
This for Scorpios, killing them with my Taurus bulls. Virgos working they shift, Piscean orbital. Sun,
dark,
light,
dark,
high,
low,
day,
night,
sun,
left, right, flow,
as above,
so below, as above, so below, so below.
This polarity the whole day. Ain't no fall without spring. For every head there's a tail. Keep on balancing the scale. World order. Ty Phoenix. Kai Zodiac.
Damn, huh? What you say again? I'm held high up steam with respect. Swords to pentacles, I'm every queen in the deck. Y'all want to see what's on the scene with respect? What's good, y'all? Dude, hearing that shit over beats and rhymes, like, man, holy smokes, man. This is fucking magic, right? Sword, element, right? Wind, intellect. Fire, staff, creativity. Pentacles, earth. Value, possessions. And cups, what's up? Water, element, emotion. Is that E in motion? Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I love them cats. Ka Zodiac, right? Check out his channel under that name on YouTube. He's doing cool live streams and that shit. He's doing marathons, yo. I'm doing one for the first time. I'm adding a lot of different stuff. I don't know how he structures the format. I haven't been able to tune in at whatever hour. I think he's on the East Coast, originally from New Jersey, I want to say. I've mixed in a good amount of his tracks. Most notably, I busted out the gate with his track, Use My Mind, off that One Time for the Mind mix. And yeah, I'm up to like at least 10 mixes where I've sprinkled in some of his tracks. And yeah, dope fucking brother. And Ty Phoenix, equally so. And she doesn't have as much music, and I haven't known her for that long, but I still got like at least like 7 of her tracks up in some mixes. So that's tight. And they've done not just this song together, but like 2 others. And yeah, a couple those other 2 are in other mixes. And see, here's the thing. There's a lot of great music out like these songs. And when they cover such a wide variety of all this stuff, for me, it's hard to just, and it's like, I'm not trying to be hung up on themes or, labels. Like, you see my mixes and they're like a title of something, right? And for me, when these songs, just cover a whole wide spectrum of shit, I don't know how to like put a title under songs that just talk about, like, should I just have a mix titled like All Killer No Filler type of, like, or just like, and I do have a mix actually. I'm working around these things and not trying to make it a big deal, and just have a title like, yeah, like Science of Life type of shit or whatever, just not trying to be cliche about it or, but anyways, so yeah, Ka Zodiac, he used to go by Khalik Scientific, I think. Khalik Scientific. Anyways, this dude is so unique and terrific. And check out his music. Check out his website. website. Does he have a website? I meant to say YouTube channel at least. Yeah, he's well deep into astrological gnosis as well, which is really cool. But yeah, Ty Phoenix definitely got that natty law, yo. Holy shit. And she spits that in like the majority of the songs that I've heard her in, you know, so that's what's up. Much respects to her. You can check her YouTube channel out. Jeez, I'm going to spell this out real quick so folks understand how it's spelled. There we go. And I'm going to look for the next track. So, yeah, going back, like I'm trying to place this whole live stream in order. You know, we went over the Equinox and St. Patty's and all that. But yeah, like, y'all catch the title? Because, you know, folks like St. Patrick really put the sham in Sham-Rock. You know, he's not someone to be fucking celebrated. I'm sorry if that made you spit your beer out right now or whatever, but if you're just tuning in and didn't hear the news on that or weren't up to speed, yeah, I ain't trying to bust no one's balls about this at all, you know? So, yeah, especially when... No, I'm just kidding. I know bare knuckle boxing is a sport in the UK, so yeah, I haven't fucked around with that, so I don't want to find out, you know, so shit. But I was in Ireland literally last summer, briefly in Dublin, and actually it was so cool. Theo, you still with me, brother? Mario West is pretty good friends with a great Irishman, Thomas Sheridan. And quite the mage as well. Where's this guy? And Maria, I was like, "Yo, Maria, I'm up in Ireland," you know, kind of joking with her, like, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool to, you know, if I could meet up with, you know anyone over here? What about Tomas?" And she's like, "Yeah, sure, why not? I'll hit him up and see." And it kind of worked out a little bit. Oh yeah, it's here. Okay. But I was only there I had a plane transfer that got l'escale. Jeez, ah putain, mais c'est le français qui me saoule. Language barriers, but you had a layover, right? I had a layover, you know, from SFO, San Francisco, to Dublin, and then hopping on from Dublin to Paris. Although plane got canceled in Dublin, another plane got canceled, and yada yada. I ended up staying at a hotel. I had a great time and ended up speaking with some really cool gentlemen from Ireland. Dude, where the fuck is this shit? Oh yeah, here we go. So I'm looking for a file, the next one to play. Don't want me. I won't. All right. So, sorry, it's probably hard to follow me. But, putain, on est où là? Oh yeah, okay. What I wanted to get in that, it's like a long intro to the song or this music mix I made for the Freedom Under Natural Law. Dude, what the fuck? This is unbelievable. Okay, fuck it. All right, you know what? I don't know why I can't find this shit. I'm using the Restream, by the way. It's not quite the best. Putain, oui, c'est là, mon ami. Click add file now. Oh yeah, that's why. All right. I gotta exit this out. So how y'all doing today? Even if you're enjoying the time out at the bars or whatever, you know, like news like this shouldn't, you know, impede someone's intentions to go out and celebrate something, but it should just be something to keep in mind with these things and not get your energy loosed out and just caught up in the fray. And you see how, you know, folks be acting out all drunk and shit in public and yada yada. So yeah, it's not a good look. Any of the place I'm trying to get caught up in, and believe me, I've worked in bars for like 10 fucking years, mostly in France, and it's pretty more calm I would say even domesticated. That's cool. Yeah, Theo, you knew this brother, man. Yeah, Thomas Sheridan. Check him out. Beyond Room 313, I want to say. All right. Can I get this guy, please, man? Shit. If not, I'm just going to cut to the next one. All right. My bad, y'all. Yeah, fuck it. All right. So this next, I'll play more music to make up for it later. So, yeah, as I mentioned in the podcast, we're going deeper into some of these things regarding Maldek, just these ancient traditions, the Tuwa. The title of this video is Ancient Druids and the Tuwa. That's spelled Twa. And it's hosted by, I forget this woman's name. I've never heard of her before, since before hearing this. But anyways, thanks for sticking with me, y'all. And I would like to know on the playback if my mic volume is different, if it's like too loud or too soft compared to like the music and other videos that I'm playing in between. Just so, yeah, because I don't have anyone helping me out. This is all kind of one-man show, freestyling that shit. But yeah, anyways. On to the next video, and this one lasts for pretty much just like an hour, so yeah, enjoy. I'm sorry, I had a feeling this might happen. They're trying to block me out of my own shit, yo. What the hell? But just for that, I'm gonna make up for what we lost as far as what I was trying to shuffle through, because I found this guy, and maybe you guys have seen this before, maybe not. But this is just in spirit of the Celtic Druidic symbolism quite a bit. The trifecta, the Trinity, the Triskel. I forget the other name, but it's noted in this. And I've lived in a place in Brittany for over a year, and they rock those symbols really hard. Like this shit. It holds my this actually had anti-magnetism against people trying to swipe your credit card with some kind of sensor type thing. So yeah, check out this music. I made this between 3 countries, 3 states. Yeah, and it's the 3rd piece to this thrice great mix that I did for them good old freedom under natural law, folks. So enjoy that. Sorry for the little internet hiccup, whatever the fuck that was. Hope it don't happen again. Sometimes it just happens when I want to share another video, and but anyways, don't do it to me now.
Praises, science of life. Like I'm reaching for artistic expansion. Level-headed thoughts and actions come together for the mastermind plan to never undermine or underhanded. Over the top, I shake the hand of mankind until he fully understands it.
It's the way the world is today too. There seems to be no proper education for me and you. Schools can't provide me, just certainly not. Today, applied knowledge of self is all that we got. Cost self-defense against the system's attacks. That's the way I see life. This is the soundtrack. This is the soundtrack. This is the sound. This is the soundtrack. This is the soundtrack. Expect nothing.
Was I rise and hold the fire bold with wisdom, intellect to dialect to influence the system is the way that we can balance in this physical dimension. So we keeping it strong. For the future, keeping it strong. For the future, keeping it strong.
What I come here for cosmic battle, but I won that war. All about peace and my son about 4. No, I think of 2 or 3 about life so far. They say I might go far, but I wanna go into the innermost thoughts of the mind, where the heart come together, see a spark of divine. Apart from time, that's linear dimension. I'm a travel like a light man visitor. What's this? New vision for the fans? No, new vision for the fans.
Brother encodes the track with the same fire letters written in your blueprints. The geometries of your temple responding to the music. The channels of 22. Panda chambers with the twin saviors, a guardian of truth, honoring the emanations, realized incarnations, not theorized divinations, but revealed elevations, trinitized like we see, woman heart and a set, a witness to the mystic revelation that one gets.
See you at the clearing, third cipher from the sun, others can you hear me?
Sacrifice of a generous human being, no self-centered scheme, because the mind is the universe and the universe is the mind. Existing deep down inside is a dark crystal of time, found at the center of my imagination, my own sacred tabernacle, in which nothing can pass without my permission or logical decision, universal vision. You see, most of these so-called human beings have a date with doom or a date with destiny.
Magic up in my mixture, mastery of the scriptures, alchemy, wizard, and power, the gifted anatomy of the condition. A vigorous mind can supply the fabric of realities I designed. I'm the catalyst of mine.
I'm linking this to tape so the truth can escape due to large amounts of anger.
Yeah, and I can tell them that our music be the genre of the mind. Body, soul, and spirit, and the whole earth combined. Yes, divine.
The body is a temple, a drop of wisdom. As I follow by example, let it ripple on beat with the sample. Triple lock.
Dilated our thought. I recite.
I heard it in the symphony, 33-3 in synchronicity with the symmetry. From 0 to infinity, it started with none, and from one it becomes a trinity.
Question reality, and tell me what you see. Could it be? It's a 3, 3, 3.
Stop sitting there trying to make a spoon binge, stressing over and over again and again. Neo, get a grip, you in the matrix. Make 777 out of 666.
Riding a chariot, guided by 7 lions. It's 7, the number of the liberal arts on science. The liberal arts on science. The liberal arts on science.
The philosopher's stone is inside the soul. Internal alchemy, power to turn, let it go. You already know the holy science.
Symmetry, it's all within me. Sacred like an iron or shade tree. I finally touched upon purity. So I stand in victory. Only me, eternal symmetry.
This is open source soul symmetry, designed to activate the flow within we. This is open source soul symmetry, aligned to magnify the flow of divinity.
It's easy for me, you see. I ain't the 1 or the 2, I'm the 3, and 3. It's the magic number.
Read the hard ways, words of wisdom.
Truth, love, and simplicity. Connect with it. The 3 pieces puzzle.
Understand, understand, overstand.
Trinity, threefold. Mind, body, and spirit, the Holy Trinity. Let go of animosity and hold on to unity. Yo, peace, love, and unity. This one's for community.
Damn, will we ever awaken your mind?
Come and take the time. Come and take the time. Come and take the time. Into the mind of the deaf, blind, dumb. But when you get it done, check out my flow. We positive about how we do it, that's no joke.
With this process of intake and knowledge, apply it then, attain and understand. So he continues with this process of intake and knowledge, apply it then, attain and understanding the three basic principles of any decent planning.
The trinity of thought, form and energy. The universe is pure joy. Relax and let it be.
Pose for your perfection, it rose. An old question like, what are we really here for? I froze for a whole second and said, it's probably to go through these soul lessons I'm fed. Can't believe I completed this whole section. I'm exceptionally read. You can hear the whole session. That's essentially what I said. It's hermetically in my head. I'm waking up all the dead with energy that I've led. If anything, I've led by example, if not instead.
Reaping the harvest of followers, strengthening our independent cause. Indicating creative ideas for the mythical heart. Watching negativity rot, overcome the bodyguard tripod.
Standing at the base of a triangle, dealing out square bids as things come full circle. No restrictions of physical binds. I leave unpredictable rhymes to open up the complex core of your confines. That's your mind, boy.
The Almighty Spirit speaks through me. The Supreme Architect made me a vessel for the divine truth. The essence of timeless wisdom, pure and absolute. Now I must return to the physical plane. My earthly mission to reveal the knowledge I've obtained.
A monumental attraction. I hit a lot of jewels. You gotta excavate what I said to find a lot of clues. It's mathematical magic.
The Gnostic scroll, alchemic, get metal and turn it to gold. Behold, elixir of life all in my bones. Philosopher's stone, carving my testament. Excalibur, penmanship, Paracelsius measurements, emeralds form. From high pressure that I'm weathering, third degree. Infinite mystery school membership initiated by ancient second century language.
Deform the soul to a positive self. Deform the soul to a positive self. Deform the soul to a positive self. Dance to this fix and flex every muscle straight.
Each one teach one, we got to pass it on. Keep doing the knowledge, building and adding on. With faith in the assumption that nobody knows everything, but everybody knows something.
33 degrees, intentions, illumination. It's time we move from out the darkness into light. How long till we uplift? How long till we unite?
Activate your internal trinity. That eternal symmetry. Took me a minute to think of that one, huh? No. Theo, you cracked me up, yo. Yeah. Yeah, I boiled down a lot of snippets into. I was only allotted like 20 minutes for that set in where my Natty Law folks. Yeah, you can find all that good stuff right here. Check it out. That happened June last year, and it was just an online conference. There's some heavy hitter, big names up in there. I wouldn't say big names, but some folks you might have heard of before, as well as a bunch of friends, as well as a good handful that I've met in person. So, anyways, yeah, Leslie Powers, Chris Jansen, California folks, man. I've stayed at the place, like 4 or 5 times now. I was in between Oregon and the Bay Area from large amount of 2022 and 2023, half of that. Yeah. So anyways, and I met up with Brandon Spencer. Much love to that cat. I stayed with Mari West for a little bit. Much love to her. She was really, she's got that, elder, super wise, medicine woman vibe, and just like solid mentor, and with not taking no shit type of stuff, which is great, but has a really compassionate side. And I was going through some tough times, and she helped me out more than she probably knows. But yeah. So there was this other video we're gonna play, right? Thanks for sticking in there with me, y'all. Yeah, this one is, again, it's called Ancient Druids and the Tuatha. We're gonna get into more, just and yeah, y'all got to look these things up for yourself in regards to like St. Patrick and like who killed the Druids and this and that, and like was St. Patrick real or a phony, or what's up with the misinformational baloney. But yeah, I for one am not trying to like just dance over the truth like I fucking know it all. I've been humbled many times on this path, as well as just took the stepwise progression of trying to understand things before I fucking talk about them, speak upon these things, right? And just, hey, Bootsy Greenwood, he had a great thing of, hey man, I don't write checks I can't cash, or something like that. And it just makes sense. Like, like it's kind of like put your money where your mouth is. And if you're spiritually broke, yeah, watch what you say in regards to that, realm of information. So anyways, gonna wait a second for this video to load. How y'all doing out there? It's Sunday. We got at least one river that's known for dyeing the water the color green in respects to St. Patty's and all this, like, and maybe it could be, some non-toxic stuff, but still, like, how does that disrupt that, local aquatic ecosystem environment down there, And this is like the water people swim in and, like, take from, water source to drink or filter and all this stuff. Like, what are we doing, y'all? We're throwing all these fucking celebratory things for fucking what, finally, and, like, y'all understand, like, you could throw this out for like almost any major holiday, especially of the, like the Hallmark holiday side of it. And it's really just, the capitalistic aspects of it, of people trying to cash out as much as they fucking can for, a single day or event, through these seasonal things every year, right? So yeah, go get your green hats at the dollar store or whatever. Like, who cares, right? But it's just like, it's like all this like plastic for fucking what, and it goes into the trash and all this stuff. And yeah, I wouldn't make a big deal about it if, the petrochemical industry didn't take over a century ago, and mosquito, and, put their foot down on, how the supply chain is going to go through them instead of, other healthy, non-toxic prima materia, if you will. Kind of like hemp plastics and all these things that can be made like cellophane through, vegetable oil and all this stuff instead of like fucking petroleum fucking bullshit. Anyways, we are going to go live and direct for the, yeah. Again, it is called, what's it called again? Ancient Druids and the Tuatha. And I mentioned that in real quick with the chat with Rodney Goodwin and Leslie Powers, Dissolve the Divide. And yeah, I didn't really go deep into it. And this one will a little bit more. But you can look it up. Like, type in TWA, tribe, or Ireland, or something like that. And you're going to come across a good amount of stuff. And apparently they were, African descent that migrated to Ireland, some of the first people there apparently, and they were following more or less like the druidic paganistic traditions that are more in line with natural law and animism and yada yada. But they were part of the whole genocide campaigns brought on by the Catholic Church in leaders of the pack like fucking St. Patrick's and all that shit. So, anyways, encrypting the grid works of Maldek, as we mentioned in the other one. So this is going down right now. It's a podcast. You can actually watch it on Black Earth Productionz as well. I'm just borrowing this for tis the season, right? We're talking about. And we're trying to bring back the true fucking Emerald Order, not the Emerald Tablets of Thoth that he stole knowledge from the Emerald Order and betrayed us all. So yeah, check a comment real quick. Yeah, yo. I'm down to, create a hempire and shit like that. And I knew a cat out in Australia trying to do that. He was creating his hemployment. Real talk. Ex-boyfriend of my ex-girlfriend, actually. But much respect, so. I had a great time out there. So anyways. On to the show. Yes. Oh, is this guy again? What the hell? No, just kidding. I might have to skip playing this one. I'm hella sorry, y'all. But, god damn, yo. It's a real shame, man. So...
You can never run off the house if they don't come off. We got the cake that you're trying to get a crumb off. The Irish styling, the Celtic jazz. No one has it, just us stacks it. If you try to take it, I got a big shillelagh. I don't have dreads cause I shave my head daily. You go just like around, homeboy, you get morning to you.
That's all I wanted to hear.
Top of the morning to you. Greetings.
How you doing? So yeah, that's a fucking shame. God damn it. That kind of fucks up the flow of how I wanted to roll with all this shit, man. God damn. Putain. Yeah, I'll drop a link for this shit. It's, and that's weird. Theo, I don't know why YouTube isn't allowing you to share links. Oh yeah, I think it's. My channel is restricted, by the way. Fuck. This could be why as well. God damn. As far as like how long I could run a live stream for, I guess, I don't know. But other stuff like, even in my video descriptions of regular videos I would upload, I can no longer add links to anything. And they might have taken that, wiped that off of, or made that unavailable for previous, like all my work on my channel. I have no fucking clue. But yeah, that's fucking whack as fuck. And it's whack that this video isn't playing. It's only 200 megabytes. But damn, you know, I had this whole slideshow I wanted to play afterwards. Yo, Theo, you still with me? We're gonna get some, yeah, yo. Ooh, snap save, huh? We're gonna get into a little bit more Natty Law. Another beautiful artistic twist from another great creator that I met in France. Goes by Dorian Greens, and she's in the One Great Work Network as well. So yeah, she's got some wonderful stuff. We had a yeah, that was awesome. Hey, I'm sorry if I left my mic on during that. If y'all caught any background noise on my part, my bad, y'all. Yeah, Dorian Green's wonderful woman. She's multitude of talent, and yeah, studying that natty law. It's fucking awesome. So I gotta remove this before I show this. So let's get back to the basics on what I'm bringing up. So yeah, we covered the Equinox with Rodney Goodwin. Not as much as we could have, but you know, there's other sources. You know, this is just things to whet your appetite, things to keep in mind. And it's not like the biggest fucking event of the year type of thing, but you know, it's just keeping folks on track with, you know, where we're at. You know, check the time, you know. And it is always one time for the mind as far as like first hermetic principles and shit. So we are at the the bonus segment about the Toa via Black Earth Productionz. It's not working for me, so I'm hitting up this other music intermission. I'm hitting this slideshow right now. Got another music mix I wanted to share, and geez, I got caught up on all this stuff. I thought I was gonna have more time to make a couple edits because the religious unholy mix, hip-hop mix that's like 2.5 hours long, I live streamed that 2 days ago. It was taken unavailable on YouTube like literally like within an hour after I got off the live stream, and I was on there for like 3.5 fucking hours chatting with the all great folks, but so I read this in the beginning. Take your time to check this out. On to the next. So yeah, astrology. This is the year of the wood dragon. So I'm not here to teach you all about these things. Rodney, check him out. Hardcore Productionz on YouTube. And our show Dissolving the Divide. Great segment, this one. He was pretty on fire with that. So yeah, understand all the signs are within us. They're just prominent in certain areas of our life and persona, our psyche, and all these things, right? Every day. But yeah, that's kind of what religion is supposed to do. It's like a stand down psyop to make people just passive and believe in certain saviors and false figures of authority and all this stuff. And here we are. Thanks a lot, guys. It's not all their fault, but So going back to all this dogma and all this stuff, we see this translated today in the modern day witch burnings, Salem witch trials or whatever, right? And what was that based off of? A bunch of fucking bullshit, right? And it's funny how they invert and pervert, ancient knowledge and try to say like, oh, like astrology is the work of the devil, and that's bullshit. So yeah, the meme on the right is kind of funny. It's like poking fun a little bit at some of the new agey notions of astrology because, yeah, we got to understand and really aim directly towards what astrology really is all about. As within, as without. And Rodney goes deep and correct and direct with these things, which is why we've had him on so many times. So, people, you see names all the time and like people chatting on Facebook and stuff. And that's not to negate that there are some, realistic aspects to, the retrogrades and all that. But, you almost interpret some people as if like they're scared to leave their house if it's fucking Mercury retrograde or some shit like that. It's like really? Like, is that how you're going to operate as a multidimensional being? You're so powerful, yo. Why are you holding yourself back? But yeah, these planetary bodies are pretty ginormous and stuff, but do we understand that within ourselves and work with them? So, yeah. It's such a funny meme. All right, so I'm going to go from the right to the... Because, going to these witch trials and stuff like that, you have women practicing just things of just more ancient, pagan, animistic, or animism, I hope I didn't get that wrong, traditions, burnt at the stake because people didn't understand or it went against, certain doctrines or ways of understanding how this reality works through religious tinted glasses and all that. But yeah, Tala Linden, she drew this. It's not a meme. It's an actual, just a photo. Or a drawing, rather, painting. Real talented artist, wonderful human being. We had her on Dissolve the Divide as well. And yeah, I think she threw in a good amount of symbolism with this one in regards to, yeah, some of these Celtic symbols and the runes on the bottom. I don't know what that spells out because I'm not really fluent in that, but we'll be getting there. Work in progress stuff, shit. Just like mastering the tarot more and all that stuff, right? But yeah, in the middle, salute to all the queens out there. And yeah, I was with one, went by the name Raven, and yeah, I always snap up some of them photos that I see across internet land, you know, that got them ravens up in there, and yeah, they're quite symbolic, especially in regards to Odin, the true thrice great. And with the symbology, with, you know, these trees of life and all this stuff, it's really interesting, and just like seeing how these things correspond to ourselves. Can we see the mind as a tree in a sense, and where it's rooted? You know, what thoughts and nourishment is being processed through the trunk, and then out to the branches and all that, and it's creating leaves. So, you know, kind of like going along the lines of we reap what we sow. So what kinds of thoughts are we sowing, you know, in the soil that this tree is, you know, growing on, in a sense, right? So, yeah, it's just interesting to consider all these things. And yeah, going back to the papacy with this. This is who people fucking, you know, worship, you know, fucking why, you know? And yeah, like as Rodney said, they're frontmen for things that are way fucking darker. These are fucking meat puppets. They're getting leashed out just as much as we are. And they're going to suffer a greater recourse as far as karma is concerned regarding the path they chose in this fucking incarnation. Oh, hey there. Who's that guy? This was in a cemetery in Paris, and yeah, it was a really beautiful. Some of the cemeteries are just like done up like awesome, you know, and it's like a city of not alive people. Trying to respect the deceased and all that, but I guess you can't zoom in, but I just wanted to point out and have that as a reminder to me to, you know, it's like the circle around the cross and how that's misinterpreted with the religious symbolism. And the circle and the cross is kind of also, and Jordan Maxwell talks about this as well. And yeah, Rodney mentioned him as someone to look up within the first hour of this live stream. Represents the 4 cardinal directions, or, you know, the 4 seasons as well. So yeah, things to consider. And yeah, when I was out in Paris, I was hanging out with my homie Architechnique. He's a cool MC in a group called La Rimetisse, and a killer collector of music. I met him through him listening to my music, and he was in France, and I was like, hey, let's meet up, and we fucking met up in Marseille. It was fucking awesome. He's on the computer on the bottom right, and in the middle, yeah, he's behind me, and on the right, that brother, that's Napoleon the Legend. And I feel bad that I haven't mixed enough of his music in my projects, because this guy's a great MC. He can rap in English and French, And yeah, I got to meet him for the first time at my brother's house, Nico Architechnique, and yeah, it was good times. I stayed at his place longer than I should have, but I was there last year for a good week, and yeah, it was just a great launch pad to get back into the French life and all that stuff. Oh man, that day we had dinner with Napoleon the Legend and went out with him and some other cats. We saw a dope ass like live reggae concert in an underground little thing venue underneath the restaurant. It was fucking tight, yo. So yeah, La vie est belle. So yeah, going back to some of this, Celtic, Nordic, traditional stuff. I love. This is a T-shirt I have actually. I took a picture of it on the bottom left. And yeah, just like evoking that beautiful, divine feminine essence through, yeah, the music and just. Because why would Bob Marley say that one thing about music is that when it hits you, you feel no pain type of thing? Because, I mean, you can, in a sense, measure it as far as like frequency is concerned and all that. But yeah, just that formless flowing energy. It's just like, I don't know, a beautiful sentiment to me regarding the divine feminine. I don't know. And yeah, just like, it's what comes to mind when I see that picture. And yeah, then we got them ravens, two of them, Hunan and Mugen, bien sûr, of course, with Odin, who looks like Gandalf, with Shadowfax, right? It's cool shit. Winter Wonderland, So yeah, this was the title cover I made for that last little mix y'all caught like half an hour ago. And yeah, there's 3 parts to it. I'm only showing one of them because it has all that Celtic symbolism in there. Yeah, check that out if you haven't already. A little more symbolism. The triqueta and the triskel. Word up to Chris Jansen, and he loves them trees, yo. Because that's what them warriors be about as well. Bam, look at that. There's your trifecta right there, too. For fuck's sake. Do I plug that shit in enough yet, or what? Alright, so the runes, yo. This is a really cool image. You could probably just look it up online. Pinterest is a great one to look up cool fucking photos, by the way. And on my link tree, there's a link for my Pinterest, and I have like 2,000 photos if you want to check those out. So yeah, I just love how they incorporate all the elements. They really consider as much as they can in regards to certain archetypes of energy and consciousness, especially going into the runes. And yeah, check out Black Earth Productionz, because Seth Esposa talks about this in length and to beyond just English language terms, especially. And that's important because, this is based off of a non-English tradition. So yeah, I got to step my grammar up on a lot of fronts, yo. And it's bad enough I speak French, right? No. Shit. This one's another one from Tala Linden. I love this shit. We got an Ankh. We got the circle dot. Nate Cap talks about that. We got some fucking crystals. We got the trifecta, a raven, and oh geez, I forget this guy's name. It's a Norse name I'm thinking about, but I mean, yeah, it's a dragon type of figure, but I was thinking about the Never Ending Story. What's his name? Valcor? something, the white dragon, right? So it's just interesting symbolism. So yeah, jeez. All right, last slide. The whole shebang, yo. All right. Much love to them Ravens and the real trees of life. Yggdrasil. Having a great conversation tomorrow. Jeez, with Benjamin Balderson. He's at. Oh fuck. Oh shit, I missed it. He has a show called Weaving Spiders, and that's on Saturdays. I totally forgot about that. But anyways, yeah, odinsalchemy.com. I think he has a website, or that's his YouTube channel. He speaks about Norse mythology as well, and we're having him on Dissolving the Divide tomorrow, which is going to be great. And we're going to be talking about the tree life, comparing that to the clip off, which is the inverted kind of like tree of death, if you will. That could piss people off, but whatever. It is what it is. And that's the Kabbalistic tree of death. It has missing sephira. It's not symmetric. It ain't the bee's knees, quote. That's what I like to call it. And what I rock within this emerald gem is the 12-point Cathara grid tree of life. And Yggdrasil is more reflective to the 9 worlds. So, it's mostly seen with 9 points. What the Kabbalah tree is 11 or 10, something like that. Whether or not people are including Da'at, right? Which is interesting in relation to Maldek and just like hidden knowledge and all these things. But speaking about Natty Law, we will do one more little video I had in mind, because I wanted to follow Dorian Green's video up with one of my own, that good old Hip Hop Hermetica, and just a fresh reminder for folks regarding at least the 7 Hermetic principles of natural law. And after this one, we'll try to see if that video works regarding the ancient druids and Tu'a. If not, I'm just going to come back on if the shit crashes again and say peace out to y'all. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to shoot away. So, yeah, sorry, I just had a little dip of energy. I'm so distracted on these things, and considering a lot going on with how I wanted to have this set up. My woman came by earlier, and it was really cool. Oh yeah, all right. I don't know if you were listening to the segment with Rodney Goodwin, Dissolving the Divide, earlier. He spoke about how he had to rid himself with like negative energy and this and that, and he mentioned that salts can work. And straight up, my girlfriend who was over earlier today told me that she took a bath with and like was rubbing herself down with just like some sea salt, because she felt kind of like zapped by some negative energy. And she said that after she did that, voila, it was all good. I was like, damn, girl, you go. That's what's up. I don't call her a girl, but she's older than me. But yeah, yeah, she's got some great conscious aspects to her. I got a lot of admiration for her, and how she carries herself and what she provides as a service to people. She does hypnotherapy, and you put the needles on the acupuncture. Jesus Christ. It's such a hard term for me to remember sometimes. I don't know. Even though I've known about it for years and years. Anyways, let's play some music, yo. Fuck this. Take this off first. Hey there.
Damn, will we ever awaken your mind?
Hip hop hermetically sealed, we supersede. Hip hop hermetically sealed, we supersede. Hip hop hermetically sealed, we supersede.
I make music to awake a new generation. As we send center stage to the process of creation. Find your own voice, choose not a life of imitation.
All it is the separate principles. Consciousness of balance and not rituals. Transcend the darkness to light dimensions. Manifesting the spiritual. All it is the separate principles. Consciousness of balance and not rituals. Transcend the darkness to light dimensions. Manifesting the spiritual.
So let me add some in, blend what my Autotron sent opposite tonight. I'm the key to the realm of eternal life, that's right. Follow me, lost ones, the sun's reliable. It's vital, did you follow my path, did it spiral? If you choose to come follow each step I guide you with, don't sleep or you'll miss my lessons of progressive consciousness, universal law of justice. Bust this, I speak with experience.
Understanding, understanding, and overstanding how mentalism empowers the individual. It's to grasp the laws of the mental universe.
Instrumental, could you find my mental? It's essential that you understand the lyrical potential. Yo, instrumental, could you find my mental? It's essential that you understand the ways of the world. Instrumental, could you find my mental? It's essential that you understand the lyrical potential. Yo, instrumental, could you find my mental? It's essential that you understand the ways of the world.
Right, it's about that time to get in the state of mind with beats and rhymes again.
One time for your mind, what?
Grasp them. What you think you know, collapse them. It goes deeper than you can fathom. Open your eyes and see the patterns.
Observe your place, observe your space, observe the time, observe the date. Now observe your state. Any state, the state of your kind, the state of the map, the state of your mind. Notice how these patterns of speech, they sort of stay in your mind. Subliminal signs and messages and weapons designed to keep you confined. Deaf, dumb, and blind, literally. Are your thoughts? Are your thoughts inside your mind?
Don't allow your mind to get inside the pit of pride as you try, watch the path for traps. Your soul is your guide, abide by the Most High. Move lies aside and gather back.
Look inside yourself, within and without. Be an outcast, cast yourself out, cast your lot above and below the supreme personality of Godhead.
As it is above, so it is below. I exist within the great universal mind, beyond man-made calculations of space and time. The revelation of a most sacred principle.
Let's have a conversation about the constellations, about sound and light and matter and vibrations.
Awaken the mind, lessen the density, breaking through time. Medicinal ritual, heading through rhythm, deliver the vision, is raising the vibe.
Vibrations transcend space and time. Pure at heart because I deal with the mind.
Reflection is truer than it seems, but so simple. Polarity, seldom advertised, but essential.
Overstanding the polarities of man, and this here world is like you gotta think X and not Y. And then if you believe Y, then thought X, you must deny everything in all dimensions I see as having value is a lesson. But I go and break the norm.
Opposites attract, polarized by the premonition. Yeah, welcome to the balancing act.
In here, music is life, and life is rhythm.
Are you listening? The music's all around us. Feel the movement, the ambience surrounds us. Just for the moment, allow yourself
rhythm. Heed the word and the bass drop given.
Motion makes the world go around. Kinetic, my activity. Statue is at liberty to grow. Energize the grid with the flow of truth to remove ignorance at the roots.
Spiritual frame, Nate, my destination, tell your wisdom. Vibes from the physical, beat the mechanism. Clicking like metronome, ticks and repetition. I listen to its melodic inventions. Replenish self-knowledge, hence balance. On to peace, realizing I kept the beat on path to rhythm.
Always search the soul for the rhythm.
Yeah, what you say, what you do, everything that you put out comes back to you. Hey, as above, so below. What you see in the skies, what you got in your soul. Hey, what you see, what you do, everything that you put out comes back to you. Hey, as above, so below. What you see in the skies, what you got in your soul.
Definite cause and effect, making an effort to make it all connect. Making an effort to make it all make sense. Make it easy to see the intent.
What goes around comes around then revolves. It's called karma, yes, the universal law.
Seen and unseen, I exist in between. Seen and unseen, I exist in between.
Causes and effects.
Can't carry a leader, I'm a cardinal sign. Two sides to the laws of attraction. There's an equal and an opposite reaction. We represent all signs, no slacking. From Leo love to Aquarius detachment.
The ratio of water in your body is an exact replication of the ratio of water to land on this planet. Our tears are the waters of the ocean. Our wombs are filled with this same water. This water forms crystals when spoken to softly. How are you speaking?
Shh. Let the grand wizard mother speak. My lyricals be making love, then they hug the beat.
What they gonna do when we get inside? What they gonna do when we synchronize? What they gonna do when we all realize that we're all in the space of the face of the fire?
Cause I'm looking in your eyes and I see my soul rise. Reflection of perfection and it's no surprise that we landed in this moment and together we sing. The beauty of my sister is the message I bring. Time to lift our voices, got to let it sing. Got no other choice, I'm the lettering. Time shines the light in your eyes and I see divine as it shines through you. Reminding me to take a deeper look within.
I'm held up in high esteem with respect. So it's the pinnacles of every queen in the deck.
It's magnetic, it's melodic, it's energetic, it's copacetic. More than one sister on the mic at a time. Time to open up your holographic mind and unwind to the science of a new time. To the science of a new time. To that, to that, to that. Stand in front of you. I'll take the force of the blow. Texture. You're a boy and I'm a girl, but you know you can lean on me.
The sun in the sky, the wind and the rain. The winds that change the dangerous games. The God and men bred of eternal flames. The power, the praise, bathed in light rays.
I am a perfecting man. I am a thankful man. Of peace, poetry, dream. I am a well-felt man.
I'm black, strong, intelligent man. You ain't steering me wrong. I got heart, skill, follow my calling, drop knowledge and build. They can't hold me back. They can't hold me back.
Am I the physical, the rhythmical, spiritual, the mystical, magical? Movement is circle, never 90 degrees of a square. Robot running a scare. Just to find that the zero's the ground. Coming to my temple, have a seat at the round. Feel the power.
I slice through your thoughts with words that cut you short. Your torch keep me burning, my world no longer dark. I spark with the best, but you, no contest. Conquest on your love, my mission accomplished. I feed you the knowledge your system digests. You feed me the knowledge my system digests. We make love in excess. We progress through thick and thin. X-ray vision like Superman. I see through the bullshit. That's why I like your style. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. But it would be cause we related, physically and mentally.
Eventually if it was meant to be.
But it would be cause we related, physically and mentally.
Till y'all can finally understand, it's all about man, woman, child, the holy trinity of earthbound symmetry.
Truth, love, and simplicity, honoring everyone's beauty and divinity, the trinity of thought, form and energy, the universe is pure joy, relax and let it be.
Trust, faith, caring, rapport, friendship, compassion, the universal law when your life rushes before.
These are the lessons of the mystic number 7 of the seas, of the seals, of the chakras and heavens.
The secrets are there if you care. Don't let it go. We're almost there. The secrets are there if you care.
It's all from within. It's all from within. It's all from within. And push it to the out. A transformation, manifestation. Release the stress. Do more with less. X marks the spot. Your good place is your chest.
Get ready for the quest. Open up your chest. You're blessed.
Causes in effect.
Get ready for the quest. Open up your chest. You're blessed. Yeah.
Causes in effect.
Put it together.
Nah, shout out to everybody in the lobby.
Like the bright coursing rays of light bathing the shell. Nectar, nature, the opposite of hell.
But I was strong when I was grown, and there's a universal law.
Spends his entire life manifesting knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, equality, universal truth, love, peace, harmony, the law of reciprocity. And he summarizes his message with this simple theology.
I walk the road of justice and morality.
Protected by universal law, still intact.
Written on these pages is the ageless wisdom of the sage. It's the sage, it's the sage, it's the sage.
Seems very pertinent to science today.
It's automatic, it's kinetic, it's poetic. Wait, what'd you say? I thought I heard you saying something like,
This is open source soul symmetry, designed to activate the flow within we. This is open source soul symmetry, aligned to magnify the flow of divinity. This is open source soul symmetry, designed to activate the flow within we.
I'm in the lab like a scientist, and I'm remixing like an alchemist.
When it comes to lyrics, I always find something to make brothers press the rewind button.
The hip-hop inviter. Cause you know we only came to elevate the mind. That's why I compose these verses. Lord of all worlds, my thoughts are now universes.
To overstand the karmatic laws. Now tell me what you saw.
Information, universal laws align. The true guidelines actually right or wrong in real time. Yeah.
Welcome, check it out.
Don't you understand, man? Universal law, universal law. Don't you understand? Can't slick talk on the day of judgment. Universal law.
So, when we perceive the ways of nature, we remove conflict within ourselves and discover a harmony of body and mind in accord with the flow of the universe.
Wasn't that cute? No. Yeah, Theo. Yeah, the timing, man. And even Mario West might say, like, hey, man, maybe you might have dodged a bullet or whatever type of thing. She told me that once or twice. And I took it as good advice. And or you could take it as a grain of rice. But I'm sure and I hope that some of this information will suffice. But I just got one question for you, man. You got that natty law? No. Right here, yo. Nicely, balanced between the two pillars of enlightenment and have the scales balanced out as well, holding the sword of truth. Understanding that it is a double-edged sword, knowing how to fucking wield it properly, understanding the correspondence of the elements of that regarding the wind element and intellect, and yada yada. And with the scales, you can look that back to as far as Mayat with the the good old, feather and heart, and how yours weighs up against the feather of Mayat, and how's that gonna be looking for you, when it's your time to, leave this earth plane, at least in the physical frame. Where's my, real quick. There she is. I'm glad you like that, Theo, but yeah. All right, so mosquitoes are coming already. It's like, what the hell? Those are like the only types of flying insects I really swat away and kill. Not like I'm some gentle fucking vegan or whatever, but it's like self-defense, I don't want these people these parasites sucking my blood. That's all. So back to our share ancient druids and the Tuatha, encrypting the gridworks of Maldek. I'm gonna give this another go, and hopefully it will work. I'm gonna try another technique. And again, I hope y'all are doing well out there. It's a lovely pre-spring Sunday, and I hope y'all are feeling the energies of, I don't know, just like more vitality, more eager to, be outside and enjoy the weather and look at all the beautiful foliage going on, and, check out, what's been growing over the past, couple of months, and like, wow, all these plants and trees and all that survived, that rough, vigorous winter. Y'all got some reverence for nature, right? Just living in that vibe, ain't that something? Yeah. So, cheers to that. You won't hear that from St. Pat, that motherfucker.
Radio in Southeast Anacostia, DC. Greetings, family. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everyone is well. You're here with me. I'm Patty Patton, and I'm the host of Truth to Power. And in order to find the truth, false must be removed. So we always speak truth to power. So this evening, I have another very, very special guest. I met this guy because of the profound things that he has posted on his page and on his YouTube page as well. I don't know if you guys are aware, but I'm very, very much into the esoteric of what's going on. I am a Sagittarius, and we kind of dig deep into philosophy, into things, and trying to, get to the context to understand many things. But this is about life and about, what holds us back from being who we truly, truly are. So my guest this evening is Sethikas Boza. He is a transformational psychologist, practitioner of the occult sciences, and a magician, a shaman, and founder of Black Earth Productionz, along with the Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science. Greetings, Seth. Are you there?
Hey, Patricia.
Peace.
Be talking to you on here.
Yes.
Finally.
After 5 years. Yes.
I gotta say something real quick. You are the first person to actually hit me up for an interview. And what's been developing since then, it's very, very interesting to be able to come full circle with you at the moment and get into everything we're about to.
Wow. Awesome. Well, I really appreciate you. And like I told you before, you are the first non-Black guest that I've had on my show. So we have some diversity going on right now. And it's all good, because as I told you before, the Black community, needs to have information that they may not be able to get, in mainstream. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just really happy that I was able to meet you, and, everything is in alignment with what we both want. You know what I'm saying? For our people, for ourselves, or for the ones that really want to be awake. So this evening, I basically and we're just going to start here. I basically started the show off with information about I was about to say the Jedi, the Druids, and the Twa, and I kind of want you to just start with a background of who you are and your lineage and your ancestry, so you can give the listeners a little background about you.
Absolutely. I can say that my connection to the ancient Irish is very, very strong in context to the shamanic tradition that I practice. Also with the Nordic tradition, which is what I'm tracking on more nowadays than I am in context to the ancient Irish. But it's very, very strong with me. And there are connections there to the Twa, the Black Irish, right?
Uh-huh.
And see, getting into that, how the world was in ancient times is not how it is today. With the landmass, continents of the earth itself, and in ancient times, all of the landmass of the earth was together.
Right.
One of the major things that I'm touching upon lately is the ancient wisdom councils that are meant to come together again. Okay. And there's many people in your community that I have high respect for. Dr. Phil Valentine is one of them.
Right.
And a lot of the other metaphysical practitioners and teachers that have absolutely confirmed a lot of things I've looked into. And there were cataclysms that took place over 560 million years ago. That's how far I've been able to trace it. Not just my blood code lineage, but my cosmic lineage as well.
Mm-hmm.
And when these cataclysms happened, this is when the pole shift took place. This is when the Great Flood took place. This is when the splitting apart of Pangea took place, and then the Ice Age.
Okay.
And then at this time in history, this is when everything was fucking lost. And since then, we've been working with fragments of consciousness. Now, It's important to recognize that everything in the universe is energy, vibration, frequency, and consciousness.
Okay.
And there are dormant codes there within the true core essence of who we are that are starting to awaken again. And this is why there's a lot of angst. That's why it seems like things are still imploding, because people don't have the viable, proper knowledge that they need to be able to make that connection back to their true roots. So the blood codes, but also on a cosmic level, okay?
Okay, wait. Let me stop you right there because I know my listeners are like, woo. All right, everyone. My guest this evening is Sethika Boza. He is a teacher and a practitioner of occult sciences. And we're speaking this evening. Well, we kind of started off with the Druids and the Twa, because the Twa was a African group that lived in Ireland. Now, let me ask you this: is it that they I know they lived in Ireland before the Christians got there, but they lived along with the Druids, and they actually taught the Druids a lot of their magic. Is that true?
What I was getting into about the wisdom councils, every race and tribe had this knowledge.
Okay, so okay.
Listen, everything I actually practice, everything goes back to animism.
Can you spell that for me? Can you spell that for me right quick?
It's animism. Animism goes back to the ancient tradition of all races and cultures. Before the institutions of religion and the systems of domination and control set themselves in place in our reality field when the cataclysms took place, along with the invasion of fallen angels and all this crazy shit, right?
Right.
And it's important to recognize that this is a fact. This has actually happened. But the way that it works is through the blood. It's through the bloodlines. And in context to slavery, let's just go there. Every race and culture on the face of the earth has been enslaved by individuals that have set themselves in place to be in the positions of domination and control, even our people. And one of the biggest factors I think that all of us across the world are dealing with is this victim mentality that is no longer going to serve us for where things are going. Because in this interview right now, there's a potential bridge that could be built.
Mm-hmm.
And going further into the tradition of my ancestors in context to the Nordics, Odin abhors racism. And this is something that I think a lot of white people have forgotten. See, my people don't even know what the fuck their roots are. They are insane to think that, whatever worldview they have, that they're going to know who the fuck they are otherwise. And this is the same with every race and culture all across the world. Because again, at one time, we all sat at a round table. The ancient shamans, the ancient druids, along with the Viti and the Volva, and then other cultures as well, were at that table. And see, this is what I've been essentially sanctioned to the Twa. That's a very interesting thing to get into.
Yeah, it is, because what I found is that the Twa were the ones that wore the headdresses, the uraeuses that had the cobra on it. And I got into this whole thing about St. Patrick and basically killed Druids and the Twa in Ireland for the sake of Christianity in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah, let's talk about Christianity for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, the Druids were first oppressed by the Emperor Tiberius Claudius Nero in Gaul by orders given to the Roman legion. And further, the Druids were eventually almost completely wiped out with the insurgents and the Inquisition of St. Patrick. So any Irish person out there that celebrates St. Patrick's Day, you're a fucking idiot.
Right, because they don't know the context of it.
Right. And as far as I'm concerned, St. Patrick was a Vatican assassin. And he was the one that drove the quote-unquote snakes out of Ireland. These were the serpents of wisdom, the Druids, and every race and tribe. Again, going back to the wisdom councils, we all had knowledge of the secrets of the universe. And as far as I'm concerned, people want to argue this shit, which race was first and all that. We all have always existed. All of us. All of humanity comes from the Great North. Now, this is a lot to get into in context to the cataclysms, because when the pole shift took place, the polar ice caps then froze. And the true gateway into this reality field was sealed the fuck off. And for the last 28,000 years, all of humanity has been caught within the fifth cycle. going back to the history about Atlantis and Lemuria and all of that, Egypt. But see, there was existence and humanity even before that. There's been many cataclysms that have taken place, and there's a lot of overlay and context to trauma-based mind control. The thing with the Dark Ones is this is one of their axioms. Cut a man off from his roots and you will have a slave.
Right, because, like you and I were speaking the other day, and I was telling you, how, people of other cultures can go back, they know what their last name is, they know they know what that is. But as far as Africans that were enslaved in America over here, there's 55 countries in Africa. And out of those countries, the ones that are over here, like Ethiopians think I'm Ethiopian. You know what I mean? Like, we had to make our way out of nowhere, but still of the Akasha records.
And in context to the slave trade, they were given the name of their slave owner.
Right, basically. And, I was thinking the other day, I was like, these missionaries went around the world and told people about Christianity. What was wrong with whatever traditional spirituality that they were practicing before they got here, were taken away? Why did it have to be such a concerted effort to convert to one thing?
Right. Christianity was the insurgence of savior programming, the religion of domination, keeping people in that victim mentality. And I don't negate that. I have respect for all races and cultures because I know for a fact that every race and culture has been enslaved to these insane motherfuckers.
Right.
And the dark priest.
Are you there, Seth? We're going to take a quick break. Quick break. We have a little bit of technical difficulties. But you're tuned into Truth to Power on WeArt Radio. This is Patty Patton, and my guest this evening is Sethicus Boza. So let's fix this issue. We'll be right back. This evening, I have a very special guest, Sethicus Boza. And before the break, we were speaking about animism and bloodlines. Are you there, Sethicus?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So, you were speaking about animism, and I just need you to break that down for me one more time. What is animism?
Animism goes back to the shamanic tradition of every race, tribe, and culture. Now, the word druid itself means doorway or the door. Educated in the arts and sciences, they were the teachers, the judges, the bards, the shamans, and the wizards.
Okay.
And the word Celtic means knowing the wisdom of the oak tree.
Okay.
Now, this in context is everything to do with the true universal tree of life. The name Boza literally means keepers of the sacred tree. Right? So I'm directly connected to this via my blood. It's not just like some history that I read in some books. I've literally been through the initiations to be in the position that I am.
Right.
For anyone to actually be initiated into Druidry, they would have to go through a 20-year shamanic initiation, depending on what their disposition was among the ancient Irish people.
Mm-hmm.
And this, of course, wasn't for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But the memory of all of this is still there within the dormant blood codes of many European and Indo-European people. And unfortunately, most people don't give a shit about this kind of stuff, which is why the world is the way that it is, because everyone's been cut off from what actually connects us to what I term the planetary Templar. And the planetary Templar is that round table where every person among the councils, every race and tribe, sat after the cataclysms took place. And this is why religions like Christianity, basically going back to Abrahamism, in context to the Sumerian Draconian Empire. I say Sumerian Draconian Empire. Egypt is far more ancient than Sumeria.
Well, as we say, Kemet.
Kemet.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Black lands. And this, in a sense, is why I call my Black Earth Productionz, because the blackening stages of alchemy, so that's the first thing that you go into, is the blackening stage. Nigredo, that was the very first part of the initiation.
Mm-hmm.
And getting into alchemy and the higher occult sciences, it's dangerous for people that actually don't go through the initiation. And this is what's happening, because a lot of people are experiencing things on the supernatural level. People want to talk about aliens and archons and the demiurge and angels, right?
Right.
And more people are having these experiences because the blood codes are awakening with every race, tribe, and culture across the earth. It's literally pushing all of this trauma to the surface, where people are starting to have interactions with this sort of stuff. Let's just face it, the wisdom councils need to be reinstated.
I want the listeners to know you can call in and ask Sethicus any question if you like, or have a comment. The phone number here at We Act Radio is 202-889-9797. And my guest this evening is Sethicus Boza, and he is breaking down some serious stuff right now. All right, brother, go ahead.
Now, it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There was a daughter of an Egyptian pharaoh named Skota, who actually married the founder of the Scots and the Gaels before being exiled from Egypt. And she was the first queen of Scotland. Why they named Scotland Skota in honor to her. And again, she was the daughter of an Egyptian pharaoh. And that name is only found in the Irish legends.
Okay.
And you got to understand, because of the Inquisitions and all of the burning of the libraries and the systems of domination and control that are basically still trying to wipe out any knowledge of our ancient past. This is what we got to get back to.
Right. And you know what I found interesting is that the Druids and the Twa were working together. And they were creating, magic, and they were doing so much together. The Romans came in and just killed them all. It's just like okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted people to know that we were working together,
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. And we were all connected to eternity. eternity. Not these infinite feedback loops and time cycles that we've been caught in for the last 28,000 years.
Okay.
28,000 years we have forgotten. See, the stellar activation started back in the year 2000. I really went through a very intense shamanic initiation and set me on my path. And in 2017 is when the end of the great year happened. The end of that 28,000 year time cycle ended in 2017. So right now, we are entering a new age. We're coming out of the age of Pisces, going into Aquarius, the age of knowledge, the age of technology, right? That's why technology is at the forefront. What Aquarius is really trying to let us know is that we are the true technology. And we have the ability to travel the stars. If I want to, it takes about 5 minutes and I'm gone. I don't need to get into a goddamn rocket ship to go to the fucking moon. All the planetary spheres. These are stargates of consciousness. And again, going back to what I was saying, we all have our celestial origin. Now, when it comes to the Irish people, when it comes to the Scots and Danish, our star origin is Aldebaran.
Wait, your star origin is what?
Aldebaran. Auburn hair, green eyes, blue eyes, all of that. This is the physical manifestation of those stargates of consciousness here in our reality field, because here in Midgard, all worlds of consciousness converge. And there's a lot of things happening in multiplicity. There's a lot of streams crossing and a lot of confusion because we're all still working with fragments. See, this is what I've gotten into and with my personal practice. And, I mean, we'd be talking for the next 10 hours.
Right. How you and I got connected, about the twin flame union, that whole thing. I hold that energy, and you definitely hold that energy.
The twin flame goes back to what was once known as the twin sun.
Twin sun,
the twin
okay.
sun, let's get into that a little bit.
All right.
Because this was the original home of humanity before the cataclysms took place in this sector of the universe. And after that, we came here to Earth. And it's crazy to think about how this happened, but everybody's got to stop looking at everything from a two-dimensional linear perception. We're talking metaphysics here. We're talking about the secrets of the universe. And the twin sun was Maldek. Another name for Maldek is Tara. And there's the Hill of Tara in Ireland.
Oh, yeah, Tara Hill.
They built the Hill of Tara as a reminder of their true origin, which was Maldek. Okay? And it was every race, it was every tribe. Okay, all has this knowledge within their blood codes, not just the blood codes, but the soul codes.
Yeah, soul codes.
Cosmic consciousness.
What are the soul codes? What are soul codes?
Soul code genetics is everything to do with stargates of consciousness. A few of them I'll mention. Like one of them I just did was Aldebaran. Others are Orion, the Pleiades, Lyra, Thecta.
What about the Star Sirius system?
Yeah, Sirius as well. I have ancient Syrian B genetics from the third seeding.
Okay.
And this is going back millions of years, and it sounds crazy, but I've been able to go into this because I've been through the process of initiation. Now, everybody is connected to something, right? But humanity is not going to evolve until we learn to remember that the heavens above are within us. You can look at a nebula, and it's the same workings of the nervous system. To really get into the blood codes and dive deep and make connection to the ancestors, you got to go into the blood. And Carl Jung himself even said, our true history is not found in books. It is found in the blood.
That's right.
And an important factor to that is the fact that we are the accumulation of our ancestors. Now, does everyone in my bloodline know what I know? No, they don't, because they weren't the one that went through the initiations that I did. I went through that 20-year shamanic initiation to be in the position that I am. And the original purpose of coming to Earth after the destruction of Maldek, which is now the asteroid belt, not only is it the asteroid belt, but it is the moon and the rings of Saturn. More coming on Black Earth Productionz that's going to be getting into this a little bit more. When that cataclysm took place, consciousness was fragmented. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, getting into this arts that I teach, the moon is a reflection of how our thought and emotion operates. People want to hold on to that victim mentality. They want to hold on to blaming whatever. That is exactly where the Dark Priest class wants us. They want us fighting amongst ourselves in the midst of amnesia and total chaos, magic, and slaughter. And the reason why I think a lot of people deal with what they deal with is because they don't know who they are. You can ask anybody out there. You can even test it. Just do a survey. Ask people at random, if you were to tell me who you are, what would you say? And just observe what they tell you. Now, most people are going to tell you what they do for occupation and what their job is. And it's like, no, I didn't ask you what you do to make, fiat fucking currency. I asked you, who are you?
Right.
I'm like the caterpillar in fucking Wonderland. And getting into one of the arts and sciences that I practice, which is the tarot, along with a lot of the other things that I do actually practice that we all knew at one point. Again, like I was saying, the original purpose of coming here to Earth was to be a partaker of the biospiritual regenesis. This was why the wisdom councils were formed. This is why they need to be formed again.
Well, let me ask you this. You said people don't know who they are. How do we identify who we are? Because I know what I mean, what I know, what know thyself is, and I know it's a process. So, and I know how I became awakened because there was something within me that just was not satisfied, and then I got awoken into spirituality of who I am from an African context. So, what would you say when people say, well, I don't know who I am? How do you know who you are?
Well, I definitely encourage people to check out our services page, the Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science, because people talk about that. They say to know thyself, but okay, how do I actually do that? This is the arts and sciences that I teach, with the first initiation into the occult, into that secret knowledge. See, the real secret knowledge that they don't want us to know is the book of life that is you. And these arts and sciences, so far, every initiate has been experiencing very, very powerful results. Yes, it gets into blood codes, it gets into ancestors, and that's a very important part of it, but it's not the whole spectrum of what's actually needing to take place to learn to remember who you are. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Sciences is where I start with that.
For anyone that's just tuning in right now, you're tuned into Truth to Power, and your host is myself, Patty Patton, and my guest this evening is Sethicus Boza, and we're speaking about metaphysics. We kind of started off with an introduction from his ancestry, his lineage, which were the Druids, and the African context of where the Twa, the African group Twa, came from in Ireland. At this point right now, Sethicus, I wanted to kind of just touch very, very lightly on this twin flame, because we don't use the name twin flame, but people are very familiar with that. Can you speak a little bit about the twin flame thing and what's going on? Because every time I turn around, it's like 5 million videos about twin flames and everybody's in love. And can you just speak briefly on that?
Well, if people want to get a full dissertation, go on to Black Earth Productionz and watch videos called Blue Flame and Human Evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the twin flame, going back to the twin sun, the original home of the human race in this sector of the galaxy that we are currently in. Maldek was the twin sun. When the sun hit it, it literally lit up like another sun.
Mm-hmm.
It's a water planet, much like Earth. An important thing to recognize real quick before I continue is that Earth is a seed planet. That's why it's such a high commodity in the fucking universe. That's why all the shit is going down here. Because there are very, very, very few seed planets.
Seed, SEED?
Yes.
So what does a seed planet mean?
Well, think about how many trillions of life forms actually exist here.
Oh, okay, got you.
See, humans are narcissistic because they have forgotten animism, their connection to nature, their connection to the animals, their connection to the rocks and trees and rivers and everything that is actually there. We are living in cities crammed in death culture where propaganda is just hitting us left and right every fucking day to create that divide and conquer, first within ourselves and then with one another. Now, you want to get into twin flames.
Right.
True twin flames are holders of the original template. And there's an agenda that came out with the New Age, taking occult knowledge, inverting it, and then propagating the idea that everybody has a twin flame.
Right.
One of the people I'm in network with that wrote a book about the distortion in context, her name is Evie Lorgan, and her book is called The Alien Love Bite. Now, true, authentic twin flames are going to have knowledge of the cataclysms. They're going to have knowledge of literally fucking everything going back 560 fucking million years.
Right.
Whether it's dormant or it's in their waking consciousness, they feel that there is something far, far beyond all this fucking bullshit.
Yes, yes, I definitely do.
All right. Now, an authentic twin is going to have direct connection to what I term creator source.
Mm-hmm.
And when two potential individuals that hold the original template come together, that energy is amplified.
Mm-hmm.
We came here for a mission. We came here to reinstate
Right.
the wisdom of the ancient fucking councils.
Right.
Okay. In context to Maldek being the twin sun or the twin flame consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Because like all the planetary spheres in the solar system, which is what I term the solar spiral, that knowledge has been fragmented.
Mm-hmm.
And people get into the arts and sciences and study the asteroids, gets into the deep trauma that you're actually dealing with as an individual on a metaphysical level.
Right. You got some deep information here, Seth, because these words that you use to describe, certain things I'm not familiar with. But I also follow Dr. Jill Pookrum, and she speaks about the council and everybody coming together and so forth, and where she has something to do with it. She's a immortalist. She talks about melanin. That's her whole thing, about melanin as an intelligence, and as the African people hold the greater amount of melanin, and we don't really even know how to utilize it. Do you have any
Right.
information about that?
That's the thing when it comes to magic and the higher force. If you don't know what you have to work with, you're not going to know how to wield it correctly.
Right.
You're just not. And this is why the initiation is necessary, and that's why a lot of the schools, like the one that Phil Valentine has created, is absolutely powerful. I have high respect for that man. He has done a great work, and I just want to say that because as far as I'm concerned, a lot of the knowledge that's starting to come forth now in context, it's going to start increasing.
Mm-hmm.
The codes are awakening.
Okay.
And people are going to be given an opportunity unlike we've ever had in the last 28,000 years. Now, is this meant for everybody? No. Am I here in service to humanity? No. I am here in service to truth, in context to being connected to that. And if people want to know that, then maybe we could have a conversation. I'm not going to get sucked back in to all of the feedback loops and time cycles that we've been caught in. We don't have time for that anymore, and healing is number one. Learning how to navigate and remember who you are, and making connection to your ancestors via the blood codes.
Right.
There is so much there within you, so much more there within you than you're ever going to find out there.
Mm.
because of our connection to eternity.
Right.
Going all the way back, every race, tribe, and culture. We have always existed.
So listen, I wanted to ask you something about number synchronicities, because at least 7 years ago, back in 2012, is when I started seeing different number synchronicities, and maybe some of the listeners, may have experienced that as well. Are those some kind of codes that are coming up, from our consciousness, from our higher self? What are they?
Yeah, anytime you see a number letter sequence, pay attention to what you're thinking about.
Right. Erykah Badu, you're so funny. Erykah Badu, I asked her about that because she had a bunch of numbers on one of her songs. The advertisement for it was like an airline ticket. And I asked her, I said, what's up with these numbers? She said, it just reminds me what I'm thinking about at the moment.
Right. And anytime, it's not just on the clock, but, you can see it on the billboards. You can see it on the license plate. Just strange synchronicities. It's just like a signpost throughout the day. Pay attention to what you're thinking about. Because if you're thinking fucked up shit, you're not in alignment with your true core essence. And everybody on Earth has a true signature core frequency in connection to what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're not connected to that, then we're not going to see the signposts. We have actually left ourselves even upon before incarnation.
Right.
Okay, because everybody here, we knew what we were getting into on a higher level. We just take a risk coming here because of all of the stuff that we're actually having to heal through. Unfortunately, it ends up projecting itself out into the world on an unconscious level because people are in denial. They're in denial of the fact that they're completely disassociated, and then they want something to blame. Okay,
as victim consciousness.
Yeah, and this is everybody. This is my people. This is your people. This is everybody is dealing with this. And this is one of the main issues as far as I'm concerned. Do the real work. It's not going to be handed to you. It's not going to be necessarily even shown to you. You're going to have to get a passion for this and want to know it.
Yeah, readers and seers and intuits, they have been trying to explain to me, to look at things on a soul level instead of a mundane, because that's really where the reality of things are, not what it looks like. Because people can play out their life based on what they think it is instead of actually going on a soul level and aligning with that,
Right.
And I know for sure, what the numbers are concerned, they are a frequency. And there are answers to questions. When you see certain numbers at a certain time, I had been seeing the number 717 since 2013 when I met my divine complement, and I just could not understand why I kept seeing 717. And just in the last maybe 2 years, I really realized what it really was. You know what I mean?
We are the ones giving meaning to our existence, and no one's going to give it to you. You got to give it to yourself. You got to give yourself that purpose of existence. Again, going back to the biospiritual genesis, this is being offered to not only every race and tribe, but every known being in the fucking universe and even beyond.
So at this point, what do you think the people need to do, the way showers, the ones that are supposed to lead people back to heal themselves? What do we actually need to do into this energy?
We need to hold our position because we come up against a lot. And it's very easy, I think, sometimes for people to get discouraged, especially if you got people creating a smear campaign. And you have to take courage. You have to take courage and actually know what you are connected to and know what you're talking about and can actually back it up 100%. Everything I've gotten into with you, I can back it up.
Right.
A reference for it, occult reference, not mainstream knowledge.
Right, esoteric.
And it's not up to me to decide for anybody else. But if people actually do this, if they actually do the real work, they're going to come to a lot of the same conclusions that I have. Before we actually lined out this segment, you mentioned that you wanted to get into the Tuatha De Danann.
And we got 2 minutes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to be able to get into it.
We got to do a part 2, Seth. A lot of people listening and looking and seeing what's going on. And, it's time. 360 degrees back where we were before, and we can manifest so much in this space and time right now, correct?
And if we catch it now, making connection back to our true roots, then we're going to potentially see a timeline unlike anything we've ever seen before. It's up to us because the torch is being passed. It's a question of whether or not people are going to have the courage to take up the mantle of responsibility for the future generations. I'm doing everything I can to remind my people of what their true roots are. And I encourage everybody out there to do the same thing because the history is there to be accessed and it's all real, everything that I'm talking about today. So.
Well, I so appreciate it. You have a plethora of information here. I'm going to make sure that I go back and take some notes from it. For the listeners that want to get in contact with you, how can they get in contact with you and utilize your services?
If anyone wants to get a hold of me, send me an email at blackearthproductions@hotmail.com. Check out our website at Black Earth Productionz with a Z at the end.com. Check out the services page. I got a lot more coming. I got a lot of projects I'm working on. I got a lot of students I'm talking to. And things are advancing. Things are growing. And it's very powerful what's happening right now. And if people want a proper initiation into the occult, even beyond the knowledge of the ancestors, getting into universal consciousness, then definitely hit me up. If people want to check out the videos that I presented, go onto YouTube and just throw in Black Earth Productionz into the search and have a great time exploring.
Right, because I sure did. That's how I met you. Sethicus, I thank you so much for being my guest, and hopefully, you and I can come back again and do this on this show or maybe in another platform, because I think the information is important, and, we have to realize, that everybody don't hate everybody, you know what I mean? And that people of different cultures and backgrounds can work together because that's, like you said, how it was from the beginning, and that's what I knew about as well. So thank you so much for being my guest this evening, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Okay.
So you all, I hope that you enjoyed this broadcast this evening. I'm very much into esoteric sciences and information and knowledge because that's where we really got to get to the nitty-gritty in order to be able to understand what self-love is truly about and what our power is. Because you are the power. This is Patty Patton. I'm signing out for Truth to Power. See you next time. Peace and love.
It's another murderous night,
Right. Hope y'all like that. Where am I at? Little guy. Y'all can hear me okay? Put the volume down on the... Alright, cool. Let it cool out a little bit. Yeah, I love that sound selection and just what they went over. Yeah, as he mentioned it's one of his first interviews. Crazy, right? Yeah, what's up with that Maldek, yo? It'd be interesting to just shed more light on what happened with that. The whole... Now it's the remnants of that is the asteroid belt and the moon, almost as if it's like some kind of mockery used against us, like a constant reminder, like, you know, in your face, motherfuckers. Thanks to the fucking archons and shit. But yeah, I listened to this after we did the segment with Rodney, and I was like, I almost jumped out of my seat when he mentioned Tara Hill. Going back to Maldek, in regards to, you know, ancient druids that, you know, set up a certain ceremonial, probably certain alignments and little structures, whatever, or just had routine rituals there in respects to Maldek. Like, what did they know that we do not right now, right? What the fuck, yo? So, staying on that wonderful island of Ireland. And what's the deal with the leprechauns and rainbows and shit like that and pot of gold? And first and foremost, I feel like another occult mockery of the ancient druidic tribe, the Twa, is the fact that they were short in stature, and so they kind of created this myth over time of how leprechauns represent them, in a sense. You know? So I haven't looked into the history of, you know, how leprechauns were. I mean, that's just something that comes to mind thinking about these things in context. But the rainbow allegory, excuse me real quick, I got something cooking. Literally. So, yeah, like, everyone's looking for that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. What if this represents something deeper? Think about this in alchemical, spiritual terms. And just real basic, right? The colors of the rainbow, normally there's 7, right? They correspond to chakras, in a sense. And let's say there was even 6. I don't have a picture of a rainbow in front of me. But what if that pot of gold is, you know, the crown chakra, like just that enlightenment, right? That's that true spiritual wealth type of shit, you know? So how are we able to light up our fucking chakras to obtain that golden consciousness from within? It's not fucking out there. Everyone's looking for something out there. It's not fucking there. Right? Think about it. So, yeah, it just gets frustrating sometimes that people are so keyed into, like, false fucking trails of, you know, this fucking, you know, bullshit quest for the holy fucking grail of a shiny ass fucking turd. You know? Fuck this shit. But anyways. So, yeah, Black Earth Productionz, that's Seth Boza's website. Check it out. I've spoken with him personally. I did the full initiation package. Spoke with him for 2 sessions, 3 hours each. It was fucking mind-blowing, really empowering, encouraging, and revealing to, you know, who I am on a deeper level and kind of just my trajectory of my life and all these things, and kind of it was a good prompt for me to try to like step my fucking game up as well and hold myself more accountable, right? And voila, journey continues. I mean, we got to see these things. It's a marathon, you know. He's been studying this stuff for 20 fucking years at least. I mean, he said that like back, you know, years and years ago. So it's like he's nearing more 30 years into these types of things, and he was deep into, I think he was like some kind of I forget these terms, but he was working in a Christian church, I think, for a little bit when he was really young, something like that, and then kind of snapped out of it and renounced that shit. So I mentioned that just to segue into the last thing that's going to be playing on this live stream, which will extend for another like 2 hours. Just a warning, it's a replay of the mix I put out. I did a live stream of this like 2 days ago. And it was taken off immediately from YouTube because a couple copyright things that always got my shit tangled up, strangled up, and it's like, dang, what the fuck? But yeah, the Holiest hip hop mix of biblical proportions. If you haven't heard this one's pretty damn deep, and it ain't just, you know, scratching the surface on, you know, Bible bashing and all that shit. Oh, hell the fuck no. We're going, you know, way the fuck more deeper. And it is a little bit more Christian concentrated, you know, and that's just been a focalization of, you know, Western culture, because that's what's been so ensconced up in this bitch, you know, through how many years of colonization and blah fucking blah, right? For fuck's sake. All right, let's I'm queuing this video up. How y'all doing out there? Quick question. Y'all got that natural law? I missed a comment. Shit. Yo. You heard this one already, man. I'm sure you could possibly find something better, more interesting, but yeah, not to downplay my shit. It's just, yeah, at the same time, it's like I'm going to be re-listening to some of these things, and it's just cool shit, yo. Yeah. Yeah, you're fucking lit and fit and staying legit, yo. That's fucking awesome, man. Great example of someone just trying to level up on that whole mind, body, spirit, tackling it. I've seen what you're posting on Instagram, man. That's fucking awesome, though. Keep it up. That's what's up. Definitely encourages me to work on my six-pack abs and stuff. I tend to find myself doing more work on my abs, laughing my ass off sometimes than not. And literally, like, I laughed for like the whole fucking last weekend. It was a new moon. The energies were crazy, and I was literally just I had stomach cramps for like 2 days after just like laughing all day on some shit. But yeah, anyways, right on, yo. All right, enough of this and that. We are going to attack not just the aristocrats, and it's not just about them British cats that hold the cross and all that shit, but yeah, you know, the cross and the crown, how they've been holding shit way too far down as far as the lockdown of slave systems and that kind of shit. Yeah, it is, right? Yeah, energy is shifting, and yeah, so when people, like with the astrology bit, you know, it's like, yeah, it's equinox and like the energies and this and that. It's not just something like, oh, I'm going to get these instant downloads. It's something that, like, you want to be on a good frequency first and foremost. I mean, like, all day, every day type of thing. But having that installed and just having that awareness of what's to come and this and that, when you catch it and you fucking ride that wave, it's just understanding more of like these natural laws and hermetic principles, like the law of rhythm and how these frequencies come and go and shift to and fro. Yada da know. But anyways, I'm gonna play some music, and here we go. I'm gonna take this guy off real quick. I hope this doesn't crash. I don't jinx myself when I say that. We're good to go, I swear. Sorry about that. I shouldn't have said nothing, but it was more just like for folks out there listening that, hey, yeah, I'm trying to up level this technology. It's just, oh Lord. I'm having some nightmarish issues with this, but trying to cue up the music. Sorry about that. So sorry. So sorry. Mario West be saying that sometimes. It's hella funny. All right. How's it going? You got that natural law, by the way? And by the way, word up to Brandon Spencer. He put out a great presentation titled Natural Law is Not a Religion. Peep that shit. Because it sure the fuck ain't. It's, part of the science of life and just understanding and aligning to the codes of consciousness to be a better human being and really fulfill our potential as multidimensional beings here in this 3D reality. What I mean? Religion ain't fucking guiding people to that fucking level. Never have, never fucking will. That could be argued, of course. It's been done that for fucking centuries, but yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to show some folks the ropes. I got a couple tutorial videos I've released last month. It is what it was. OBS, that's a pretty good one. But yeah. Let's play some music, huh? Yes.
Wake up, darling. Well, good morning. How'd you sleep last night? Well, we made big plans for today. I love you, don't you, right? We still going to church, baby? Because I got to get that offering money any way that I can, baby. And afterwards, I just want to take you out and spend all my money on you. Does that sound good, baby? Why don't we just go on and go to church? We can pray and just go spend some money on you, baby. I love you dearly. Oh yeah, I love you, honey. I just really want to spend all my money because I'm a lover, baby. Well, let's go to church, baby.
My. What happened to the people? The people who used to care about what took place in the world today? I've been summoned here today to reach the people who still can be reached, to save the people who still can be saved. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Next time, hit me. Forgive us. It's able to take it over. All this
was a product of Christ's birth. Thought the only chance was to go to church. Quitting this stuff you had tried before. This time you claim you really score. Something I had to see to believe. Put on my suit to church on weed. Yo, the man is the deacon.
New revelation. People, open your ears and eyes. Only you can stop whackness. Only you can stop buying the filthy, filth out and filth foreign fifth and filth that's out there.
You believe in Obama, some believe in themselves, others don't believe at all. No beliefs, belief as well. In a cell you spend your time dreaming of the outside, but freedom lies within. There's no salvation in the eyes of men. The shepherd has his flock, and the rulers have their oil. Boiled serpent in the garden, apple, iMac, tree of knowledge. The scholars follow books. History has its roots beneath the surface of a lie. Others worship death and die. Here we are, here we stand, voting for another man, quoting scriptures, quoting books, fear and loathing, independence, feeding off of our insecurities and our resentments. Hegelian principle residing in the ritual of sacrament. Sacrifice Egypt and Christ as bafflement, and Babylon the rhetoric, depleting our intelligence. The relevance is there, it's just hard for us to see it. They hide behind the symbols when we pledge them our allegiance. The best place to hide something is right out in the open. It's hard for us to see because we've never known the origins. There are common similarities throughout every religion. Division of the knowledge, segregate the superstitions, collect all the relics, own all the holy books. The meaning is forgotten, now the symbols overlooked. It took thousands of years, these traditions handed down in our everyday lives, lurking in the background. Back down to the essence and the origins of beliefs is a question of a seeker seeking out what they don't teach. They worship Saturn on Saturday, armorate the necks, build monuments of obelisks, the phallic apex, pyramid, dollar bill, a mirror trade, AOL, fidelity, sicko, sigil, magic spell, symbol, hidden ceremonial, alchemy, the serpent with the wings, spirals, the vital human seed, DNA, same today as it was in days past. The illusion is it's new, but the structure bricks have cracks, and at last it brings us back to the masonry's design. A generation that is pagan and don't know it cause we're blind to the signs all around us. They live so flip the glasses, see the mockery they made the Christ teachings and unmask it. The fact is, the masses just ain't ready for the harvest, so the reaper is the savior that they pray will sow the garden.
Bow down, get on your knees, beg please. That doesn't sound at all benevolent to me. In fact, it seems malevolent to be. Uses pawns through spirituality. In actuality, reality is polarity. Duality is magically, scientifically, electromagnetically. Gravity's thought thus impregnates the galaxy. Thus the heavenly father and earthly mother. Spheres and wheels of light hover above her. Yeah, deception is real. As the world turns, learn to discern the deal. As the world burns, sojourn in the field. Where winds whirl, spiral swirling, all the forces yield. Heart radiant, chill with zeal, energy you feel. The penetrates appeal, deeper the skin, deeper feel. Language designed, speech to conceal. Like you start to reveal the plot to steal your lifeline and eat your soul for a meal.
In Latin, the word religion came from the verb religare. Religare in Latin means to bind or to tie up.
As humans pray and worship, it empowers praying worships. Call itself sacrifices, energetic parasites enter the human corpus. Asking God to liberate you from yourself, what's the purpose? As humans pray and worship, it empowers praying worships. Call itself sacrifices, energetic parasites enter the human corpus. Asking God to liberate you from yourself, what's the purpose? I heard words in churches, Catholic school taught us cursive. Subversive worship service, purchase lordship, reversed it. The natural flow of things and purged it. For the sinister minister to administer when a splinter cell enigma. Stigmata, imperial armada. Masquerades as charisma. Masquerades as slaves. The parishioners are prisoners. The fog of war clouds the minds of menace and men moving in malice. Myron masses with malevolent intent. Step in the devil's den with the reptilian, aka serpent, snake or merchant. Message urgent. Speak with power to cleanse the mind and the spirit with words like detergent.
Yo, the man is the deacon.
As humans pray and worship, it empowers praying worships. Call itself sacrifices, energetic parasites enter the human corpus. Asking God to liberate you from yourself, what's the purpose? As humans pray and worship, it empowers praying worships. Call itself sacrifices, energetic parasites enter the human corpus. Asking God to liberate you from yourself, what's the purpose? They worship openly at the Holy See. where warships float on the sea, provoke democracy. Fleets of warships, holy land, on desert holy land for the archdiocese. Archon strategy, end of day's battle Z. Deceptive anatomy to the plot of a Trojan horse. Art of war, false positive, double speed, cognitive dissonance. Too many incidents to rule coincidence in my innocence. Knowledge, wisdom, convert the ignorant impotence. Take significance to make a difference in the seeming sequence of events. Eventually let go of pretense and live. Now the time is here, divine is clear, shine we wear. Light armor, gear, repulse a snare. Pulse and clear the air, prepare with care. Life is not fair till you make a stand, make your plan. Then create with your hand. Nobody has to live life a life to be damned. It's right, stand and fight in full colors of light, sparked by the cosmic human. As humans pray and worship, it empowers praying warships. Call itself sacrifices, energetic parasites enter the human corpus. Asking God to liberate you from yourself, what's the purpose? As humans pray and worship, it empowers praying warships. Call itself sacrifices, energetic parasites enter the human corpus. Asking God to liberate you from yourself, what's the purpose? As humans pray and worship, it empowers praying warships. Call itself sacrifices, energetic parasites enter the human corpus. Asking God to liberate you from yourself, what's the purpose?
Religion ultimately means to believe something that isn't true and refuse to relinquish that belief system in your own mind, even though it will never get you the result that you are looking for in the realm of manifestation. So, and I should define that as a false religion.
They say one thing you never discuss in public is religion. Hey, well, who the hell are they? They are the same they that kept us in ignorance till now. The truth is not in what is said, but what is read. But only partially. There was a time when what was said from the lips of men was the strongest truth. A man or woman who lied was considered to be the lowest scum in existence. If your heart held no truth, then your name held no honor. In this day, there are millions who dishonor themselves with wicked persistence. For instance, take into account the many religions one can ponder. Christianity, Catholicism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Native American philosophy, Egyptian ideology, and Islam. So many choices, too vast to describe. All based on honor, responsibility, and respect for life. All claiming to be the true and only one. Most theologies teach basic good human ideals, but have been saturated in confusion. No man knows how a man from 2,000 years ago feels, so interpretation is more like illusion.
My great nation.
From the plains of the Sudan to the sands of the Pharaohs, the word was spoken in virgin form. But after dismemberment and mutilation, my mind's eyes blinded, my path no longer clear to see through. I fight doubt and anarchy of thought at every waking moment. My folks is where my power surging from, my people. I vow to learn as much as I can about where I'm from and where I'm going. Mental blindness kills souls, tears down cultures, destroys progression, and stops young minds from growing. Watch yourselves, all of you who would destroy what I hope to build. Like the reaper waiting in the shadows, you sown the seeds of devastation. And like the seeds you plant, your crop gonna be destruction and carnage. Not mine, but yours. The senseless murder of my people in the bowels of this beast will result in the destruction of your puppies and whores and the rise of my great nation. I know what you're hiding deep within the depths of evil. Within the walls of some unholy chamber, you withhold the information I need. After the complete destruction or exile of your race from my world, whichever one comes first, I don't care, so take heed. We'll attain full knowledge of self and of the universe. Then the Geo Nation will rise to the position of true heirs to the planet Earth. This big rule, common sense is a thing not shared by all. Don't believe everything you hear, see, and read. Use your own good judgment. Live good, protect your own, and grow. Long live the Geo Nation. Death to those with no soul. Peace is already out.
Bionic panoramic.
Yo, the man is the deacon.
Whether you call him God, Allah, Buddha, Jah, Jesus, Yahweh.
A man is just a man, born into circumstances. Heritage and culture, his nature is advancement. He sets out on his goals, and he takes his chances. He dances with the devil, cause he doesn't have all the answers. God help us. A woman bears a baby, with the father nowhere around. Single with a seed in the city, is enough to tear her down. Now she's in a whirlwind, still trying to be found. He grows up on the corner, and now he's in the ground. God help us all. Hold your head up high throughout this madness. One more. Hold your head up high, 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 high. Some people in America hate me for what I am, cause my roots trace back to Africa, not back to Uncle Sam. All he wants is freedom, and it can't be compromised. An eye for an eye's a solution, but it soon leaves everybody blind. God help us all. One man was raised a Muslim, the other one raised a Jew, fighting over territory, fighting over who is who. Who cares how it started, but the end is nowhere near. They shed blood for their belief system, and they war for 1,000 years. God help us all. They want to take over the world with weapons of mass destruction, kill us with disease and sickness, and stop our reproduction. There's got to be a better way to stop this mass consumption. Cause soon they'll drop the bomb and we all will cease to function. God help us. They invade each other's countries and conquer each other's land. Kill off all the leaders. Now tell me, where do they stand? Globalization, part of the master plan. We all need to give peace a chance again, cause the world is in our hands. God help us all.
After the fact, sitting bulls dead. Shit's crazy like horse. Court case can't save them. Black and green, the soul of life. Color, the root of all existence. View the planets, black and white. Become confused when fuse earth and moon. The earth is black, under no reflection. The sun is yellow, lemon jello, energized. People are brown, red and yellow. A few are actually white. If they don't see the light, light is sound moving faster. Intangible, physical, practical, material, absence, light and shadow, optic oppositions, opposite positions, accents, essence, enriching presence with the present of sight. Truth and philosophy is found in the dark, outside at night. Out of sight equals sight, unite tight, understand right from wrong and write a song like none before. The world keeps changing, but I'm still here. This world keeps changing, but I'm still here. Let's Marley and Coltrane, enough specs to X. Also Martin the King, John Lennon, Catch Rex. If all of them had lived, moved into next level of humanity. Government scandals become common knowledge after the fact. Sitting bulls dead. Shit's crazy like horse. Court case can't save them. Every day we live, we feel, see, and hear. A lot more is happening than what meets the ears. Music of the disc contain visual continual. Drums drown the melody, rap is melancholy, banging, noisy like planets colliding. Colorful collage of sound creates matter, material, lyrical, physical phenomenon. A bird doesn't practice scales to play nature's song. And where does a cricket learn to keep beat? It's deep, like dreams during sleep. One man's music is another man's poison. What one finds relaxing to another is annoying. I ask the gods, the goddesses, and the muses of harmony. Give me a song to sing internally. Move minds like mountains on wings of words. Raise conscience like street curves with echoes and reverbs. Extend my thanks to the creator. Vocally harmonize with internal oscillator. Poems of peace, justice, and equality. You can stare at my image, but that isn't all of me. Poems of peace and racial equality. You can stare at my image, but that isn't all of me. Said the world keeps changing, but I'm still here. Let's go to a bar. We could drink a few beers, light up some ganja. Krishna, Buddha, Marley and Coltrane, enough specs to X. Also Martin the King, John Lennon, Catch Rex. If all of them had lived, move into next level of humanity. Government scandals become common knowledge after the fact. Sitting Bull's dead. Shit is crazy like horse. A court case can't save them.
Essays that expose tactics used to enslave humanity. Chapter 1, false religion and a Roman redefinition of Christianity. Let's take a trip through times from exposed to fallacies. 0 AD, the birth of the Hebrew Yeshua from Galilee. 33 AD, monster date of the crucifixion in Calgary. Also known as the sacrifice of Jesus the Christ, a black man who spends his entire life manifesting knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, equality, universal truth, love, peace, harmony, the law of reciprocity. And he summarizes his message with this simple theology. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, and love God with all your heart, soul, and mind. Universal principles that apply to all mankind. An example of how humanity can intertwine and combine with the divine. But over the course of time, Yeshua's teachings have been perverted by the same people that murdered and persecuted the original churches. Christianity was not invented by Europeans. This needs to be repeated. Christianity was not invented by Europeans. Circa 50 AD, the Coptic Church began in North Africa's Egypt, during which time the gospel was spread in Rome by Paul and Peter. But in Rome it was illegal to be a Christ believer, because Roman religion didn't include a Hebrew Messiah. The Romans practiced Patriarch and pagan religions based on heathen desire. A pantheon of hundreds of deities, and the god Jupiter was the highest. In the Roman Empire, Christians were considered outlaws and social pariah. 64 AD, Nero burns down Rome and blames Christians for the fire. 65 AD, Peter and Paul were martyred. Then for almost 250 years, Christians in Rome were consistently slaughtered. Circa 112 AD, Trajan, Emperor of Rome, had Christianity outlawed with the penalty of death for anyone who didn't worship Roman gods. This persecution went on through 303 AD. Then the Roman Emperor Diocletian propagated more Christian misery. Diocletian published 4 edicts that ordered the burning of all Christian books and churches. The penalty was death for anyone who practiced Christian faith and worship. But what the Romans sought to kill, Africa nourished, because throughout Egypt and Ethiopia, the Coptic Church flourished. Circa 190 AD, the first Christian theological school began in Egypt. The Nile Valley, the land of humanity's original teachers. Home of the concepts of Ma'at, immaculate conception of life after death. The original Trinity of Saw, Abraham was said. Abraham was anointed by the Egyptian high priest Melchizedek. Christianity was born and commanded. For 300 years, the Coptic Church nurtured with Rome suppressed. Circa 300 AD, Oxford became the first Christian civilization, while Rome was hell-bent on Christian annihilation, with Rome persecuted and rejected, Africa elevated and protected. Circa 312 AD came the unexpected. Literally overnight, the Roman Empire changed its perspective. During the Tetrarchal Wars, there was a scramble for internal control. A Roman civil war that divided the empire into conflicting zones. Maxientus and Constantine fought to see who would reign supreme. But before the battle, Constantine claimed that he had a dream. He said he saw the Greek letters Chi and Rho, symbols of the Christos, the Christ. And after he defeated Maxientus, Constantine said he saw the light. He claimed the Christian God gave him power to conquer his enemies. Then he appointed a new bishop of Rome named Eusebius, a scholar of history. Then Rome claimed Christianity after persecuting them for 3 centuries. Circa 313 AD, a new day dawned, and Constantine published legislation called the Edict of Milan, a document that finally made all religions legal under Roman law. Constantine claimed to be a Christian king, but he had it all wrong. For the Romans, Christianity was just another tool for them to use to rule. And the Roman government-sanctioned church didn't manifest Christ Jews with power and control. The Roman Empire was quite consumed, and the utter perversion of Christianity would come in several moves. Circa 325 AD, they began a revisionist procedure. They attempted to reinvent Christianity at a meeting called the Council of Nicaea, forming a political religious hierarchy, and then try to rename Yeshua Jesus, giving birth to the Catholic Church, Greek Orthodoxy, and Protestant creeds. But the bishops of Rome were Pharisees, not pure righteous teachers. It's almost like in 300 years the Republican Party tried to change its name to the Nation of Islam and claim they love black people and try to help us all along. You see, the Roman Church manifest the opposite of love. The Pope was a fraud. Circa 381 AD, the Emperor Theodosius officially makes Rome religion Christianity. Within 700 years, the fake church would try to enslave humanity. Circa 480 AD, the fall of Rome and the beginning of the European Dark Ages, the Roman Catholic Church grew stronger, but it was far from sacred. Euro Christianity was barbaric and quite savage in nature. The popes were pro-righteous teachers, and they damn sure didn't love their neighbors. Christianity simply became a validation enslavement. The Roman Catholic Church didn't manifest Yeshua's message of salvation. They continued to practice the pagan religion, they just renamed it. The Dark Ages were marked by superstition and feudalism, warfare, disease, and ignorance were the European condition. But the rest of the planet Earth didn't suffer from the same predicament. During Europe's Dark Ages, Africa and Asia had vision. The African kingdom of Axum had long since been Christian. Previous to European plagiarism and Roman Catholic division. 300 AD, Ghana was a powerful empire in West Africa, an advanced civilization that elevated its masses, rich in resources, and gained wealth by charging foreign traders taxes. At the same time, Mayan and Aztec civilization thrived in Mesoamerica, and these indigenous civilizations excelled in various areas: astronomy, architecture, engineering, and mathematics. Simultaneously, the Gupta dynasty thrived in India, giving India a golden age of science, astronomy, philosophy, and literature. The Dark Ages belonged to Europe and the fragments of the Roman Empire, but the rest of the planet elevated from the Incas to China. Circa 610 AD, another new day dawned. A man named Muhammad from the city of Mecca brought the revelation of Islam. What began in Southwest Asia will soon spread far beyond. But what is of interest is Islam's genesis and its connection to the Coptic Christians. At the time of Muhammad, the city of Mecca was a center of trade. Foreigners would make pilgrimage to the house of Kaaba, much profits were made. In Mecca, Muhammad's ethnic group was called the Quraysh, and the Quraysh did not share the Prophet Muhammad's new faith. As Muhammad's message spread, the Quraysh became quite upset. Islam taught about one supreme God, piety, and life after death. The Quraysh considered monotheism, dispersal of wealth, a threat. So the Quraysh began violently persecuting the new Muslim sect. 615 AD, Muhammad sent 80 of his followers to the Christian nation of Axum, a true daughter of Kemet. Axum was a nation of people that manifest wisdom, love, and respect. The king of Axum was called Negus, a descendant of the queen of Sheba and Solomon. At the time of the prophet Muhammad, Axum was a world power with regional dominance. So Muhammad sent his followers to Axum for peace and honesty. The Quraysh gave chase and tried to convince that Islam was blasphemy. The Quraysh wanted to convince the Negus that Islam was in opposition to the Christians. They brought gifts to petition, trying to sway the Negus decision. But the Negus was just, and he let the Muslims defend their position. So then Muhammad's cousin Jafar told the Negus of the Muslims' previous condition. He said, we were plunged in the depth of ignorance and barbarism. We loved idols, we lived unchastity, we ate the dead bodies, and we spoke abominations. When Allah raised among us a man of whose birth, truthfulness, honesty, and purity we were aware, and he called to the oneness of Allah and taught us not to associate anything with him. He forbade us the worship of idols and enjoined us to speak truth, be faithful to our trust, to be merciful, and to regard the rights of neighbors, killed and kin. He forbade us to speak evil of women or to the substance of orphans. He ordered us to fly from the vices and to abstain from evil, to offer prayer, to render alms, to observe fast, and we have believed in him. We accepted his teachings and injunctions to worship Allah, not to associate anything with him. And we have allowed what he has allowed and prohibited what he has prohibited. For this reason, our people has risen against us and have persecuted us in order to make us forsake the worship of Allah and return to the worship of idols and other abominations. They tortured us and injured us until finding no safety among them. We have come to your country and hope you will protect us from oppression. And the words of Muhammad's cousin Jafar made a strong impression. The Negus told them to read from their holy book of their religion. Jafar read chapter 19 of the Quran, the Surah Maryam, the story of John, Mary, and the Christ, and the Negus gave his full attention. After Jafar read the scriptures, he then made his decision. He considered the faith of the Muslims the same as that of the Coptic Christians. He gave the Muslims amnesty and refused the Quraysh extradition. The next day, the Quraysh made another attempt to change his opinion. They claimed that the Muslims disrespected Christ, even though they didn't. But the Negus still wanted to know what the Muslims thought of the Christ, so we asked for their perspective. And the Muslims said that Christ was a servant of Allah, and they acknowledged the Immaculate Conception. And the Negus was satisfied with the answer, and he gave them protection. And the Muslims were welcome guests in Axum. This is an important lesson. In the beginning, there was no frictional schism between original Muslims and Christians, but meanwhile in Europe, the Dark Ages got darker. The Roman Catholic Church plagiarized Christianity and perverted the doctrine. The European Church was the opposite of the original African Coptics. The Coptics manifest love and acknowledge the prophets, but Roman Catholicism and popular authority was strictly for profit. It's like the Church of the Christ versus the Church of the Pharisees. Ironic how the folks that call people heresies were the actual heresies. By the 7th century AD, the old Roman Empire was fragmented between the Western New Roman Empire and the Eastern Empire of the Byzantine. The European Church was nothing but a bunch of liars. Circa 756 AD, the Roman Church became the Holy Roman Empire. Charlemagne's father, Pepin the Short, donated land to the church, the donation to Pepin, and once again the Catholic Church gained wealth for political connections. This further helped establish the alliance between popes and kings, a pattern that began in 313 with Eusebius and Constantine. The Holy Roman Empire was a combination of the old Roman nation and the Catholic Christian imitation. Popular authority was based on mental manipulation and theological misinformation. December 25th, 800 AD, Charlemagne's crown crowned the Holy Roman Emperor, and the implication of this so-called Holy Roman Empire would prove to be quite sinister. It wasn't holy, and they only called it Roman for nostalgia. In reality, it was the entity that gave the Catholic Church political power. Now remember, in the beginning there was no friction between Muslims and Christians, but the fake church was starting schism because the popes were common and politicians. The pope's power and authority grew strong as time progressed. The feudalist lords and peasant masses of Europe would do as they suggest. The true wealth was in Asia, so guess what happens next? The church came up with a scheme to get rich from conquest. The Pope of Claremont decided to take the Holy Land from the Muslims in Jesus' name. A guilt trip to send the masses of Europe to war so the popes could get paid. The feudal lords sold their wealth to fight for the church and they got played. You see fake preachers pimping the congregation is an ancient game, and on a false pretense a war was waged circa 1095, the beginning of the unholy crusades. And the first crusade was a successful campaign, but basically was a sneak attack, an unprovoked raid. The crusaders briefly took Palestine from the Muslims, and for the church much loot was made. Circa 1119 AD, the Knights of Templar began. The church was the brain and the Templars were the sword in hand. The Templars and other knights of the church stole artifacts from the Holy Land. When you see the objects in European museums, you begin to understand. 1149 AD, the result of the Second Crusade was not the same. The Crusaders were defeated by the Muslims and the desert was reclaimed. Circa 1189 AD came the Third Crusades. The Muslims won again and Jerusalem was reclaimed. But it didn't matter to the popes because win or lose, the church got paid. And the church considered the average European peasant an expendable knave. And they allowed children and women to get sent to their graves. 1202 to 61 AD came the Fourth Crusades. And the Fourth Crusades were somewhat strange. A complete deviation from the Crusades, supposed anti-Muslim intention. Pope Innocent III of Venice told the Crusaders to attack other Christians. Venice wanted control of the Mediterranean, so they had to give it to the competition. So in exchange for ships and supplies, the Crusaders were given a mission. The popes told the Crusaders to attack the city of Zara on the coast of the Adriatic Sea, a city of the Greek Orthodox Church, fellow members of the Nicene Creed of Christianity. So the Crusaders attacked the Christians to secure Venetian trade position, which would become a pattern of military aggression in the name of religion. The Crusades just deployed the Catholic Church's wealth to increase, and the cities of Genoa and Venice became the European gateway to the Far East. Circa 1291 AD, the Crusades ended and Islam still held the Holy Land in Palestine. And aside from making the church rich, the greatest impact of the Crusades was on that of the European mind, because after the fall of the Roman Empire, Europe was very uncivilized. For Europe, the Dark Ages were a barbaric, miserable, and savage time, and even the average wealthy European was quite unrefined. And even though the Crusades were supposed to be for the glory of the Savior, what ended up happening was they fell in love with the cultures of Asia. And for the church, there was no real love for God or love of neighbor. The masses, the believers, were not the receivers of the church's newfound wealth. The leaders of the church gave nothing to the peasants, they kept it all for themselves. But the main thesis that I want to explain is that from the time of Christ to the Crusades, the struggle was the same. The temple had become a den of thieves where money was exchanged. Instead of Pharisees and Sadducees, it was popes and bishops. But in essence, there was no true difference between Judaism and Christians. These men used religion and ignorance for their own personal benefit. The faithful masses wanted to believe in the higher power, so they would lay down their lives to be exploited by cowards. It's the same equation. 10% pimped and manipulated 85% of the population. But there were some who manifest true love and faith. But that percentage is small because the lust of power is great. But again, the point that I mainly want to reiterate: Christianity was not invented in Europe, and the history of the European church has been more cursed than blessing throughout time. European religion has a legacy of oppressing the spirits and minds of mankind, an abomination that perverted Christianity for the validation of global colonization, mass genocide, witch hunts, and the slaughter of nations. Yeshua said, love your neighbor as you love yourself, and love God with all your heart, soul, and mind. A theology not manifest by stealing the land and resources of the people that you claim you came to civilize. The European churches were built on lies, plagiarism, and perversion, and God is not a respecter of persons. There is no mention of a pope or missionaries in any of Christ's sermons. Judge not lest ye be judged. The Pope's communion cup is filled with Mesoamerican, Asian, and African blood, but the essence of the message of the Christ remains unchanged. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, and equality breaks all chains. Universal truth brings all lives alike. Those who lust, power, control, and mammon of the Antichrist. The true children of God bring truth and life. Let he without sin cast the first stone. The spirits of innocent murder children throw bricks at the papal throne. The origin of Christianity is not based in Rome. Yeshua the Christ was a black man and a poor righteous teacher. Christianity began with the Coptic Church in North Africa's Egypt. From crusades to witch hunts to burning crosses. The hypocrisy of the European church should be plain and obvious. And this hypocrisy is still manifest in what we call America. The church of the Antichrist caused Native Americans and Africans terror. The moral of the story: get the whole story. Just saying Jesus' name doesn't mean you give God glory. True faith is not based on language, organization, affiliation, or zealous passion. To the followers of Christ, they are defined by their ways and actions. It is finished.
The Christian Broadcasting Network presents It's Time to Pray.
Christian dogma, reconstructing cultural evolution all across the globe, modernizing blind faith, obedient civilians, paying homage to powers that be, helping mysticism that accounted for 95% of optimism, wax set of crutches, keep them on 2 feet, half confident, anonymous, on themselves, constant seeking salvation, promise dwell on verifiable existence, cast, never receive any contribution, just their response, split up, exercise, believe, do something, individually, bottle, compassion towards a recycled bullshit, stop asking, and bitch your cut. And we are all programs, put on a slow jam, grab your favorite bottle of cancer, stick, reminisce, relieve your stress, and sit the fuck down, earth the drum, walk, continue with your prosecute, the mind, scramble, national centralized governing controls, and don't stop, vision, the beat, into worldly frustration, brought to a forefront, it's time for biological nuclear warfare to rule. Oh, what to do now, but confess religious sacraments, act your old twins, even in time to spare, now aren't they? So say a prayer, slaves gonna take a miracle, 10 minutes, superheroes, a world of self-deception, dollars, cents, this shit to go away, it's reality. And the supernatural can't be considered fiction if you already live the lies, fuck, pacifying, denying possibilities, proper to all certainty seems inconclusive, forever denial, substantial proof of uses after pile of bullshit, smothered, the evidence, stock, and barrel funded by the personal proof, organic negotiation, world trade organization, elite group, sponsor, inflation, imperialistic exploitation, relay to CNN, another half-ass broadcast, never ceases to amaze y'all fail to read between the fine lines. Manipulated, believe one voice, one choice, work voters, campaigns, and flush straight down the drain, so decision making couple and family ties.
If you're still doing this, then you don't know the game of the Watchers fully yet still. And I'm going to slam this as hard as I can here. All of it. Everything in context to do with the New Age movements, Christianity, Gnosticism, Judaism, Islam. I'm going to throw Satanism in there, dark Luciferianism, and all this other shit. Are all the branches of an inverted, dark agenda to break out and twist the world into the poison tree of the clip-off, reflected Kabbalah. All of you are still caught in context and around the goddamn fucking horrible joke. 325 BC, at the Council of Nicaea, created the Catholic Church with the Brotherhood of the Snake into the genocide of over 40,000 individuals that were tortured to renounce the original traditions. All of the books and records taken, and thus came forth the Bible in 325 BC, taken to the actual histories that unfolded to what was later integrated through the dogma and doctrine of this religion. Christianity and Satanism are two sides of the same inverted, triangulated coin. In 431, the cult of the Virgin was invented. In 594, purgatory was invented. In 610, the title of Pope was invented. In 1079, the celibacy of priests was imposed. In 1090, the Rosary was imposed. In 1184, the Inquisition was perpetuated. In 1190, indulgences were sold. In 1215, confession was imposed upon the public in terms of the priest class. And in 1216, the terror of bread, a god in Greek mythology, turning human flesh, was invented. In 1311, this is when baptism was instituted. In 1493, the non-existent purgatory was dogmatized. In 1854, the Immaculate Conception was invented. In 1870, the absurdity of an infallible pope was imposed. And there are more things invented by the religion of Christianity in order to enslave human beings to the inverted gridworks of the clip-off reflected Kabbalah. Becoming and being, which is the true cause to our doing and action, it is forever telling us of the vast patterns of space that lay behind the manifestation of things. This is the first world in context to the 3 spirals of creation and attributes the higher force of the Jedi itself.
The most ancient form of mind control has always been religion. And this is where they took this symbolism and these archetypes and turned them into idols to be worshipped, while the whole time this malevolent force is playing both sides of the coin, all sides of the spectrum. It's all the blood and all the chaos. You know what I'm saying? That's what it feeds upon. That's what gives it life. And if people continue on that track, murdering themselves, being disassociated with themselves, and then projecting that out into society.
And to make it easier for the dark Atlantean priest class to the Brotherhood of the Snake, Thoth wrote and encrypted the Emerald Tablets.
Here's another secret.
The true Christ is everything to do with Odin in context to the ancient wisdom councils.
Why are metaphysical teachings forbidden? Why are metaphysical teachings forbidden? talk to God is in church? You must be kidding. For years they kept God hidden. Look for God in self, not in what's written. Turn this up and listen. If your slave master wasn't a Christian, you wouldn't be a Christian. If your slave master wasn't a Christian, you wouldn't be a Christian. If your slave master wasn't a Christian, you wouldn't be a Christian. Your whole culture is missing. Hebrews are Africans, and they originated Judaism. The belief in one God is monotheism. See, the truth is not hard. All you gotta know is the facts. When religion mixes with politics, it all gets whacked. You gotta know your history, or they'll tell you that God is a mystery. And when you're born in sin. That's bullshit. That's bullshit! They're only saying you can't win. You can't succeed, you can't achieve. Don't ask about God, just sit there and believe. Well, I ain't trying to hear that lesson. Because one thing I know is that the truth can always be questioned. Yeah, that's how I'm living. Ask and it shall be given. But when you're lying, you got no answers. You got hand clappers and a whole lot of dancers in the church or sanctuary. They all forgot Jesus was a revolutionary. They all forgot Jesus was a revolutionary. They all forgot Jesus was a revolutionary that hung out with criminals. I would say read the Bible, but it's not the original. So it's really misleading. If you don't know the history of the author, you don't know what you're reading. If you don't know the history of the author, you don't know what you've read. You can't taste the nectar. That answers the question on why I do lectures. Because while every MC claims to be the teacher, I be dissing professors. Keep that Bible on your shelf. God helps those that help themselves. Stop reading from a dead book. Stop reading from a dead book for a live God. You know how stupid you look? God reads the Bible with you. You both read the language of the devil is dissing you. What can the next man do with a Bible in his hand that you yourself can't do? Whether Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, or Jew. Burning candles don't get you down with the universal crew. So why you dress up on Easter and worship a false Mary that looks like Mona Lisa? Damn, you lost. On Christ's Mass, what's the purpose of Santa Claus? On Christ's Mass, what's the purpose of Santa Claus? On Christmas, what's the purpose of Santa Claus? Well, St. Nixon's the sickest wickedness on revolutionaries. Check this. I'm not synthetic. I'm not anti-Christian, anti-Muslim, anti-Buddhist, or anti-Semitic. But I will set it off in the temple. Because the real holy place is mental. 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 The real holy place is mental.
Motherfucker, bring the Electra. I'm rocking a Def Jam. I will rush down to the labels and I will speak loud. I will throw stones at the motherfucker. I will break them down. Mary will no longer be joyous. To the book of Revelation. You will see that it was revealed, therefore making it a revelation. Yeah. And you had a book people. Your life is now changed.
People with no future fight the hardest. People with no future fight the hardest. Brindavan. Brindavan.
They don't understand your God, every man is at war. Ban free assembly, eating out of bean cans. War, federal government has its hand out. War, for all your cash, get your ass taxed. It's like drinking a gallon of anthrax. Damn, this shit, 2000 is getting medieval. So we on the streets acting medieval. People with no future fight the hardest. The sequel will be different, the smartest. Ain't always the smartest, but education is a form of classism. Tearing apart us as they cart us in a casket from the trippy ghetto. Dart a bus of explosives through the White House. Relocate the president by my mama house in the slums. See where the screams are coming from. You're gonna pay the dues for every wrinkle on your face. They come too easy for ya. I'll show you what 30 years of manual labor will do. 30 years of manual labor will do.
People with no future fight the hardest.
Russia fool like Boris Yeltsin. You'll resign, check 1, 2 days into the millennium. With no leader who, so I leave myself to obtain clues. Jesus Christ is a white man through art view. See, there's a way to politely brainwash the world to praise white people. I be tripping. People I knew and grew up with that be distant. White people go to church every Sunday and pray to a picture of a white man. Damn, in the church during the civil rights movement. Banned 3,000. I scream, put your faith in your soul. You worried about what's gonna happen to you after you go, you die. What about when you're alive? What's really heaven and hell? Survive. Think about that. You don't want to think about that, huh?
People with no future fight the hardest. People with no future fight the hardest. People with no future fight the hardest.
And that's what I'm hoping to be able to do, is to cause people to awaken to the fact that there are so many things we don't know about theology, religion, the Bible, what the stories are, what the symbols mean. It's really quite a story. And I believe, in closing,
this all comes down to getting out of religion, the mind control that is religion.
Swell and laid back mellow. Make it sweet now.
Yo, the poisonous product pimped out the poor people. Penetrates pieces of their thinking equal. It comes in peaceful through the television. Distorts your vision. Now the lies got you wishing through transmission. You wanna be a better Christian. You wake up Sunday morning to watch television mission. Christians be saying accept Jesus in your life. Christianity was founded 400 years after Christ. What do you accept in your life? Christianity or the teachings of Christ? Make up your mind, they're not the same thing. In 1992, the blind leads the blind right into the ground. They can't show you what God is because they haven't found. First, put down the Bible and release your sins. The Bible is dead. God is alive within. Metaphysically speaking, I'll go clearer. You wanna see God? Take a look in the mirror. Blastmaster KRS is on the microphone in a
Yo, it's a crying shame
that we can't rely on religion to guide the way. Say the path of paper, sense of faith, contradiction. It's set an all-time high. Priests raping children, judgment placed upon those who walk a little different. Yo, they claim we shouldn't judge, but they flip the script in an instant. Words of their own say you change based on their behavior, and it's most tied behind nights of empty prayer. Written pages by different sages. Yo, who's to say what's right and what's wrong? Yo, who's to say who's right and what's wrong? Yo, excuse me if I rubbed you the wrong way, but I'm not sorry. Yo, I had to say this. I grew up in this shit and it's making me sick. So now I walk on a spiritual quest. I check my ego at the clouds and alone. Me and my gods are why the rest of y'all play the role and speak a secret code, acting like you know just cause you show up on Sunday. I do this Monday through Sunday in the shrine in my mind. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, I don't claim to be perfect. Yo, my sin daily touches the surface, but I don't live with a chip on my shoulder, acting higher than mighty, worshiping the false images of a man who looks nothing like me, man. Even the book's description is nowhere close to what they showing me on TV. Or what drapes the walls of most religious colonies. Seems we got a class of interest. Seems we got a class of interest. Seems we got a class of interest.
If this is your first time hearing about the occult or are unaware of its dominance in the world to this day, the Christian or Catholic symbols of the cross derives from the solstice and the equinox division lines on the zodiac calendar. The word heaven is in reference to what pagan religions refer to as the heavens, or galactic bodies. As said before, pantheistic rituals are prevalent in all monotheistic religions today. So 98% of Judaism is based around the worship of Saturn. The symbol for Saturn is the same as the Star of David, and the sacred day of worship is Saturday. The worship practice on Sunday is originated from the Egyptians who worship the sun god. Most people simply pass these things off and never question their origins, but this just scratches the surface of the pagan influence over the present day. It is not just found in religions, it is found right here in our own backyard.
Yo, the man is the deacon.
Sell your soul to make a buck. Wanna grab your mouth and tape it shut. Don't judge a girl who shakes it up. Your sin's much worse. Hold in your arm that holy book for the walks of the church, for the holy look. What a disgrace. Yell all day to rile up your sheep. Army flock with the guard to put sin to sleep. Bodies for the cause piled up in a heap. Enough bloodshed to make the good Lord weep. Now we stand on the streets tonight. A force for the truth that'll greet the right. Call upon the cops, use all your tricks. Money and religion and politics. You strike with a power, your force is blunt. We stand in a line, a united front. A list of complaints, history's our proof. You got the power, all we got is truth. We keep fighting, no air in our lungs. We fight with sticks as they fight with guns. Intimidation won't work this time. Some lives don't count, and that's the crime. You pass your judgment showing no regret. The world has changed, you don't know it yet. The lines of division, all are fake. The ones between race, gay, and straight. The future's in a bottle, partly spilt. The sea of prejudice, you're charting still. With the hatred, the elephant party built. They killed Matt Shepard and Harvey Milk. One day he opened up the paper and almost had a heart attack. Not from lard and fat, but you saw in San Francisco they were making marriage of queers like the devil had returned. It's the end of days, been love between two girls named Jane. No blind to the war, feel by lies till the oil runs out. Yo, your lungs out, wait till your son and daughter comes out. Gathered here on this beautiful day to bow our heads, close our eyes and pray. Lord, save us from your people that praise your name, perpetuate evil, blasphemous what they done to win. Good Christians vote Republican, Crucify the truth, spin and distortion, manipulate gays, guns, and abortion. Only so many scapegoats, keep the choir singing, skinny shaped throats. You want the whole sermon? Lady, take notes. Flood of hypocrites, will steady break boats. How many times can you ride on the bandwagon? With a Jesus tattoo and your pants sagging? You better get a grip, politicians strike a pose, but it's all bullshit. One hand on the Bible, the other hand on a gun. Sarah Palin said God brings light, so don't believe in the sun. Don't believe that teacher, your mind shall shape. Your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy couldn't have been no ape. Vote for the man with the most faith. Recruited kids turn killers like Ghostface. True sets in at a slow pace. Voice of dissent broke in the whole place. Blinded faith, more cost and gain. Holy water has washed your brain. Pat Robertson's another Jim Jones. Blasting Christian pop, suicidal ringtones.
So you think that all these religions are separate. They're not. They're all working behind the scenes on the same accord. Okay? It's like just like politics. You know, except that we think we have a 3-party system here instead of a 2-party system. All right? It's all the same people behind the scenes. It's directed by the dark occult agenda, the eugenics agenda, and these are just fronts for those groups. You have to understand that. So many people are attached to their religion. They think their religion's right and all the other religions are wrong. They're all invented to divide humanity. They're all invented to give people a rigid belief system so that they don't understand what's really being done. They all have a seed of truth within them where most people wouldn't buy into them. So at the core, yeah, there's a seed of truth. But you know, all the other trappings and laws and rituals and all that other stuff is just there to throw you off the path of truth. You know, get you into a box and say you shouldn't consider anything outside of this box. Here's the real religionists that lie behind the so-called cultural religions. It's all invented by the same people, folks, and has been run by these people for tens of thousands of years.
Someone who is spiritually enlightened is trying to teach you something and enlighten you. What are you doing? You are listening to that person. But as you're listening to him, what are you doing? You are judging in your brain, in your mind, if this guy is for real, or is he just a good showman, or is he full of bull, or is it true? And so you are judging. This is why the scripture says Jesus was held to be judged in the temple. That's right, the temple, the side of your head. And when you decide that you've heard enough of this and you don't want to hear any more of this light, you want to go back to sleep, you don't want to hear this light, what have you done? You have now put God's Son to death, the Son of enlightenment, the intellectual, spiritual light from the universe you have now put to death in your head. Why? Because that's where God's Son dies, Golgotha, skull place in your head. Skull place, that's where he's put to death. The bottom line is that the entire New Testament is a metaphor for the war between light and darkness.
Never to surrender ourselves to servitude and shame, whatever the cost.
And most people can't handle the light. They can't handle the truth. It's too bright, and I don't want to hear this. Well, one day there will come a time when the real truth is going to come out, and you're going to find out that that presence of God bears no resemblance to what you thought it was going to be. God is bigger.
The father of all psyops, as I like to call it, is religion. Religion is the biggest psyop. It's all religion, right? All of it is religion. Every one of these psyops and belief in them, belief in government, belief in authority. It's all religion. The overarching psyop that has been with us forever is religion in general. The date of this one, the beginning of humanity to the present. The psyop type is a worldview psyop, a disinfo psyop, a stand-down psyop. You can go on and on. It fits into many categories. But worldview being the most overarching one. The public sell. God and spirituality is what our religious belief system states that it is. So it's going to tell you about the nature of reality and of God, etc. But, it's going to define it in their rigidly strict, in-the-box terms. And human beings that don't accept our worldview of God and spirituality are damned. That's really what religion postulates. It's the same thing in the freedom movement. You don't believe in flat earth? Well, we have now rigid divisions. You don't believe in Q? We have rigid divisions. It's to put everybody in a box and say everybody else is the enemy. And it works. It works. Religion to divide works. Okay? That's why they're making these new religions. Hitler was the good guy. The earth is flat. The founding fathers were the bad guys. Q's going to save us. The sorcerers of our world will do anything to keep us fighting with each other. The true purpose of the religion psyop is just that. To give to humanity a distorted view of God and spirituality, healthy dose of double quotes around both those words, to lead them away from the truth and to keep them fighting amongst each other so that they may be ruled more easily by the occult ruling class. The status, of course, with religious beliefs in general, whether they are traditional cultural religions or any of the new religions that are invented by the occult ruling class, the status of all of those psyops are ongoing. Okay? This is the main bulk of my work and what I talk about, the dark occult. The priest class that's really running the show. You don't know any of their names, and neither do I. Okay? It doesn't matter what their names are. They come and go. They jump in and out. One leaves this plane, another one comes right in and takes its place. That's how it works. Let me tell you something. It ain't all men. It ain't all white people. It ain't all Jews. It ain't all Freemasons. It's an eclectic, worldwide variety of human beings in every walk of life, and I'm telling you, there's probably some sitting in the room.
This is a terrific tale of fiction and fact, depiction and confliction back when your religion was original. Didn't you know there was a shepherd? He had 3 sons, a herd of 30 sheep. He protected 300 acres. His land spanned wide. His sons divided 3 ways. The night that man died, the eldest felt this opportunity to rise, while the one in the middle still cried. The little one held his father's staff high, cursed the sky, kissed the ground, shouted loud as he could, the world is mine. Drew a line, told his brothers to never cross, and they did the same, not even knowing what it cost them. Days of years, millennia, here's what your religion is. Give me yours, give me his, division is why Trinity's lost and blind. I wanna find her and remind her what a penny cost. The sons of the shepherd separated the flock. Every day that they watched them graze, they started to plot against one another. And since the younger brother dispensed with brotherly bond, and he responded swift and speedily, immediately he would lift one of the other brother's sheep. If ever astray, they would drift and give a gift to himself. Thinking of ruling the tribes, he would connive to ruin the lives of his own blood. As his plot increased, the eldest grew suspicious and learned not to sleep. The second son turned to God and asked why my brothers defy my father's wish, and it shouldn't be like this. But learned that's how it is, hellbound, when he found his older brother drowned in a well down below the pasture. Blow the horns in Zion and warn them of the lion to come. Days of years, millennia, here's what your religion is. Give me yours, give me his, division is why Trinity's lost and blind. I wanna find her and remind her what a penny costs. Days of years, millennia, here's what your religion is. Give me yours, give me his, division is why Trinity's lost and blind. I wanna find her finder and reminder what a penny costs. At any cost to be the boss, the youngest would pay. His brother learned with his brother's death and then turned to his heart to see if any love was left. Grabbed his staff, gathered the flock, and covered his chest with steel mesh and searched the stretch of the land. Prayed to find his little brother so he could remind him that the shepherd shields the sheep from the leopard. In charge with this duty never kills to eat. When he told him this, his reply was that my father has died and his land is divided. There's not enough for us, so it is a must that I make you suffer just because. Days of years, millennia, here's what your religion is. Give me yours, give me his. Division is why Trinity's lost and blind. I wanna find her and remind her what a penny costs. And that day, the brotherhood between the three brothers no longer existed. Their story lives.
Cause I ain't with that. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple. So much information in my head, I'm gonna explode. When I speak upon the truth, I feel like I just dropped the load. I gotta do it often, gotta be careful. The right-hand turn is coming, gotta be careful. I got a blood that's running thicker than the top, it's called the Brea. When I went to visit, I packed the lunch. I had a hunch it was gonna be a long while before we get a chance to see him. We even got juice at the museum, so unload the busload of people that I came with. They came to visit the hieroglyphic. Let's be specific why they came upon this journey. I don't even know, Pappy. Open up the atlas and I looked upon the map. See, I'm so disgraced, they try to deface my beautiful people of Ethiopia. More fruitful than the cornucopia, make them cross through the mainstream. Not talking about the poncho, but a Christian man's dream. So it seems when the times ain't so good, missionaries come and tell you knock on wood. Now should you do it or should you shan't? I think I can. Do you really care about your well-being? Cause I'm not seeing compassion in your action of relief. Food and shelter for exchange of belief like a low-down thief. Strategies kinda swell, convert ones that hurtin' and aren't living well, but time will tell. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple.
When you say ignore them, I get goosebumps. I get a shiver. There's a lot more to it than that, but you get the idea. I get the idea.
Yo, I knew I wouldn't stop when I saw the apple drop. It fell right on your head, you've been misled. It's time to take it off and shed. You're living in denial. And no, I don't mean Egypt. The bad thoughts come and go, but yo, the good ones stay to visit. When they stay to visit, I take them in. I treat them like a friend in need. Indeed, I know the time. I know the date too. 57, 53, the year to be for me and you. The preacher tried to tell me different, saying it's 1993. I've been around much too long to ever believe such fallacy. You get the point I'm trying to get at. You've been hoodwinked, you've been had. Taken for a ride in the boatmobile in the back seat. They cop a feel, for real. The other morning got a knock on my door. Suckers handing pamphlets like the savior was a whore. I said thanks for sharing and thanks for caring. You're gonna burn in hell is what they keep swearing. I only pray to one boss, not a homemade course. So pick up your bag of Bibles and take your losses, cause I'm a lost cause. Ooh, he's so handsome, look like Charles Manson. Best believe I'm June Blossom's grandson. You take the high road and I'll take the down low, and I'll be in Jerusalem before you know. And when I get there, it's heard a prayer in the Wailing Wall, cause the church is gonna motherfucking fall. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple. Stab by the steeple, scalpel by the chapel. The choir's got my tongue and the preacher's got my Adam's apple.
If you get into a fight with these people and you lose,
try to destroy the Christians.
Sure, I'll buy that. Buy that.
Yo, the man is the deacon.
I want you to understand a few words of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding from a soul rapping man have more weight in this life than 1,000 men of science and technology ever.
Because I preach. Academic going war strategy plans. Well spoke the old monks are looking at those lost souls whipping till the pressure runs. Swim with the tide, the slide better than tabs. Million lines, academic going war strategy plans. Well spoke the old monks are looking at those lost souls whipping till the pressure runs. Spotting me, sparking the weekend pocket trip on a mission to walk, scotch the trip. It's a lot of talk about, let me walk you real quick. Click like essence of escape to the Neverland with this holy grail. What else would these people believe if this wasn't God around thee? Gotta ring your quadraphonic like it's a mission for your greedy solution. Derision, reality with phantasm. Insipid mental aberration. Luminous circular rational perception. Surrounded by a misty metamorphosis fisty. Transfiguration souls to the level 3. Infancy brought to earth not to play. Scroll took the streets, dreams could be rudiments. The prophets and those who have stood their risk. Strange visions with fountains of the universal knowledge. Motor definition, Genetius, immortal resurrection. I beat the temple of Juno that saw Sphere rebuild. Devils sonata they got to retell. Souls with vision they manifested. We call light a sensational gate of heaven. The seven seals dodging the king in position. Our put is a Christian. Watch the pendulum swing every second. The war is at stake under the rocks. You can relate. Relocated from back in the days. It's the mirror that got erased. Cause we brought love in our hearts. Never enlightened to the fake. Never this sneaky outfits. Know what I'm getting at. Swim with the tide, the slide better than taps. Never your lines, academic, I will want strategy plans. Well spoke the old monks, I looking at the lost souls, whipping till the pressure runs. Fresh like Bhutan, God's only soul was born. I swim in the tide, the slide better than taps. Oh, lost souls,
Damn, so you still out here waiting up? So you don't mind if I go and take this watch? Car keys?
No, Jesus give me another one.
Alright then, cool.
Listen to the preacher man, but are you talking to me? I can't hear you with a mouth full of pig's feet. I shouldn't eat the swine flesh. Your body is a mess, but you're blessed with the Father, Son, Spirit, and the Holy Ghost. But my whole neighborhood is comatose, looking for survival. The devil made you a slave and he gave you a Bible. 400 years of getting our ass kicked by so-called Christians and Catholics. But I'ma watch them burn in the fire. See, I'm a G, that's why I ain't in your choir. Cause I see, cause I know the church ain't nothing but a fashion show. Get the devil do a 187 and they won't call me a nigga when I get to heaven. You're waiting for the devil to come from the ground. Clown, take a look around. Just look at the cross that the priest is holding. A beast in sheep's clothing. But I'm rolling with that knowledge itself. Cause heaven ain't just wealth. So Mr. Preacher, if I couldn't pay my tithe, do I have to wait outside? White man, please take another look. Cause we couldn't be reading out the same book. Cause you's a crook and I'm a brother. King James had sex with his mother. Is that your addition? Is that your religion? Black man, you gotta make a decision. Cause God is coming on day number 7 and they won't call call me a nigga when I get to heaven. The same white man that threw me in a slam, he bombed the church in Alabama. So if I cock the hammer, God won't mind if I have to kill the human swine. Cause God is a killer from the start. Why you think Noah had to build his ark? And God is a man from his feet to his hair. That's why you say amen after each and every prayer. I just stare at the church man, spending more money on the church band. But Elijah's got a plan. Got the white man screaming, damn that Farrakhan. Cause one day these babies are uprise, much more than bow ties and bean pies. Kicking knowledge at the 7-Eleven, and then they won't call me a nigga when I get to heaven.
But when it comes to standing up, we find a convenient excuse to lay down, back away from struggle.
These kids nowadays don't believe in Jesus, not feeling him at all. They're more concerned about when Jay-Z is coming back or when Pac is coming back. Hell, they even want to know when their own father is coming back. But they're not feeling Jesus. Jesus needs to change his image. Yeah, maybe something like this. Jesus needs to get jiggy. For all these kids who aren't really feeling Jesus, he's going to have to get real jiggy. Forget the cross. Just say he has a platinum chain with a diamond cross. Maybe Jesus needs a Jesus piece, 2-way pagers and a fat farm phone. Even Jesus needs to have a Jesus walk ringtone. Could you imagine if Jesus answered his phone? Be like, what up, God? Peace, God. I'll holla, God. I'm out, God. Rename his apostles the G-Unit, God's Unit, and call himself the God MC. He, Jehovah, or Godson. Forget having faith. Put out there that he slept with faith. Talk about Biggie and Puff in his rhymes. Being crucified ain't even gangster enough. Jesus needs to get shot 8 or 9 times. Make the most disrespectful music towards women just to get fame. Then at the award shows say he did it all in God's name. Drive a Bentley and make videos with Mr. Bentley. Hell, that would be jiggy.
Listen to the lyric. Here we go. We are the ones prophesized to return. My main concern is for all of you to learn how to live. Yes, through the lyrics I give and send, my friend, this age is coming to an end. Not the world, but the age is ending. Listen to the astrological message I'm sending. I'm sending. Tell him. Truth is truth, whether or not you like me. We are living now in the age of Pisces. But Pisces is over at the year 2000 when the Son of God changes his house and enters the age of Aquarius. The Son of God as man is hilarious. When you think of Jesus, think of the sun, the flaming sun. That's where they stole this concept from. Stop believing and read your Bible logically. The New Testament is really old astrology. Jesus is the Son of God, no lie. But they might be talking about the sun up in the sky. The sun that hangs on the cross of the zodiac. The zodiac was with 12 signs to be exact. Each sign is a house, and you should keep in mind, each house equals a period of time. The time, 2,000 years, and that's a fact. It's called an age or a house in the zodiac. The 12 disciples are 12 months of reason. The 4 gospels signify the 4 seasons. When Jesus fed the multitude with 2 fishes, it signified the age of Pisces, not fish on dishes. If you read the Bible astrologically, it's clearer. The next age will be the age of the water bearer. It's called the age of Aquarius, when logic and truth will take care of us. So in this age of spiritual dignity, you'll see a rise in femininity and creativity, matched with masculinity. You got to get with me. This is your true her story. Do you want to go higher?
No evil has struck harder than religious opinion. When the truth comes to us, it is clouded by our prejudices and preconceptions, along with the veils of secrecy. Our dreams are reality while they last, thinking that man is supreme over institutions, not they over him. Some call it order. The well-being of their order is their first great law, so they cause disorder. We are sacrificial lambs and the earth is their altar. You're being misled consciously because you're being controlled subconsciously. Have you ever had a thought but also thought, that can't be my thought, I would never think like that? Have you ever had a thought but also thought, that can't be my thought, I would never think like that? Question everything, question everything. All that we see is illusion. All thoughts you have are perceived as your own. Defend your mind and psychological welfare. Project Moonraker, Project Moonscan. Read about EEGs. Cancel AT&T.
The man is the deacon.
Face the truth.
We all need to be aware of the strategy being used against us in context of power, especially again with the New Age movement, mind control, and on the highest levels, organized occultism and religions, and all this shit that has been used as destructive consciousness overlay to control the minds and perceptions of the population, and even harder with individuals who are actually working to access levels of truth.
No disrespect, but the effect of what you call correct is breaking my neck. I know your intentions were to protect, but forcing your personal views is hurting more than helping, making me want to reject to the point that I say, fuck you. If I had my way, I'd jangle with your Pope and Gauntlet style. Put him in a headlock and whisper in his ear. If your mind was a water closet, I'd sit down and show you how I feel about your religious background. Some look up to the sky for the support. As much of a criticizing badger that I am, I agree. We all need kickstands to keep our lives up straight, but I refuse to bow down to kite skeletons. That's like me wearing around my neck the knife that stabbed my father with a picture of his corpse edged in a blade. I don't praise inanimate objects unless it's man's imagination manipulating how I see things. So while others will bow down to the cross and await their fate, I will re-ring and string these 2 pillars and hang glide on out of here on the next strong Armageddon wind to escape through the tailpipe of Dante's Inferno with Gypsy's luck and determination. My imagination station will keep me alive with infinite styles that will arouse the mind muscle to keep who I am on the hustle, so all that evenism can be muzzled. So all of that evenism can be muzzled. Don't blame my disapproved behavior for not praising your savior. I follow my own prayer. I follow my own prayer. This behavior. Don't blame my disapproved behavior for not praising your savior. I follow my own prayer. I follow my own prayer.
But I just want to know, don't you believe in God anymore?
Well, my faith is gone.
What's your opinion on that?
That's strange. I was thinking the same thing. Something I read in the Holy Quran, how it says, "Hast thou seen him who belies religion? That is one who is rough to the orphan." And no matter what we say our religion is, whether it's Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, old schoolism, or new schoolism, if we're not schooling the youth with wisdom, then the sins of the father will visit the children. And that's not keeping it real. That's keeping it wrong.
And I'm going to state again, as I did before, that the occult needs a fresh reformation. This to the agenda of the Thothians, though, was to create the right-wing brotherhoods, specifically. Keeping the dark working concealed on the front with religion. Everything in context here was to keep these things connected to their grid works. Giving out just enough to play on certain codes, holding humanity back from the full knowledge of what was going on, working to hold back whatever knowledge they could. There is much, much more in context to the planetary temporal.
Manifestations of traditional Christianity that are very likely. We bless slavery with the Christian scriptures. We blessed anti-Semitism with the Christian scriptures. We stood by watching Hitler destroy 6 million Jews. And then we were negative about women. And then we were negative about gay people. And we were negative about meditative people. We've been negative about mentally ill people. We've been negative about divorced people. The church has victimized a great number of people in this world. Now, how does that square with the portrait of Jesus drawn by the fourth gospel that says the purpose of Jesus is that we might have life and we might have it more abundantly? Is the way we treat gay people giving them life? Is the way we treat women giving them life? We are in a rebellion as a church because people aren't going to accept those definitions. I don't care what the book says.
But in the bullshit department, a businessman can't hold a candle to a clergyman. Because I gotta tell you the truth, folks. I gotta tell you the truth. When it comes to bullshit, big time, major league bullshit, you have to stand in awe. In awe of the all-time champion of false promises and exaggerated claims, religion. No contest. No contest. Religion easily has the greatest bullshit story ever told. Think about it. Religion has actually convinced people that there's an invisible man living in the sky who watches everything you do every minute of every day. And the invisible man has a special list of 10 things he does not want you to do. And if you do any of these 10 things, he has a special place full of fire and smoke and burning and torture and anguish where he will send you to live and suffer and burn and choke and scream and cry forever and ever till the end of time. But he loves you. He loves you. He loves you and he needs money. He always needs money. He's all powerful, all perfect, all knowing, all wise. Somehow just can't handle money. Religion takes in billions of dollars, they pay no taxes, and they always need a little more. Now, you talk about a good bullshit story. Holy shit.
Very easy to be sarcastic about religion. It's much harder to take a stand.
Great wall of prophecy, reveal to us God's will that we may blindly obey. Free us from thought and responsibility. We shall read things off you. Then do them. Your words guide us. We're dumb.
You know what else stinks about being a slave?
Yow.
It looks like the type of disorder that rarely ever seen anymore, except in primitive culture. Call it some natural form of possession. Quite frankly, we really don't know much about it at all, except that it starts with a conflict or a guilt, and it leads to the patient's delusion that his body has been invaded by some alien intelligence.
stitched clothes and drenched from exposed capillaries. My mood varies, I don't know if I'm sane. Thoughts drain from my eyelashes, translate to a form of English. Words form from within my dashes and persist until it's finished. But I've seen kids before my position whose will has been diminished, but not mine. I insisted I proceed to be a savior. Give up my soul to the baseline while my mother says her prayers. Lord help me, God help me, please rescue him from reality. But little does she know my fantasy is this calamity. Actions speak louder than words. Blasphemy, I'll prove them wrong. My words are louder than my actions. Count the people who've lived in song. It's been a long, long time since my vision's been clear. My years are spent traveling while the rhythm instills fear into every man, woman, and child breathing on this earth. We're just killing some time living till hell is giving birth. And hell is giving birth to me, a walking cadaver conversing with sanity. I reek obscenities, a freak and pure beast. It's amazing that I'm permitted to roam free and spread my word like locusts on the streets of Metropolis. Amplified by Lucifer and the mic attached to my esophagus.
They are the Alpha and Omega Centauri. In context to Yahweh, in context to Jehovah, in context to Ya'al-Gabath, in context to Sackless, in context to Abraxas, in context to Zu.
Whoever said there was a God, tell them I say they're a liar. My mind dangles from a wire, blood drips when I perspire. Above my head hangs high a diadem of thorns. And with no surprise, my eyes count the cries of men and women that I've harmed with my influential thoughts and motivational bombs. My arms are held back with strings attached, marionette in a costume, and from this I hatch. It is something I didn't want, but from this I flourish. Trade my soul for the beat and write rhymes till I'm nourished. So I said, good deal, this appeals to my liking. Conquer everything in sight, rape and pillage like Vikings. More often than not, I get blocked to some degree with traditional arrangement and stands that don't agree. So with bludgeon arteries I bleed and say whatever the fuck comes out. Prayers are worth nothing when you've lost your mouth and your mind somewhere else in the hands of Satan with his words amongst your breath. I'm left with no choice but the voices thought I gotta get out or I might get caught in lies and corruption which I used to enjoy, but now thanks to the beat I'm the devil's new toy.
It's all astrology.
Worshiping ISIS, and after they kicked the Moors out of Spain, they start burning him at the stake. You see what I'm saying? That's your magic. That's your magic. That's why you ain't been able to do nothing by praying. Praying ain't nothing but begging. That's all it is, begging. Now, what the thing about what the original prayer was, you supposed to say it and work it into your subconscious, because your subconscious can't do nothing to you until you convince your subconscious that it is real. So if you prayed on a certain level, you could convince your subconscious that it's real. But the problem is, the reason why prayer don't work for you now, because you're praying to a deity that's outside of you. You don't understand that your prayer is only supposed to ask. The original prayer is you trying to ask your deep subconscious, where all the power is, to do something for you. You see what I'm saying? To do something for you. So now, you meditate on it. It's a greater form of prayer. You might ask the question. The only prayer was you was asking a question. When you meditate, you try to receive the question. You see what I'm saying? But if you tell your subconscious something, your subconscious is a storehouse of energy. It can produce anything, even on the physical, that you want it to. But it can't produce anything not unless you convince your subconscious that it's real. You see? So what happens is, when you see people in the church and they got a certain amount of results, They got the results not because of Jesus was in their life and they bearing witness. What it was is the deity, they had gotten so immersed into the belief and the worship of the deity till it signaled the subconscious and gave them what they wanted anyway. They don't realize that it's their own subconscious giving it and they're attributing it to Jesus, because even though we didn't have the ancient African religion, the Jesus substituted at the time to give us what I want anyway, what we wanted anyway. You see what I'm saying? So when we prayed, we used to get results to the simple doggone fact. It was a science, and we used to go beyond it because we really believed in Jesus. So we would tap into the subconscious, and that's how we got shit. But the many time your ass prayed and didn't get shit. So that's a damn Russian roulette lottery system on the praying shit. But we're talking about getting it we're talking about getting it totally.
Let me make it clear, I don't care for religion, but you're still my brother, no matter your decision. The blonde hair, blue, white, God is overrated. Hear me now, I'm not attracted to the picture that you're painting. Oh, I'm young and I have much to learn, but faith without reason makes me concerned. Believing in one God, I'm gonna stand firm. For your own benefit, yes, your work to deceive. So I'ma put your foolishness under my feet. Be aware of mind games of society. Let me make it clear, I don't care for religion. But you're still my brother, no matter your decision. Come on here, blue-eyed God is overrated. I'm not attracted to the picture that you're painting. Now.
The ego has bound them so completely that they would rather choose ignorance, sickness, sorrow, pain, suffering, unto death, if it comes to that, rather than admit they were duped, they were deceived, they were simply wrong, they simply didn't have the information, and they don't want to look at new information and then use their will to change their behavior.
Oh, I'm young and I have much to learn, but faith without reason makes me concerned. Believing in one God, I'm gonna stand firm. For your own benefit, yes, you work to deceive. So I'ma put your foolishness under my feet. Be aware of the games of society. So let me make it clear, I don't care for religion, but you're still my brother, no matter your decision. The blonde hair, blue-eyed God is overrated. I'm not attracted to the picture that you're painting.
Are you the author of these writings?
I am.
Do you recant what you have written here?
I cannot renounce all of my works because they are not all the same. First are those books in which I have described Christian faith and life so simply that even my opponents have admitted that these works are useful. To renounce these writings would be unthinkable.
for that would be to renounce accepted Christian truth.
He is not here to make speeches, only to answer.
The second group of my work is directed against the foul doctrine and evil living of the popes, past and present. No!
All right. Who created God? That's the question. Listen. Listen. Because sometimes things are too deep to think about, let alone spit about. But I'm the opposite, I get it out. Better out than in. I believe in God, yeah, but who made him? It's a fair question. I don't oppose religious beliefs, it's just a question. And question everything I done mentioned. Second guess anything. Nothing's gospel till you know it. Faith is a tree, you gotta grow it. Nurture your ideologies and research philosophies before you're praying on your knees. I ain't addressed the real question yet, and that's who made God. It's not blasphemy, and if anybody out there's got the answer, then please get back to me. Hit me up. Human beings don't give a fuck. They sell the one thing that God gave everyone to earn a buck. Yeah, I've had enough, I'm not gullible. In this life, yeah, Judas lives comfortable, and Jesus is dynamo. A normal person with superpowers gives life to dead flowers, it's just an illusion. Is God just a concept put here to maintain confusion? Tell me who wins, and is the devil strong? Who said that the devil's wrong, and who made him? Every religion they say the same thing. Burn Satan, yeah, burn. I say if you're blind, you can't learn. The Bible says turn the other cheek. But in this life, if you turn the other cheek, then you're seen as weak. What to believe or not to believe, what's worse, I'll explain in the next verse. Who created God? You tell me. Listen, you see, cause God's an answer to a question that we all pose. We can't fathom the truth, so we need showing. Need a knowing, need an understanding. Think about it, who made God? Is the real concept lost? Cause the concept is obviously man-made. We made the language so that way, we made God. We created a concept to guide us, cause we're all lost. And different religions, each develop different stories. But if you think deep, yeah, they all have the same story. They all say love is good, and they all show you a life that it feels you should follow now. Cause my words mean more than the words written over there. In God I swear, claim to be taken in vain. I hope that you hear what I'm saying, cause I believe strong, trust, cause God's helped me carry on. Pick myself up and battle on. Faith and God are two different things. We can only believe in man-made things, in a man-made concept. Cause anything that we believe in, we created it. Religious books, we printed and created it. Is it a crazy myth that we're brainwashed to believe? I'm still asking. Listen, who created God? You tell me. I believe that man made God out of ignorance and fear. Cause if God made man, then why the hell would he put us here? I thought he's supposed to be the all-loving, the same God who let Palestinians die in abundance. Don't fall for that regular shit. The regular's just irrelevantness. They want us to submit to something that they control. So they made money and women promote their sexy clothes. It's a way for them to get your soul. If you don't give it, take control of your life, fam, go live it. Whether you're Muslim or Christian, Hindu or Sikh, mind what you seek, cause what you seek could be a defeat. Why do I wash my hands and my feet? Why should I have to watch how I speak? God gave me the right to speak, made me unique. How can we bite the hand that feeds, provides air to breathe, the land, the sea, the fruits, the trees? Jesus Christ, is it blasphemy? Or is it blasphemy to cut down the trees for your factories? They're trying to make nature a fallacy and make the nation scared Islamically. Pro-tragedy, pro-agony, anti-love and pro-savagery, anti-family. But I love a stranger like he's my brother. No matter his religion, his accent or colour. Say they want us to hate each other. Do you get the picture? So don't let religion be another way for us to differ. Do you get the picture? So don't let religion be another way for us to differ. Do you get the picture? Just don't let religion be another way for us to differ. Do you the picture? Just don't let religion be another way for us to differ. Who created God? You tell me. Created God, but I believe if you don't, then explain the sun and the trees, the birds and the bees. Nature is natural, so God is factual. I don't know who created God, but I believe if you don't, then explain the sun and the trees, the birds and the bees. Nature is natural, so God is factual. Cause I don't know who created God, but I believe if you don't, then explain the sun and the trees, the birds and the bees. Nature is natural, so God is factual. I don't know who created God, but I believe if you don't, then explain the sun and the trees, the birds and the bees. Nature is natural, so God is factual.
Vote for the lesser of two evils, you vote for evil. Politics and God are not equal, but the education pray to you for the light you might give them. Mother, make them know that you're living within them. You begin them and end them in silence, frankly. If they knew you, they would understand violence. I pray to you for the Pope and the Vatican. Have mercy, Mother, cause I know that you're mad at them. The white Jesus deceived us a while ago, and Pope Julius II paid Michelangelo. I know this happened in 1519, yet this is the image we can't seem to forget. Vote for God, don't vote for the devil. Let me take you to a higher level.
Does it thrive in me? Does it drive me, revive me? When I'm weak, making me strong. If so, I prolong. I believe in a higher power for too long. But if not, what is it that I'm leaning on? And am I wrong for questioning his presence? Tell me what's the essence of the higher power? So many say it's faith, but faith in what? What is it that they follow? The word of an entity in which you and I have never seen. And as far as I know, never even existed. Me being the person that I am, I can't just put my trust in faith. Cause faith ain't what's gonna stop me from falling on my face. Although it may take me to a better place where everyone's laced in white robes and halos with magnificent feathered wings sprouting out of their backs. But does a lack of faith mean that I'm automatically to be cast into an abyss of fiery rage and brimstone, where I'm to burn for eternity and forever have my soul moan in pain and agony? Cause I didn't believe, didn't conceive, or question the facade of God's religion. I'm willing to listen to the answers, but they're never given completely anyway. There's always a loophole or a contradiction in everything they say. So I'm led straight within my own rules, regulations, and guidelines. Cause I've got my own mind, and I find that my values are morally common. Positive is how I live my life. I'm the author of my own Bible, and by that book I live right. So in a sense I've seen the light through all of the darkness. I harness my own faith, choose my own way. Stay humble and humane, never living in vain. Cause I'ma know what it is that I believe in and what it is that I follow. Then from my heart and never be hollow. For a stage built and generated by the higher power I created. There it is, my confession stated. My confession stated.
Building riches, third eye vision of creation.
This new religion, it invited me. I use my vision, found it wise to free. Everything I had to say, come inside and see. Come inside and see. True words of wisdom, they apply to me. Straight from the heart, I arrive at the key. And I can be there anytime I decide to be. Cause I decide to be.
My intuition guided me to a new religion inside of me. And you can feel it in my flow when I ride the beat. It's like that. This music mission guided me to a new religion inside of me. And you can hear it in my style cause I'm quite unique. Worship.
Natural law is
people tend to believe on the basis of outside authority. Now, in no way in the science of mind do we ask you to assume any belief on the basis of outside authority. We ask you to think for yourself, to turn within, to experiment with the principles and see that they are demonstrable, they work. These writings, the scriptures, the sacred literature, a great mysticism, which is the source of an interior power by which to live. And this is where it ties in with the faith. Because without the mystical element in any religion, the religion is sterile. It has no dynamism. It isn't going anywhere. It isn't going to do anything for you because it's all, you're on a head trip. You're on a head trip.
You're on a head trip.
There are definite principles in the teaching that make you live more comfortably within yourself and with other people, both in regard to the physical laws of nature and to the psychological aspects of man. None of this scientific evidence means anything, and the breakthroughs in knowledge will still leave the West spiritually bankrupt if we continue on our negativistic course. The basic answer effectively meditate, coming to know the real purpose of life, to return to man's victorious spirit, the kingdom of heaven that is within.
I refrain from saying games left in exchange. It's strange. The umbilical attachment you spent at a false merchant of the false prophet who was out to make a profit. You can stop it from discovery, not invasion by Caucasian pale face genocidal bulldozer. Damn, they got over, and now I'm supposed to take over this world and make the legacy last, endure and further prosper. I think not. No, this is no way to think. You blink, and the moment will escape. You chase the false vision. Lies are all lies and half truths. No proof. Poof, it existed and resisted the twisted minds of sadists. Play this again and again. I'll never sell my boys or friends. They're all I've got. You're all distraught with the thought that I think inside my thinker. That's the reason for the blinker on your light bar. I'm energetic like a power bar and bound to go far upon the mission I choose to accept. Crept through the fog to the outskirts of myself. Self-sufficient in my mind. I use no one for security. You may not have heard of me. My identity is not public information. Can I find it in your library? Filed under Dewey. So sue me and I'll burn you like an attorney of outlaw. How do you call your court a session? With a transgression of flexing? Notwithstanding my detection, I refrain.
For if the gods are within us, is that not their redemption? And is it not the other way around in terms of the inversions? Sprang forth religion through Christianity and all of the cube cult bullshit. Sprang forth the Sumerian Draconian Empire that destroys the human spirit, and you really have to see everything now just for what it is.
Instead of reading the word of Christ, be the word of Christ. Instead of following God's word, be God's word. That's the consciousness of hip hop. You are not just doing hip hop, you are hip hop. You are not just reading the word of God, you are the word of God.
Basic instructions before leaving Earth. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. Basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Life is a test, many quests to universe. And through my research, I felt the joy and I heard. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. The basic instructions before leaving Earth. Life is a test, many quests to universe. And through my research, I felt the joy and I heard. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. The basic instructions before leaving.
Knowledge is wisdom. This goes back when I was 12. I loved doing right, but I was trapped in hell. Had mad ideas, sad eyes and tears, years of fears, but yo, my foes couldn't bear. I searched for the truth since my youth, and went to church since birth, but it wasn't worth the loot that I was paying, plus the praying. I didn't like staying cause of busybodies and dizzy hotties that the preacher had souped up with lies, had me cooped up looking at loot button thighs. During the service, he swallowed up the poor, and after they heard this, they wallowed on the floor. But I ignored and explored my history that was untold, and watched mysteries unfold, and dropped a jewel like Solomon, but never follow men, cause if you do, your brain is more hollow than space oblivia or the abyss, with no trace of trivia left with the hiss. Does it pay to be deaf, dumb, and blind? From a slave, he was kept from the mind, and from the caves, he crept from behind, and what he gave was a sect of the swine. When the Bible, it condemns the pig. I don't mean to pull your hems or flip your wigs, but we used to wear a turban, but now we in the urban. No more wearing beanies or dressed like a genie. No hocus pocus, cause I focus on the facts and put it on the tracks and put it through the wax. I speak on Jacob, it might take up some time, and too much knowledge, it might break up the rhyme. I did it anyway just to wake up the mind of those who kiss stones or praise on the carpet. Those who sit home and sell books by the market need to chill and get their mind revived. For years, religion did nothing but divide. The basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Life is a test, many quests to universe. And through my research, I felt the joy and I heard. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. The basic instructions before leaving Earth. Life is a test, many quests to universe. And through my research, I felt the joy and I heard. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. The basic instructions before leaving Earth. Life is a test, many quests to universe. And through my research, I felt the joy and I heard. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. The basic instructions before leaving Earth. Life is a test, many quests to universe.
Ride all the time. Ride water all the time.
The whole concept of government rests on the belief, the religious belief called authority. If you believe in this belief, you are a member of a religion. Your religion is government if you believe in authority. Whether you know that or understand it or not, you're a religious follower.
Essentially, this is the triangulated darkened seed of the war over consciousness between the Christ and the Antichrist gridworks of consciousness. And to this, I'm going to make a blatant statement that is going to shock the shit out of most that hear this. But the true Christ is everything to do with Odin in context to the ancient wisdom councils. To sacrifice unto yourself, take up your own cross. What is revealed in the ancient Nordic mythos trumps everything out there in terms of its confirmation to this. And this has nothing to do with Judaism. This has nothing to do with Christianity or Islam or Satanism or Luciferianism, dark Luciferianism otherwise. All of those religions are major misappropriations in terms of the actual truth, and is also why these original concepts have been poisoned on the levels that they have been to the first war that took place between the Aesir and the Vanir. And it was the genetic hatred that generated from the Oran group which digressed into the violent murder and destruction, which further resulted the propagation of the victim-victimizer, tyrant-to-slave mind control states of conditioning in order to manipulate cosmic law against all sentient consciousness beings.
I don't follow any religion. I think all religions are demented. I respect Muslims, but I think that they have no need for their book. I think their book just distracts them from reality, the same as the Christian book, the same as the Jewish book, the same as all these religious tomes. They're all things from the past. They're all other people's ideas. They're all someone else's version of reality. They are not you. They're not your creative thought of expression. They're not your creative experience of this reality. They're someone else's idea of what you are, what this reality is, and what your connection to the Creator should be according to their version of reality. That's all any religious tome is. And if God exists, well, maybe it did come from God, but it was relative to the person who wrote it, not to you. That's their version of their connection to their Creator. It's got nothing to do with you. And what it does when you adhere to these belief systems that have been put there by other people, it severs your connection to reality. It severs your connection to yourself. It causes you to look at the world from someone else's perspective. And you just accept that, and suddenly you've taken their version of reality on as your own. But what about your version of reality? What about the creative expression that you have to offer? What about the experience that you could give to the world? What if that is your purpose? What if your purpose is to come here with a clean, blank slate and to express yourself in the best and most creative way that you can with all the potential that you've been given to live?
In the true sense of the word, in the positive sense, I should say, the word religion in its original connotation meant to bind back to, or in other words, to reunite with, is actually a better way of saying it. It meant to bring one back to something so that there could be a reunion. True religion is reunion, okay? But what is true religion? What is the reunion that we have to seek? We have to seek reunion, first of all, within ourselves. And that means unity consciousness. As you think, so you feel, so you behave, with no contradiction between those three things.
Deity is not a being outside of law, but is the power of law itself, and must forever abide by the principles which it has established. Man must therefore learn that the lawmaker must keep his own laws, and that no individual can escape from the lawful consequences of things done or things undone.
And then we need reunion with common sense. We need reunion with the knowledge of natural law. And the reunion within the self is going to be made possible by reunion with the knowledge of natural law. That's why it's called common sense. Everybody's coming together and uniting on this one page. We have to get together. We could be on all different pages in a million, billion, trillion different ways. The one page we have to get together on and be united on is the knowledge of morality.
Natural law. Natural law. Natural.
Thus man becomes truly a kind of priest in the temple of universal law. He serves the great statutes and edicts of his faith, and in doing so also advances all lawful works in nature.
Thank you. Yeah. Here we are. Riding early in the morning. Looking around, seeing all your brothers and sisters. Looking good. Smelling good. But I'm not here to play around this morning. No. I'm here to tell you. It's time for the coming for the Lord. Yes, he shall returns. It's gonna be a great awakening. Especially for those going around worshiping these fake people.
Reach on!
Like all these imitation lords. It's only one.
Only one Lord.
Not Mr. Funky. Can I get amen?
Amen!
Let me get amen.
Amen!
Yeah. As I look from the podium, look down there. A bunch of fornicators. Some true to the game. Some hip to the game. On that note, that's just a little food for thought. So the donation baskets are going around and around. Donate all you can. Need a platinum album. Got to reach. Not 100, not 50 that. At least gold and better.
Can I get a wall plaque?
Can I get amen?
Amen for the precious man.
On that note, I like a moment of silence.
Buongiorno. Bottom of the morning to you. Right? As I mentioned in the beginning, like saying top of the morning is cliche as fuck, and it's not even something that people in Ireland say. Going back to, hey, I'm not even on St. Paddy's Day anymore. It's just a date on the calendar, the 17th of March, right? I'm on European time. Not the UK time. They're 1 hour behind me. I'm in like Paris Central Standard European time. I'm not in Paris. I'm just saying like that's a point of reference because a lot of people don't know many other cities outside of Paris in the French country. And that's totally fine. I wouldn't say totally, but hey, it's like, it's just a friendly reminder that, hey, we had shitty geography class in school and stuff. And yeah, for all my American folks out there, it just sucks how our society, growing up and getting conditioned and programmed to certain degrees and directed or, having certain blinders away from some things is because like shit is just so Americentric. And once you get out, once you start traveling, once you go around and see some of these magnificent edifices, it's like we could clown around about religion all we want. At the same time, it's like I can still admire certain things about it. How it can bring people together. How it can shelter the homeless to a degree. And how, and it's not necessarily a great thing, but observing and acknowledging the power of mind control, because the religious faith that some of these people had back in medieval times, or even like pre that or whatever, not even just in Europe, across the map. How many people devoted their entire lives towards building some of these cathedrals and churches or synagogues or whatever, right? Mosques. And some of these things back in, ancient times where technology wasn't as efficient as today, even though it could have been more precise and aligned to certain, astrological processions, right? And alignments. Shit would take like, 50 to 100, a couple hundred years to create these things. So imagine how many lifespans and lives people gave towards just building one fucking building. Right? And all for what? Because they believed so hard that, this is the way. If we build this thing in honor of whoever, right? But yeah, as far as like the chain of command, the pyramid of knowledge, the hierarchy of knowledge and what the higher uppers. This can go. You can relate this to a lot of the things, even like corporations, as far as their whole blueprint and intentions behind why they wanted to build such and such building on top of whatever parchment of land. And specifically, a lot of these places are placed upon certain ley lines and axioms of energetic vortices, if you will. And unfortunately, through the inversions and perversions, they're looshing out fucking energy. Reversal shit. So, yeah, I'm going to make this real brief. I mean, I wrote a bunch of notes down during the last live stream. I'm going to do a quick little run through. So, religion. Where does that word stem from? Religare, right? And there's two terms for that. It's a Latin base. Means to bind, to tie back from. And it could be translated also in the sense of thwarting forward progress. And doesn't religion tend to do that? Lead people astray towards, real spirituality. There's a great quote that goes something along the lines of, I try not to let religion get in the way of my relationship with God, or whatever you want to call him, the creator, right? There is a positive side to this word religare, which could be the unifier. And if we all understand cosmic law, that could be that one fucking common ground that we can all stand upon, united, undivided, like I and Leslie and I evoke in our Dissolving the Divide. That's what this show is based on. The foundation of the first couple episodes that we created were based around the Hermetica and natural law and objective morality and things that people really have to get a fucking grasp on so we can actually properly navigate in this reality and have proper interactions with people and speak to people properly and be able to resolve conflict a lot better and efficiently than the fuck we have in years past. So yeah, aside from Dissolving the Divide, I got One Great Work Warriors. I might throw in, and if my shit crashes again, maybe not, but I mean, we're going on 6 hours right now. And I'm promising that 7th, no pressure, right? I just can't. And it's like a lot of people can throw in a lot of filler. I'm trying to throw in just like none of this mumbo jumbo, like wasting people's time type of shit, right? So yeah, it does kind of become bothersome if I'm trying to have a free flow of this live stream and I get little hiccups of internet stuff and like the screen goes blank for people listening for like a minute or two. If y'all arrive at that point, just fucking skip over that shit and act like nothing happened, man. Like I explained in previous hours, but so anyways, in that mix, the MC Scarab of Living Legends and Three Melancholy Gypsies talks about kite skeletons. And that song is in reference to denouncing Christianity and like the false savior programming. And if you look at, Jesus on a cross, right? Or even just a cross. And what do kites look like? And what are they normally shaped like? I'm talking about the old school shit. It's just like a quick little 4-sided diamond shape, polygram type of thing. And if you just, strip the mesh or the fabric and you just have the frame, it's a cross. And so that was really brilliant on kind of being discreet with, speaking about certain religious contexts, and referring to Christianity and such as kite skeletons. Man, that shit was deep, and it took me a long time and repetitive listening to catch on to these things. A lot of stuff can go over my head, just like with anyone, right? So that's why it's like it helps me to get over like, I don't want to be repetitive and replay this mix or whatever, or some of the music that I listen to personally or sharing it publicly, all that stuff. Because listening to it like the 100th time around, even you'll like gain something from it. So that's what's up, and that's the fucking beautiful magic of these MCs. So much respects to all y'all out there, really doing your thing, especially if you are well aligned and talking about that natty law, so. Which, at the One Great Work Warriors, that's part of our foundation, right? And so we really have to transcend all this, Abrahamic religious stuff. It's really, it's another Gordian knot, and like, at what point are we just going to be tolerant and just like, oh, let's just coexist and respect other people's head cage programming? Not calling a spade like I just did, right? Like, I've wept sometimes, like in retrospect, having interactions with people and like thinking back, like, damn, I missed an opportunity to, or just like even not even thinking about that, but thinking about how, like, man, this guy seems so cool, but fuck, man, like, I see the mental blockages that, whatever religious doctrines that they believe in are holding him back in this kind of stuff. And a lot of people just, operate as if this is the way of life. And it's fucked up. So what would Jesus do if he was here today? Right? He'd be slapping banksters' asses, maybe pimp slapping the Pope and shit like that. Looking at all these Christians like, why the fuck y'all worshiping me? Y'all, dried up, dead and bloody on a cross, what the fuck? Wouldn't that creep you out if you were Jesus and you came back and saw a bunch of people, with you, crucified on a necklace or tattooed and shit like that? I guess you got to just, get acclimated to the culture, I guess. Fuck, yo. But yeah, I asked last live stream, like, how in the entire fuck, within the totality of the meaning of that word, do we break down centuries of generationally encrusted ego attachments to religious dogma? Loaded question, right? I ain't got the answers. But we could take a stab at it, right? And just, slowly, chisel away, throw certain information at people we understand psychology. We understand law of attraction and how people can be, on the other polarity of that, completely repulsed to anything that they're not attracted to, and things that, that go along the lines of things that challenge their fucking belief systems. So, like taking the Socratic method tends to open up the conversation a little bit more, just asking calm, composed, general questions, and not being like, having this like, tonal expectation of enunciation at the end of your sentence, whatever kind of verbal punctuation, if you will. You know, it's like, oh, you think Jesus is coming back right now just for you, man? It's been 2,000 years and all this shit. Or just, hey, man, I mean, all right, that's cool. You believe in Jesus and all that, but I mean, so you understand, yeah, that he's gonna come back in like 2,000 years. It's been like that long. So what's making you think that it's gonna happen like tomorrow, type of shit, or whatever, right? Try to make him curious to answer and actually research into, beyond what he currently knows about that question. Try to stump the people in a sense, along the lines of something that's going to interest them as well. These are kind of like, it's like that art of persuasion in a sense, so yeah, and they got their own fucking tactics, you know. And fuck St. Patrick, What? Hey, that actually run. Tactic, Patrick, motherfucking Catholic, fat prick. What's up with that shit? But the only saints that I'm really cool with, I guess, are the Boondock Saints, which is a movie reference. I don't know if you guys seen that. It's a pretty cool movie. I forget that guy's name, but he's got a great part, and it's about two Irish brothers, from Boston, something like that. But they're multilingual and multicultural. It's really interesting, but they're really religious. Whatever. Just I try to brush those things aside and kind of take the better morals of the story, to the bank or whatever. And there's some good ones, it's kind of like that vigilante, hey, cops ain't gonna fucking solve our problems. We're gonna fucking take it in our own hands type of stuff. Like, fuck this motherfucking shit. We're gonna clean the streets up to a degree. And like, that's on them. That's their own karma, dharma, whatever, right? Free will fucking choice. At least, men are willing to lay their life on the line just to rid the world of some fucking evil and shit like that, So yeah, like, bearing in mind that these people have a religious background, it's like, I can live with that. I'm not here to fucking write off people just because they believe in said fucking religion, And I'm not here as well to kind of lecture people on why they shouldn't be in that, whatever. I just know for a fact that these religious constructs are holding humanity back for fucking eons. And there's some deeper esoteric reasoning behind all this fucking energetic looshing. Shit like that. So yeah, it's just like taking us away from the higher force with this inverted all-father fucking bullshit. Y'all like battle raps? Cause yeah. It's not about like raining on people's parade. Like, oh, this guy got all prepared for St. Patty's and I was going to go out and have a ball. And this guy's trying to tell me, don't celebrate St. Patrick's because he was an evil man. That's not what I never said don't celebrate shit. That's on you. And that's your fucking free will. It's just, like I said, in like the first hour or two, it's like, yeah, like, just bear these things in mind and try to open conversations to these things and make people, hey, everyone has a fucking smartphone. Y'all can look it up your fucking selves, That's why it's like I can freestyle these videos because I know a lot of people aren't going to fucking believe me anyways. Yeah, but at the same time, as Brandon Spencer says on all his videos, don't believe me. Do the fucking research yourself. Do the right due diligence. And are you paying your dues as far as, spending your spiritual currency wisely regarding the time you spend and the focus you give regarding the attention that you pay. What are you paying attention to? I appreciate y'all paying attention to what I got to give, you know? So, yeah, and people might look at me and be like, dude, this guy doesn't know everything. Yeah, I want people to kind of look at me and be like, dude, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But what he's saying is, I'm going to try to confirm that or look it up just to see what the fuck he's talking about. I want y'all to do that. Yeah, please do. You know? I ain't trying to walk around like my shit never fucking stunk. I'm not walking around acting like I fucking know it all either, you know? Half of these things that I'm sharing are not even my creations, really, you know? We had podcasts with Rodney. He shared his wealth of information. Leslie gave some great points and her cool questioning as well. I spit my little few cents up in there for sure. I shared music from other people. I got that, you know, prior radio interview. Jeez, I forget the woman. I'm so sorry, lady. With Seth Exposa, you know, and I will be sharing right now. We're gonna let out a little catharsis with some battle rap, and you know, hey, this is fucking hip hop. I'm not gonna put a disclaimer right now. You know, like these are two fucking different people airing it out in front of themselves in public. It is it for what the fuck it is, you know. I'm gonna put my 2 cents on it after the video's completed. It's about like 15 minutes, or is it spliffteen? But this is one of my favorite rap battlers of all time, and from like a distance. Although I've seen him up close in person in San Francisco a couple times, like with my friend who, you know, drug us out there a couple times, and I was hyped to go over there and peep the scene and just the open mic stuff and ciphers on the fucking streets, you know, outside of fucking open mics, having smokes and all this stuff, and then going back in and checking people doing slam poetry and shit like that. And there's Tourette's without regrets in the Bay Area in the, you know, early 2000s, late 90s. Man, those were the times. But yeah, Top Ramen, Topper. I specifically chose this battle because he's going off on, it's like a typical battle rapper versus a Christian battle rapper. So with all the spirits of, you know, fuck the Catholic Church and St. Patrick and all these mother fucking, you know, like indoctrinated, you know, false doctrine, wannabe dictator, false figures of authority and saintlyhood fucking bullshit. So yeah, it's so cringe to see like Christian rappers acting like they're keeping it real and, you know, trying to be all gospel and shit like that. But yeah. Let's see what happens. This is a fucking roasting, yo. So yeah.
Alcatraz, make some noise. Go. Give it up to my co-host to the left.
Mel Dion, Chamber Records, Cola Crew, Project Blow, King of the Dot, West Coast.
Also,
Cap Callus, Ozone Shit, Smash City Gauntlet, Ozone Your Home, Florida Bitch, what up?
My boy Cap, give it up for him, you feel me? You already know.
To the far right.
Rap game, Zach motherfucking Morris. You feel me? Born and raised in Crunk City. Dipped in everything that's pure and glistening. Fuck.
I get to be Slater?
You're Slater. And I'm fucking Lisa Turtle in the mouth. Alright. Rapper on my right hand side representing Bethlehem. Who is you?
What's up? It's Isaac Knox. Free Dats, the brand name is the campaign. That's chapter 2 of the KO crew. What's up, Fresh Coast? Yeah.
Fuck that like a Bible, bitch.
Shout out to Geek Squad, Team Wasted. Shout out to Topper. Who cares?
And the degenerate, waste, filthy piece of shit on my left.
Yo, it's Topper Holiday, GURP City, Earthlings, CBS, PCF, Lord's Crew. Every graffiti crew in California reps me. You know what I mean? Scoed up from the toes up, you know what I'm saying? Uri.
See, Topper is a topic I can topple for fun. He's just a lot of false bravado with the top of his lungs. If you've come sloppy and drunk back to the spot where you're from, then I guess the prodigal son is getting bodied in one. See, I watched you verse for verse live, and everybody got their scream on when you said his tracks were worse than the King of the Dot theme song. See, I find it funny that now this is the enterprise you're desperately trying to cling on. I guess he's convertible, but that's exactly why a top doesn't belong. Damn. Yeah, so who's battled in the most leagues? That's a measure I'll be chasing. Like a B-boy's DJ, I think records are for breaking. Legend in the making, but I'll settle for amazing as I rest inside the bay, cause I've been westernized like Beijing. See, I came from Orlando, Florida to California to play shows and pay tolls. In 1 year, spent months here. These main roads I've made home. Plus, I'm experienced with has-been lyricists from the same coast, cause in front of the same host, I KO'd Franco like J Pro. Yeah, so I know these streets. Like how the best way you could tell if an area has good wealth is by how the kush smells. And on the holiday of that puff puff pass, what I write's a tornado, yours is just a rough draft. Plus, I'm pretty sure you traveled here on Lush's bus pass because you got put on a no-fly list when you had that disgusting mustache. But you shaved! Man, I guess you thought that today it would help, and then you added those glasses because you're just a shade of yourself. Yeah. But you turned your back to the Bay because he moved to North Carolina to play in an angry metal band where every chord is in minor. So you went from an MC to NC and sold your soul to do metal that's too special. You're on that Duke level because you blew devils. So you ain't earned your return now that the Fresh Coast is back. That means fresh flows, no retro leftover scraps. You left home, I rep both, I'm next on the map. Plus I got Rob vs. Dirtbag Dan. How West Coast is that? Yeah. But it's cool, I got apologies from that judging crew, that's something true. Plus, yesterday I turned 22, so what's the world coming to when the younger dude in front of you is sunning you till you get tons of booze like a drunk would do? The one time he got a bunch of views, it was VH1 produced, right? The White Rapper Show? Wasn't you 100 proof? Now, I'm not saying I'm a funny dude, I'm saying I have more fun than you. This man writes rhymes like a girl. Mother Goose. Who was a dude? You didn't know. Anyway, I ain't gonna lose your number 2, I'm flushing you, so chuck the deuce, and when I walk away, I will be waving with that W.
Keep it down in the back. Yo, the only time I ever pray is when I walk in the clinic. Like, please, baby Jesus, don't let him put a cotton swab in it. This motherfucker jacks off to his own battles, stops when they're finished, starts flogging a whip in his back while he cries and asks God for forgiveness. Have you ever lost a fight, Isaac? Because I lost my religion, and I fought the system and narcotics addiction. I got partners that'll hit him, Proxycontin prescriptions, and Lush already showed the entire Fresh Coast does not have a problem with dropping a Christian. Ooh. So you're taking on Satan's spawn, Pippin, the sign of the end to come. I'm the 7th son of a 7th son, prophesied by ancient spells spoken by the devil's tongue. Those who impaled your Savior's flesh and blood are the Romans I'm descended from. You're down with Jesus, I'm raised in hell. The very sound of my Adidas will make your reverend run. Because I'm that old school player type. I'm that old school player type. Smash toys like asteroids. I will spit a rap at your boy Christ and makes him try to clap his hands for joy. We both live in the South where trap music is something you can't avoid, but he hates it because it reminds him of the time he got raped by his pastor Troy. So you think it ain't a brush with danger flossing up in my face, right? So I toss this Colgate kid off the Golden Gate Bridge. Now those are some great whites. The corny-ass rap group does choreographed dance moves under the stage lights. Slow down, Motown. Who the fuck do you think you are? The last temptations of Christ? One of the band I ride with thugs, killers, marijuana, yay dealers. You can say that's a lot, blood, but they'll make you a believer. It's not a revival when you shake and start faking a seizure, but when you testify with those snakes, they put hands on you like a faith healer. See, my game's deeper than what your preacher spits, you young Republican piece of shit. You came to the West Coast on the ego trip. My mental's on the evil tip. I will stab your priest in the temple with a steeple from his cathedral quake, cause me and the keys my people flip are both tired of getting stepped out like beat with dick. See, we don't click. We don't click. This vandal exists off of handles and fists. You are softer than one of Ned Flanders' kids if they grew up to be a character in a Wes Anderson flick. I will eat you alive on some Brother Lynch cannibal shit, cause you're the extra white bread of Christ I make my sandwiches with. And you're a bitch!
Round one. Oh boy, what's gonna happen next? Isaac Knox, let him know. Get him!
Oh. I love how everyone comes against me with the same angles to win, and I'm just like, ho ho ho, faith jokes again. West Coast. And you said that your Adidas make my Reverend run? Well, that's some whack MC, and because you're wearing Air Jordan, so I guess my Reverend's not leaving. Oh my God. See? You call yourself a topper but can't cut that check, or cover debts I come collect. Like basketball cards and tops was never better than Upper Deck. Ooh. So since you're top, I'm above your head. The tip top of killer schemes, all flip top, no Philippines, cut off his top, no guillotine. Ooh. But first, put on your yarmulkes. Let's play Dreidel like it's Hanukkah. Cause one side of me cuts you in half, another takes all you got. The third, I lose on my lines, but the last puts in work on the spot so that Dreidel's able to show you I can do anything off the top. See, it's like Inception. I got top spinning with everything that I told him. I'm doing a ton of name flips to remind you of when you were relevant for a moment. Back when name flips were the new craze, and you could have been top tier. Now top tier's up just thinking about those lost years. And Lush, my homie, you're like the homeless lady from Mary Poppins when you bring him to do work. Because when you bring top in, I think it's for the birds. And if you thought that would be my lamest line, you are unprepared. You're unprepared. He couldn't keep his clothes fresh no matter what topper wear. See, and there's an oddly spelled, I know it's bad, I just love it. Anyway, see, and there's an oddly spelled word pronounced topper, and to be topper is to be apathetic, and since you're apathetic MC, it was easy to see how that connected. Its other definition is dullness, so to be topper is to be boring, which is why I'm snoring through or ignoring you in every performance. Topper's also a film from the 30s. See, it's about a man that's troubled with his boring life, and he gets haunted by the ghosts of happy couples. They were gonna bring it to TV, and they were gonna try a sequel, but Topper always flopped because it wasn't wanted by the people. So, no wonder your flow couldn't get airtime doing a backstroke. Before you finish lines, we all stopped watching like a track coach. It's like you died in that movie, and now you're back as Rap's ghost, but don't come to battle Rap's coast if you let your battered raps coast. So don't act like you're top shelf. There's a reason we had top shelf. The West was at its best when you left because you do not help. See, the whole scene's like Kate Winslet, because a lot has been accomplished, but progress and popularity came from being topless.
I would hit that from
You told Real Talk you were a tall glass of water. Bitch, you're a tall glass of milk. I mean, I'm whiter than white trash, but you're whiter than white guilt. I got a cancer in my soul that's larger than life itself, so when I shoot up pentagrams of dope, I gotta tie off with a Bible belt. I saw the little video the city made with the tool bursting. It's okay. Your bitch's expected face is the collection plate that I shoot sperm in. Had her swerving off Jesus juice while I was preaching a new sermon. I don't know why he came to the Bay today, but it's safe to say he flew virgin. I mean, no sex before marriage? Really? What kind of shit is that? I guarantee when I flip your fiancée on her knees and hit her like a champ, by the time she finally takes her virginity, she's gonna try and give it back. Cause she got a face like Mr. Ed, but that dame likes giving head. So I'm at her door chasing brain like neither living dead. You wanna know why that Christian bitch is the best head you can get? Cause ever since she was a little girl, her dad taught her to get down on her knees and worship next to the bed. I'll treat that goddamn broad like a sacrificial offering and teach you the meaning of the king's offspring, which he gives me a hand job and I come on that bitch's promise ring. How do you expect? Please, I know I'm good. How do you expect to relate to any woman on a personal level when you treat the female orgasm like the work of the devil? I peel girls in Prada jackets rocking Christian Dior. You're just awkward to talk to and socially interact with. In a way, you're kind of like a Christian D-Lore. So what you want beef for? I'll stab you with a silver spoon you were born with for a cot and a hot meal. You fuck with the bull, you get the horns, kid, now you're Johnny Knoxville. Top's ill, got sickness in my blood like staph infection. Your fans act like you're some kind of Christian battle legend when you came out of nowhere. That's an immaculate conception. Class is in session. This is that old school game that you're not on. You're trying to climb up my shoulders to get to the next level. That's Donkey Kong. But the bars I write, spaced out like R-Type. Zaxxon, I don't miss when I pack, man. I'm a Street Fighter 2, but I cap calm. So if your girl wanna joust, I'll tap her. You defend her, toss a gauntlet at my feet. You try to throw hands with me, you better be on the ball like Centipede. I dug her out in every pole position you can name, soldier. You put an altar boy, I get to alter beast. Motherfucker, that's game over. And that's old school game and burger time.
We're getting there. See, this is where the anger happens. Anglo-Saxon gangster rap. See, which is usually done from a white to a black, like you're somehow throwing his own angles at him, but that's more played out than wordplay is about a chain reaction, which explains the fashion that stereotypes Bajango back in. So I've chose you to change the pattern that racist brains imagine. Plus, to Topper, I'm a lobster. That's a main attraction. Now, remember, records are for breaking like a b-boy freeze. It's the legs that are for breaking so that he don't leave. And then it's knock knock, who's there? Oh, knock knocks, who cares if I stop, lock, and Pop got his top rocked if I use flair. See, and I really got fam in Puerto Rico, so try to do me harm, they'll be chopping up Topper to send him to PR. And this is an Old West shootout, so think that I'm non-carrying, we're moving, that's it, I shoot from the hip like Sean Marion. See, it's money on my mind with every shot that my gun spent. Talk is cheap, you get a penny for your thoughts if I have 1 cent. And while John John's multi-choice got y'all pleading the fifth, it's red where my bullet point like you reading a list. Now you spit rap in the face to start slapping the bass and be a hard rocker. But you'll never be a chart topper, so I came to char topper. Barbecue and carve this dude, send parts of you to dark water. Now he needs a dock. Don't worry, the bay has got harbors. To beat me, be a lot smarter. I'm cream of the crop farmer. I bring him down like Bob Barker. My crew shoots like Ron Harper. Think all my dudes say our father? It's car bombers and armed robbers with 15 rounds. Cause all my dogs are part boxer. Their other part is Rottweiler. Beware of what their bark offers. They'll put down a man's best friend and his dog walkers. So tell your mom and aunt's daughters I'm unleashed, will not call her. So pretty much I'm a heart stopper to anyone who hearts topper. Side note, I get into Disney for free. You pay top dollar for park hoppers and trying to get a ticket off me will flop harder than John Carter. Now, take a dirt nap where the worm's at. Don't think that I lost a little. See, your splash is a bird bath, ain't bringing a lot of ripples. I know it's your turn back, but turn back. My team is the topic, kiddo, and you can't surpass the first half of the King of the Dot initials. That's KO.
I'm officially converting. I'm converting.
Round 3. We ready? You told Dirtbag Dan he could get beards to the face. And that's some hysterical shit. Because you don't drink or fight, you hypocritical prick. You try and square up with him, you get miracle whipped. Look, real talk, I flip tablets like Moses did between rocks and hard places. So if you think that poser shit, this whole spitz will get my frozen heart racing, I will pull his card so quick you'd almost think this was an Oakland BART station. See, this is not the drama class recitals you constantly had in high school. That pompous flash that you call swag is an awkward act to make people like you. You turn your faith into a gimmick that hide within it for survival, but God's Bible in your top pocket will not stop shots from a rifle. So it's time to take a leap of faith, Isaac, like steeplechases and track meets. Because you're so afraid to touch a vagina, it's like you think that they have teeth. Your favorite sports team's the Orlando Magic. Yeah, the Gathering. You are such a nerdy faggot, you play Dungeons and Drag Queens. Such a nerdy faggot, you play Dungeons and Drag Queens. So if this geek wants to fucking get a shine on, you should dress up like C-3PO. Because I'm a survivor like tying bodies together to build lifeboats while they decompose. You're down with the choir, but you need some soul. You sound whiter than pizza dough. And the most black people you ever seen in one place before tonight was on the Cleveland show. I bet you picture Dirtbag Dan as Jesus, though, when you hang your head at night. And expect to see Thesaurus as St. Peter when you reach the afterlife. There's no escape from Alcatraz. It's only Passion of the Christ when I beat this faggot half to death like it's a virgin sacrifice. So you need to bite the bullet. Realize it's an insult to your creator to not live life to the fullest. Go drop psilocybin in a field somewhere and realize that you're shrooming. God does not really care about an organized institution. It's just a crutch for hypocrites who cannot recognize as humans we are utterly insignificant. Through science, it's been proven all existence is infinite. The galaxy might as well be a fucking molecule in your fingerprint. Time is an illusion, so all that Christian shit you identify with is a movement to someone with a simple grasp of physics is just childish and stupid. You've been devout since birth, but nobody buys your music, so you choose the most conflicted and prideful solution. Because if you have to battle to prove that your pull exists, it's time to come back down to earth, bitch. Isaac Newton.
Sonic Sound Wavy is king of the humans, Fresh Coast. I get first round to Topper. Second round, I thought Isaac was killing it, but Topper somehow killed him on that round. Then he killed him third round, so I give it to Topper.
Yo, what up, this Debo. Queen of the Ring. Shout out to my partners Vague and Babs. Out here, Fresh Coast, doing it big.
Answer when that's Debo. He officially signed up.
Anyway, I give it to Topper. I should say Poor somewhere, but you know, that boy got passion.
Everybody knows Los Fail Faces, Free Ted, City of Mam, and all that. It was just a matter of like, Topper had like better projection and delivery throughout the 3 rounds. They both were writing some crazy shit, but Topper just edged him out in the performance tip. It was like a 3-0, but like not by a lot in each round, you know? Yeah.
We had a hot battle between both of these dudes, but we got one winner. Give it up to my man Topper.
Lord's good. Fresh Coast originator.
All right. I wasn't trying to ruin your day. And if you understood what I said right there, that was filmed by Avocado. He's like a legend in, you know, the whole battle rap history and, you know, filmed battles and all that stuff. GrindTimeNow.com. Yeah, that's pretty cool. One of those things that you just, hey, it's one of those outlets. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't like all the styles, and you know, there's a lot of folks that I admire and got respects for, but you know, I ain't feeling all the shit they're fucking saying. You know, if they're gonna be saying, you know, faggot a million times and just like taking these angles of, you know, the cliche shit and like, oh, like I fucked your girl or your mom and whoever, you know, has AIDS and blah fucking blah. You can say that to anyone. It's so like generic, and like they're not like personalized, tailor-made rhymes to the person, you know, right in front of their eyes type of thing, you know. But whatever, you know. But yeah, geez, I haven't seen that battle in a long time, and forgot that. I mean, that dude Isaac Knox he's got skills, you know, like he's. Yeah, but if you notice, you know, he lacks little, I guess, like delivery, projection, and just like making those punches hit, because you could see like there wasn't enough or much crowd reaction. And yeah, to be honest, sometimes especially in California, man, that crowd can be kind of biased, whatever. But c'est la vie. So yeah, I wanted to share that battle. I mean, I really the takeaway from that whole battle is just like Topper's last, 16 bars, whatever, at the end there. And yeah, come back to Earth, Isaac Newton, in reference to how apparently he kind of realized, the whole gravity thing with the apple falling on his from the apple tree and all that stuff. So hey, come back to Earth, like, and that goes the same for, not just religious people, but folks caught up in the New Age movements. Like y'all heads be up in like 5D and this and that. Where are your feet dangling at? Are they grounded here in 3D? Are you really trying to anchor those higher energies? So think about it. Anyways, yeah, we're still going pretty strong with all this stuff, huh? I guess. Or it sounds like I'm winding down, doesn't it? It's only like 1:30 in the morning. Yeah, still got them notes, yo. But anyways, so the main takeaways of this whole live stream, I'm not here wasting my time doing whatever. Yo, what's cracking, man? You still with me? Yeah, we gotta find yeah, I'm 5 hours ahead of you. Nah, 6, 7. Yeah. Yeah, these things you have to understand, like, yeah, especially certain things that you might resonate with. Like for me, I've kind of understood this just like through that inner gnosis that I had a pretty repulsive stance on religion and shit like that. And kind of growing up and speaking with people and having certain energies, detected from me through other people tell me like, yeah, like I've had like 2 or 3 people tell me this, in past lives I was, killed for, speaking out against certain things. And I'm guaranteeing that was, against, bullshit fucking religious dogma that was just like taking over lands and killing people that didn't want to assimilate into this shit, So yeah, I'm back again to fucking continue exposing this motherfucking bullshit. So, all religion aside, like, it's not the main crux of what this whole live stream is about, right? It's just more about the empowerment we have within ourselves and the choices we make to delve into the types of awareness that is really going to facilitate that leveling up of ourselves, and we're going to research things outside, of course. And like, I'm not saying like it's all within us all the time. Like, it all depends on people's level. And like, are you an adept? Have you walked through the halls of Amente? Looked over the Akashic records? Are you, checking out the scrolls within your DNA? Them fire letter codex shit? I'm speaking about this shit in all honesty, telling you that, in this lifetime, I really haven't fucking tapped into that shit. I know it's there, and I'm trying to fucking, level up to be active in that and being able to understand really who the fuck I am on a superior multidimensional level and all this shit. Like, we can say like we're multidimensional beings even in the 3D realm, right? Well, if 3D, what about 2D and 1D? You know, that's already multidimensional, you know, and just think about the triune brain, you know, it's multidimensional. So shit's relative and cliche and, you know, folks can blurt out whatever the fuck and, you know, spiritually virtue signal all types of shit that, you know, we still have yet to fully understand and more importantly fucking embody and activate and act upon in this reality to fucking really get humanity more aligned to where the fuck we need to be in harmony with natural law in the world we fucking live in. We're so displaced with the animal kingdom, the fauna, the flora and stuff. We're just raping and pillaging that shit. I'm not saying we as in all of us, but it's just how this economic model is fucking based off of. And it's fucked up. So yeah, that's why I'm not gonna just complain and say that and not say nothing like, hey, I'm trying to do my bit and just shop more in farmers markets than anywhere else as far as like what I eat, and the fact that I'm vegan is pretty convenient. And the fact that I have kind of activated certain things within myself, I don't need to eat like 3 fucking meals a day and all this shit, you know? I'm not ever fucking worried about how much fucking protein intake I have to take or whatever, you know? I'm more concerned on, you know, getting off my ass and not being in front of the computer all the time. Like I'm so addicted to making all this, you know, material, and actually do some exercises and shit like that. So yeah. Man, once you hit 40, you know, it's not some kind of wall, but yeah, it's just I'm looking at these notes. What the hell am I going to talk about? What the hell, man? So yeah, I do not want humanity to be double-crossed again through all this fucking religious bullshit. And that's one of the symbols that's in that the thumbnail of the mix album artwork, whatever, of, you know, the unholiest hip-hop mix in the world. Oh shit. All right, so boom, we hit the 7-hour mark. That's awesome. I was really hesitant, and I kind of almost want to. I'm just worried that if I play this video, it's gonna crash the computer again. But yeah, it's like another like 2-hour long thing. I don't know if I'm trying to do that. So I will just reference it, actually. Yeah, I'm just no. I'm looking at the time. I'm like, I'll probably be up at that hour, but you know, I'm trying to do other stuff, and yeah. One Great Work Warriors. There's a video called "Doubts About Religion," and if you look on my channel, I give I speak for like at least like 15 minutes before we actually start the actual conversation at roundtable, because there's 6 of us. My brothers, Jerry, Jim, Chris, Brandon, and Rick, have been holding it down. We put out a video at least once a month. And yeah, last year we did one on religion, and it was kind of around the time that I dropped that, you know, unholy sacrilegious hip-hop mix. So yeah, I wanted to give a little shout out to that and speak a little bit more about the whole issue regarding religion, some of my thoughts, experiences, sentiments about it, that I didn't really have the occasion to do so in our conversation. Donc, voilà, mes amis, merci beaucoup. Ça me touche beaucoup que vous avez entendu. Jusqu'à là, les gars. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il y a? I can rhyme in French too, yo. But that's all for now. Happy Equinox, right? Yeah. St. Patty's ain't shit compared to that. And fuck St. Patrick's, yo. I was trying to look up some kind of... I mean, there's a lot of silly battle raps out there. Epic back... What is it? Epic Rap Battles of History, I think it is. Their shit's actually pretty good. And, like, see, here's the thing. You know, like, even with, you know, the... I kind of ragged on the, you know, Christian rappers and this and that. I just want to say straight up, like, hey, I definitely respect. I see y'all as far as, like, the courage and, you know, behind the talent cultivated to actually get up there in public and fucking do that shit. Like, straight the fuck up. Like, hey, bravo. That's some of that shit's better than what I can do, you know? So, props. You know, but I just don't want to give props to folks propagating false fucking doctrine bullshit. That's all. Still rocking dogma and thinking it's cool? Fuck that. It's a bad look. And I think that's kind of why folks, you know, kind of look at that and, like, they're not giving him the crowd reaction, right? As, you know, if that was another rapper and he didn't have this Christian rapper label, I guarantee you he would have gotten more... like, whoa, damn, yeah, reaction, whatever. Especially if it was on the West Coast. But don't know if you noticed, that battle was taking place in Alcatraz, apparently. I don't know if it was actually on the island or just, you know, for promotional marketing reasons. Have a name. But anyways, totally off topic. And, yeah, so fuck St. Patrick, you know, like that's the reference. Natural law is king, you know, bada boom, bada bing. And we got to break out of these cycles of head cage programming, all this shit. Religion is one of them, and if you look into the works of Mark Passio and others, they speak about, you know, other forms of religion that we don't necessarily consider, like government. You know, like, is it not binding and, you know, holding back, you know, forward progress to certain things? They give progress, and that's not to negate things with religion as well. They have done certain things and, like, contributed to society with certain things, yet it's like that whole fucking carrot with the stick type of shit, you know? And, like, the whole wolf in sheep's clothing in regards to, like, charitable acts and shit like that. It's funny, I pronounced it acts instead of acts. But you can see in the double-edged battle axe of how that tool can be used in reference to that shit. So anyways. Anything else? Yeah, what's up? One Great Work Warriors. Cat's affiliated with the, you know, the One Great Work Network there. And folks up in the Trivium. freedomundernaturalllaw.com. You can check them out. They got some merch, actually, and there's t-shirts there too. And I've been way too fucking hesitant to... I mean, am I worried about paying a couple extra dollars on I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be $10 for shipping out to Europe, but maybe they'll cut me a deal if I'm promoting this, right? No, I'm just kidding. It's the only reason I put this up, right? No, it's actually because there's a wealth of information that of people speaking about these things much more in volume than I will on this channel, probably, to, you know, good degrees, for sure. Yeah, especially, man, there's like some fucking legends in these groups, like straight the fuck up, you know. Rodney Goodwin, once again. Hardcore Productionz. Great. And that's .com. If you go into the QR code, he's got his website and his YouTube channel. And he's been on our show, Dissolve the Divide, once again. Like, that was his 4th, 5th time at least. So, yeah, it's cool. And voila. It's been fun. It's been cool. And motherfucking St. Patty, yo. What the hell? Does this fool want a battle, yo? I smacked the fucking shit out of the Pope, yo. See, here, what's up with the fucking patriarchy and down with those motherfuckers, you know? Why do these people not get brought up when, you know, feminists talk about down with the patriarchy? They almost like it's the divide and conquer of programming where it's just they're pitting, you know, common folk amongst ourselves. And that's not to say there's division and conflict between common folk, right? Because there's a lot of fucked up relationships. But I mean, goddamn, like, that's where they want us, you know, just a bunch of crabs in the bucket, tearing each other down to this fucking base level, not being able to get out of these cage programs and shit like that. We're better than that. And yeah, like the crab that represents the symbol of Cancer, astrologically speaking, can we not have that care, but also have that tough outer shell and have that self-defense, create boundaries, especially opposed towards, you know, all these fucking malicious, draconian mandates, doctrines, fucking control systems in the form of religion or government or corporate fucking crap, you know? Even some of the fucking, David Whitehead. The Cult of the Medics. Yeah, that's what it's called. That's a great one. Yeah, so, yeah. That came out, you know, post COVID-19, which is Divock AI, and you got to look that up. And if you want to ask me why, yeah. COVID, you know, reversed Divock, which is an actual fucking demon. I think it's not Latin, it's a Hebrew word, I want to say. And 19, in numerological terms, is AI. 1 and 9, you know, letters of the alphabet. A is 1, 9, I is 9. And all is not fine with this fucking bullshit with the needlecraft, like Rodney mentioned in the first hour of this live stream. So, not to end on that note, but there's ways to reverse this shit regardless. Even if you've, you know, taken a stab at whatever kind of jab of the needlecraft or not, you know, hopefully not, but if so, then yeah, just look into ways that we can, you know, rid ourselves from certain ingredients that are in these things. And I say that lightly, but it's meant to be taken very fucking seriously. My channel's been on pretty thin ice on flu tube, acting like a lyrus. Never mind. But yeah, so I've had 3 videos taken off my channel over the past month in regards to certain information that didn't correlate to certain narrations regarding COVID-19. Or sorry, the Rona, right? So yeah, anyways. I ain't trying to censor myself, but, you know, I'm just trying to like a lot of rap was founded on, and conscious hip hop especially, of relaying messages that are more encoded, that are, you know, slipping by, kind of like that Underground Railroad type of shit, you know. So it's for, you know, to pass out messages of importance for those that need to fucking hear it, right? And unfortunately, in even back then or in these days, you know, not everyone has the ears amongst those that need to hear it that are going to be able to really understand what the fuck is being heard, let alone seen or listened to. But yeah, anyways, it is what it is, and just got to continue doing the damn thing and keeping that proper state of mind on the incline, well in line to the divine. And if you didn't understand that, hit that natural law rewind a couple times. And because I have playlists, my channel is not just music. I got so much shit since fucking a decade ago. You know, it's just been the medium of how I wanted to portray certain topics, but at the same time, I've been cultivating and creating a shitload of playlists of videos that are of pretty good importance, and natural law is of the highest, especially. So yeah, again, that ain't no motherfucking religion. Just, you know, it's our life aligned with the you and I verse. And how are we going to be conversing with that through our whole entire multidimensional expression of what we have in this incarnation? It goes beyond the physical, right? So yeah, try to have fun with it, experiment, really put yourself through certain self initiations. You know, have you gone on a food fast? Have you, you know, gone on a you know, really intense workout, or, you know, cross country running, or snow, if you're in the snow and snowshoeing, is that what it's called? And that kind of stuff, or swimming, you know, triathlon, or bike riding for fucking umpteen couple dozen kilometers, miles, whatever. Or, you know, staying awake for, you know, 48 hours or something like that. Or, you know, doing a vision quest, as it call it. You know, being out in the woods, isolated from everything, not being on your fucking phone for over 3 fucking days. You know? Can people imagine that these days? Like, that's a hell of a fucking digital detox, and that just really restarts the system. It can be really rejuvenating, and we just can be so much more in touch with ourselves, and it opens up those doors out of our fucking bullshit routine things that we kind of get trapped in, even, you know, with stagnant energy. So we got to do a little feng shui, in a sense, within ourselves, right? You know, sweep up the dust and cobwebs within our inner temples, right? And yeah, I do that shit. I'm not just speaking out of my fucking ass with a good amount of this stuff, you know? So yeah. C'est la vie, les amis. Just that science of life. And yeah, I'm happy y'all crossed paths with mine. And it's helpful to know that if anything has helped y'all, and which keeps me, yeah, more motivated to continue doing this kind of work, because it's all been for free. And, you know, I ain't fucking, you know, having my hand out for fucking spiritual welfare or some fucking bullshit like that, you know? I don't mention that, you know, for that. It's just like, if y'all understand my, cosmic intentions behind what the fuck I do, then yeah, y'all would understand how grateful I am for your attention. So yeah, that was just the last thing I wanted to mention, and yeah, take care out there, and fuck St. Patty, right? We'll see you soon. Oh yeah, what about that 3-leaf clover? See on the leprechaun's head? Fuck Lucky Charms, by the way. Fuck this. I mean, imagine if this was, something placated to black culture, something like that. It would just be, and like this whole wokeism with racism, and gingers get the short end of the stick or whatever, and like all this stuff about Irish stuff. It's fucking, none of it just gets laughed at sometimes. But yeah, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. But I love Ireland. I stayed there for like 4 days. Really respect the mentality out there. They got a cool, like, work hard, party hard, socialize hard. They got a really cool way of communication, and just like camaraderie. It was really cool just observing that. And like the land is ancient, and it has like some really incredible energies out there. I actually drove my ex-wife and some friends. We all did like a weekend 4-day trip or something like that to the Moor Cliffs. Yeah, that shit was tight. Yeah. Oh yeah. So real quick with all right, so the 4-leaf clovers and all that. So just the cliche kind of, it's not man in blackface when it comes to the Irish, even though there were black Irish people. But what about man in orange face, if you will? But fucking around with that. But joking around. Sorry. But what I wanted to mention real quick is the Sham-Rock, the 3-leaf clover. What I feel, because that was misappropriated to Saint Patrick, and Saint was never ordained in this, Patrick guy, apparently, from the Pope. He was never donned the title Saint Patrick. It's just, Patrick, or whatever the fuck his fucking original name was. But just think of the stem of the clover, and then there's the 3-leaf clover, and usually there'd be like 2 horizontal and 1 vertical. And for me, that kind of, I see that as almost like a representation and appropriation, an easy way for the church to kind of take that symbol and apply it to Ireland in regards to the cross, right? You have the longer base stem, 2 sides, and the vertical part. It's kind of like a cross. Anyway, so things to consider. So anyways, yeah. It's not always easy to be just all jokey, and then kind of having the hardcore truth moments and mixing all this shit up, especially, considering people who might be listening in. And if anyone out there who's Irish listening in, yeah, I fucking feel for what the fuck happened centuries ago. And yeah, it makes people that actually know sick to their stomach and their heart, realizing that, you know, people are celebrating a fucking, you know, a murderer and someone that, you know, just, you know, St. Patrick and all the people he came over to Ireland with to fucking, you know, drive out the serpents of wisdom and spread, you know, colonized empires of fucking Catholic Church shit and whatever the fuck over there. Killing off, you know, the Tuatha and the Druids and all that shit. And flipping that and giving some candy-coated history as if St. Patrick, you know, was some kind of savior for Ireland. And, you know, people are, you know, raising their glasses for that shit. And I'm sure people are just looking for an excuse to drink and have a good time and get together with folks these days, it seems. In modern days, rather. No one's really, you know, concerned about who the fuck St. Patrick even fucking is, you know. And if that's the case, you know, whatever, you know, but it's best y'all fucking actually know who the fuck this motherfucker is. And not... And realize and recognize the fucking pattern. This is just one fucking front man amongst a fucking slew of these motherfuckers throughout the centuries. How many motherfuckers are there, you know? I'm done wasting time on this shit, you know? This is like a one-off. That's why I wanted to go hard in the paint, if you will, you know? But, yeah. Did I paint a good enough picture to give you all a future St. Paddy's Day fixture of what not to celebrate, at least, you know? Celebrate the equinox, the changing of the seasons, springing forward with, you know, rejuvenation and having a proper celebration with your close family and friends, the people that you love, and all that stuff, you know? Yeah. Don't let it be dictated by some bullshit-ass religious bullshit, you know? That's just played out. It's more stale than those wafers, you know, they give out in church for, you know, like... What is it called? Don't be salty on that, because usually it's low on sodium, but... Oh, you didn't like that one? Just kidding. Alright, I'm just amusing myself at this point. So, yeah. Thank y'all for the whatever time for checking this out. Hey, maybe I bypassed the copyright stuff. And this won't be deleted off of YouTube 10 minutes from now. So people can actually check this out. So... And if you have people, you know, you come in contact with, you have an argument, it's like, what's up with this St. Patty? You know, they're trying to defend this guy. Be like, hey, I know this guy. He's got a video about this. And, like, you don't have to show this whole 7 hour. No one's going to want to, you know, whoa, 7 hours? What the hell? No, just show them the 1 hour segment of certain things that I shared within this thing, you know? I'll try to leave better links in the show notes, because I just kind of did a copy paste from the single show I did with, you know, Dissolve and Divide. So that's my channel. I want to see it hit fucking 2,000 subscribers soon, but I'm not even at 200. It'd be nice. I've been sitting on 180 for oddly too long, but yeah. There's reasons beyond a shadow band of a doubt as to why these things happen, unfortunately. But god damn it, we're going to continue doing the damn thing as long as this channel's alive, I guess. So, yeah. We'll continue to stay alive and thrive, and that's much respects to Leslie Powers. That's her channel and website. livethrive.life. You know, great human being. She's been so great and supportive of, you know, this whole project and journey we've been on with Dissolving the Divide. So yeah, it's I mean, it's not all. I'm gonna fall into some cliche bullshit at the end, but there's a lot of labor of love, especially, you know, combining forces with other people sometimes, you know. So yeah, and just especially with, we're at almost 50 episodes. We've had like 40 different people on at this point, I think, and they're all fucking great. That's all I gotta say. And they all brought some pretty great stuff to the table. So you can check out that channel. And every episode, I really tried to pump up as much info about them, or just at least the contact info for y'all to check out as possible. And they specialize in certain services that are worth checking out as well. So I know that was really vague and all that, and I already referenced 100 other things to check out. But hey, it's like that, you know, like, this is a fucking daily operation for me. I'm this deep in knowledge and like networking and doing so much active work on so many different levels. C'est la vie, les amis. Ciao for now. For real this time. Peace, yo.